You know, it takes the whole crew to do it. You know, and without them, I couldn't be where I'm at right now in the points.
Gary, you are tied at the top along with Megan Meyer. You're a one-car operation. They're bringing 3 cars out. Do you feel like you might be out-farmed by just sheer volume by Randy Meyer Racing?
Oh, it's definitely different. You know, the deck is definitely stacked with them having 3 cars. But hey, we got to run our race and do what we do, and not be concerned with that. You know, and let the chips fall where they ain't. I'm going to go every round that I can go. She's going to go every round she can go. Hopefully, legitimately. You know, nobody. You know, so we're gonna make it interesting for the next 2 races.
Megan Meyer is used to leading the points outright, but she's a co-points leader currently with a semifinal exit and a win thus far in Nitro Chaos.
Yeah, so we've got a strategy here for this weekend. We've got all 3 cars here, so we're going to do the best we can to make sure that I can get as many points this weekend.
Last night, quite an interesting show and display at your alma mater here just across the border in Kansas.
Yeah, no, that was one of the reasons why my sister and I chose to come to Pitt State, was because the Mo-Kan Dragway was about 20 minutes down the road from there. But we had a blast, man. There was so many cars that came out, just local bracket racers, and we had some Chaos cars out there as well. So it was so much fun to introduce the local, you know, the townies to drag racing if they've never been. So we hope to see them out this weekend. And I know the kids had a blast with their paper dragster races and having their own race and a trophy for the winner. So, you know, we love doing stuff like that, and we are happy to do it again next year with them.
Catch the Nitro Chaos action Friday evening at 7 p.m. Central Time at Mo-Kan Dragway. Again, if not even one round of qualifying is completed, we will move all the action to Saturday and Sunday for you drag racing fans of the 4-state area to get your Nitro fix in. And if you cannot be here in person, you can catch it all live on flowracing.com.
If you can race it, chances are we make a piston or connecting rod for it. Oh, we have about 4,000 to 5,000 different part numbers on the shelf for connecting rods and pistons. So about half of what we sell comes right off the shelf, and the other half is custom-made parts. I am a firm believer in distribution and everybody getting their cut, doing their job, and getting rewarded for it. So we'll see how that goes in the future.
Terrestrial atmospheric conditions, rain, affected the Friday schedule here at Mo-Kan Dragway for the 3rd race of the DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. Hello, I'm Lee Kraft, pit correspondent for Chaos Nation. Today is Saturday. All 3 rounds of qualifying will be in today to set the fields for what will be race day Sunday in Nitro Chaos. In Nitro Chaos, if you're burning 80% nitro and up, it doesn't matter what the vehicle is, you can race it. You'll see rear engine dragsters, fuel altereds, even a Nitro Pro Mod in competition at Mo-Kan Dragway for Nitro Chaos. On the Chaos, and the man leading the Chaos, Chris Graves. Got drag racing legend out here, Scott Palmer, this weekend, once again to showcase showmanship at Chaos.
Yeah, he's Missouri's living drag racing legend. Why not have him at Nitro Chaos here? It's Mo-Kan's 61st anniversary race. Last year we had Big Daddy. This year we got Scott Palmer and Studezilla and Bad Attitude, and he's got his top fuel car, and we're going after the track record here, the all-time record. It's 30-year-old record, I believe, still held by Tom Hoover, so that's really cool. He's got his Nitro Pro Mods here. We've also got Nitro Pro Mods competing. Hopefully maybe with the War Wagon car. So a lot of good Nitro stuff going on. Great to have Palmer here. Got over 20 cars here entered for Nitro Chaos.
Weather has been an issue for Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos this year. How has Chaos Nation weathered the weather?
Well, we had 7 years of really good luck, and I knew my odds were going to come up against me. So, yeah, Baton Rouge, Kearney, Edgewater, Mo-Kan. It's been a little rough with the wet stuff, but hopefully she's done with us for the year. You know, the good thing is that we've got some diehard fans. The racers are people who don't get their panties in a wad about schedule changes and things like that. We're all here to have fun. We're all here because we want to be here. So when we do have to make adjustments, everybody's cool. We're going to hear it. We do it for the fans and we do it for the racers. And so it's all good, man. Mother Nature throws us a curveball, but we can deal with it.
Chris, 8 car fields in Nitro Chaos in particular. There's an A field, there's a B field, and right now we have a championship battle where you have individuals that are tied representing both fields, and Gary Wheeler and Megan Meyer. As a promoter, it has to make you feel good that it's all working out competition-wise.
Absolutely. That, you know, when Chaos first started, people kept saying, there's no way this is going to work, this format's retarded, this guy's crazy, whatever, but it's proven year in, year after that it does work. And this year specifically in both Chaos series, we've got heavy points battles. Mr. Wheeler and Mrs. Meyer better watch it, because there's people behind them like Joe Gallegos and Jody Austin, and maybe even John Umlauf over here next door that might make a move this weekend. So that's what makes it not only entertaining drag racing, but also fun to watch.
You can see the action today on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel for free, but all weekend long, including eliminations on Sunday, it's on flowracing.com.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos. McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis part supplier and fabricator in Nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Chaos Nation, whether you are near or far, you can finally represent Funny Car Chaos wherever you are at. TheChaosStore.com is the place to visit to get your merch from the world's only Outlaw Funny Car series. And there's even exclusive deals online, as in the 3 t-shirts you are seeing right now on your screen. But it's more than just the tees. You can get your Funny Car Chaos stickers, hats, beanies, everything else. World of Funny Car Chaos there at thechaosstore.com.
Well, hot off the presses, our friend Steve Stamps and Stamp Family Farms has put up $500 for the top mile per hour of the B field at the conclusion of today's qualifying. Steve Stamps, once again, friend, we're glad to have you aboard and glad to have you here at the races. So thanks again to Steve Stamps and Stamps Family Farms. $500 bonus to the top mile per hour for the B field after qualifying. Nitro Chaos, 3 o'clock start time. Looking for my competitors in Nitro Chaos on the push road. So we are ready to go for a 3 o'clock start. Points and bucks on the line this weekend as we bring you all the action from Mo-Kan Dragway. Between Pittsburgh, Kansas and Joplin, Missouri. 61 years we've been doing this here at the racetrack, and we're excited to have you joining us for this big time celebration that we've got going on today. 4 AA fuel dragsters, 8 AA fuel altereds, 5 A fuel dragsters, 1 Nitro Pro Mod, 1 other. Entered so far this year. We've got plenty of great race cars in the house, and you're going to get a chance to see them strut their stuff as the first of 3 qualifying rounds commences at 3 o'clock. Don't forget, your friends, some of your friends might have had to work today, or maybe they had a softball tournament, or I don't know, maybe they're spending some time at the lake. Whatever they're doing that they're not here, they've certainly got time to get here, and let them know that they absolutely need to be here. If they're wondering, should they be at Mo-Kan Dragway? The answer is simple, yes. As we will have 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock start times for our second round and third round of qualifying. So let them know that the time to get to Mo-Kan Dragway is as soon as you can get here. That is all there to it. We've got plenty of food. We got plenty of drink. We got plenty of race cars. We got beautiful sunshine and a picture-perfect day. It is going to be an epic experience. Not only that, but you can ride down the racetrack yourself in a real race car with Proud American Motorsports. Just pick your poison, if you will, if you want to go 5.5 seconds or whether you want to go 4.5 seconds down the 8th mile at Mo-Kan Dragway. It's whichever one you choose, and they will give you all the details on how to make that happen at Proud American Motorsports. Hey, race fans, we got a birthday celebration going on at Mo-Kan Dragway. Not only are we celebrating Mo-Kan Dragway, but we're also celebrating Cale Addington. Cale, happy birthday. Cale's birthday 15 is today. Happy birthday to Cale Addington. Well, race fans, our Nitro Chaos competitors have answered the call, and they are lined up on the push road. We're going to fire them up at straight up 3 o'clock. 30 competitors have run in Nitro Chaos competition in 2023, the first year of the DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series. Gary Wheeler and Megan Meyer are tied for the points lead, as they have both accrued 100 points in the 2 races that we have run this year. At our season opener at Edgewater Sports Park in Cincinnati, Ohio, Todd Bruce, who is here this weekend and is number 3 in the points with his injected nitro dragster, got the win in the McKinney Motorsports A field with a final round victory over Tyler Hilton in a AA fuel dragster. And in the CP Carrillo B field, Levi Keenan in his Illinois Thunder Nitro Funny Car got the win over Gary Wheeler in the Grand Prix Auto Sports AA fuel dragster. So Levi right now number 4 in the points for the moment. But before the weekend is over, his number on that list will change. Megan Meyer Megan Meyer got the win in the McKinney Motorsports A field over Dale Creasy Jr. in the Big Show Nitro Funny Car. And Jim Gifford got a win in his Nitro Funny Car over Gary Wheeler. So Gary Wheeler with 2 runner-up finishes in CP Carrillo B field. That combined with his show up and qualifying points and his qualifying points is on top of the list. So we were talking about the points in the Nitro Chaos series. Gary Wheeler, Megan Meyer tied for the first spot. Todd Bruce third. They are here. Jody Austin's Bushwhacker and Joe Gallegos' Nitro Clown, they are 5th and 6th in points. They are here. John Umlauf is number 9 in points. They're here. Brian Inoue, Mitch King, Rachel Meyer, they're here with their AA Fuel Dragster, AA Funny Car, and A Fuel Dragster. So you've got a bunch of your top 20 that are in the house, including Anthony Whitfield, the Mighty Mouse Fuel Altered. So we'll keep you updated on all the information as you see them come to the line. We got our first pair. Our drivers are suited up and getting strapped in, and we are just a couple of minutes from our opening ceremonies. And it'll be time to light some fires and light some tires right after that takes place. Don't forget, race fans, the official event shirts for Nitro Chaos. When you get a chance after this first round of qualifying, you're going to want to go and see all of these crews do the work that they do. On the way to Nitro Alley, stop by Fat Tires Apparel and get your official Nitro Chaos event shirt for this race, number 6 in the history of Nitro Chaos competition, and number 3 in our 2023 DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series, presented by McKinney Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Wolf Pumps, and Dove Fuels. Live streaming on flowracing.com, presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mo-Kan Dragway, celebrating 61 years of drag racing excellence with race number 3 of the 2023 DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series, presented by McKinney Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Wolf Pumps, and Dove Fuels. Live streaming on flowracing.com thanks to Larice Motorsports Insurance. We have got our first pair ready to fire up just after our opening ceremonies. If you will, please join us in standing, removing your cover. We will have an invocation followed immediately by our national anthem. Join me in a word of prayer. Our Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us. We thank you for our family. We thank you for our friends. We thank you for this racing community. We ask for your blessing on our event. We pray that you would protect every driver, every crew member, every staff member, every spectator with safety today. We pray that what we do will be done in your name and in your glory, and that today would be a safe, enjoyable race. For we pray in Jesus' name, amen. It is time for some rumble at Mo-Kan Dragway Nitro Chaos 2023 race number 3 is underway as our first pair of nitro burners are good to go. It looks like it's going to be the Nitro Relapse. Aaron Morrow from Caddo Mills, Texas is going to be on the right side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Terry Darby turning the wrenches on that Nitro Relapse AA fuel altered. A solid 3-second performer in Funny Car Chaos and Outlaw Fuel Altered Association racing for many, many years. Terry Darby, he's got the cred to bring a nitro car to any nitro showdown. And he's going to be lining up that Nitro Relapse car against the current World Fuel Altered Nationals champion, Mark Hunter from Tyler, Texas. Both cars 23 T-buckets with nitro-fueled Hemis. The jailbreak machine, a Brad Anderson Hemi. Aaron Morrow with the Performax Custom Trailers, Wiley Napa Auto Parts, and CB Trucking Special. Shout out to Cody Draper. They are going to be the first ones down the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane, while the jailbreak car takes the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 16 open spots in Nitro Chaos competition. The first pair down the racetrack. 2 solid performers bringing those cars into the stage position, ready for launch. Quick flash of amber, and the fuel altereds go right down the track to a 4:16 and a 4:18. Aaron Morrow, 176 miles an hour, and Mark Hunter, 169.9 miles an hour. So they bring them out and ready to go. 991 short time for Mark Hunter and a 273 to the half track point. Aaron Morrow, 103 to 60 and a 276 to half track as they were cooking down the racetrack. And our first pair go just as we expected, right down the middle of the lane. Hats off to the track staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway, as they most definitely have got the track preparations on point as both cars were going down the racetrack in a hurry. Show them some love, race fans. What a great way to kick things off. Applause, applause. That's what they're living for, is your applause. And they have certainly earned it. So we have a 4:16 on the top of the list with Aaron Morrow and Mark Hunter, number 2 right now at 4:18. As we wait for the chase vehicles to get to the top end of the racetrack and go down to pull their cars back to the pit area to get them ready for that 6 o'clock start time. Second round qualifying. Our next pair of drivers are getting keyed up and ready to light some fires. Saturday afternoon, broadcasting on FlowRacing.com with our DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series first qualifying shot for our competitors. It's going to be Kevin Kinsley in the War Wagon on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, and Joe Gallegos from Manhattan, Kansas. You heard me call his name earlier. He's presently number 6 in points in that Nitro Clown AA fuel dragster. Why don't you go ahead and show out a little, Mr. Kinsley? You can see on the screen, and that's what it says, Mr. Kinsley. And he certainly earned the right to a little bit of respect, maybe a lot of respect. The War Wagon, the fastest AA fuel altered on the planet, albeit not by much, but they've got the title. What a day that was down at the Texas Motorplex with that Summit Racing Equipment fuel altered and the War Wagon going at it, trying to be the first fuel altered over 300 miles an hour in under 5 seconds and a quarter mile. So we have got a couple of bad to the bone hot rods set to go down the racetrack. Fuel Dragster, the Nitro Clown, takes the right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Their performance at the last race, simply outstanding. Love the uniforms on that Nitro Clown crew, custom designed by Randy Remy. Stage and ready. At the top end of the racetrack, our first 3-second run of the weekend did not take long. 368, 186.2 miles an hour, and a 910 short time. Joe Gallegos, no slouch on the right side. The Nitro Clown puts up a 4:05, 194.97 miles an hour as they were cooking, getting it done. Kinsley down the racetrack. You saw the little puff of smoke in the just before the finish line, but the 368 has them number one. 186.26 miles an hour, and that car has been 244 miles an hour in the 8th mile, so there is more there. What about the Nitro Clown and the War Wagon? Oh my word, they're putting up the big numbers early here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Just exactly what we expected to see, with some fantastic performances from our Nitro Chaos competitors. Well, the first two pair down the racetrack have certainly set the stage for what's to come, as we have a great Saturday and a great Sunday coming your way, as the points are going to be hard to come by for all the competitors in Nitro Chaos competition. As we have another pair ready to go, it looks like we're going to have Chuck Lofton next up on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, as we are just about good to go. Won't be long before the chase vehicles exit the top end of the racetrack. Continuing with the first of 3 qualifying rounds here at Mo-Kan Dragway, as we've got a lot to celebrate, and we're celebrating in style with over 20 nitro burners of all shapes, sizes, and colors. So a blower belt exiting the one of the race cars. Should be good to go here in just a few moments. But a 368 and a 405 down the racetrack, followed by a 416 and a 418. Not a bad run for any of the 4 cars that have gone down the racetrack thus far. And you can anticipate more great numbers as we continue to light up nitro cars and send them down the racetrack. Don't forget, race fans, we are broadcasting at 87.9 on your FM dial from high atop the Tower of Power. Not only do we have nitro qualifying, but we've got the assault on the record book coming from Scott Palmer later in the evening. We've got great food on both sides of the racetrack with Big Baron's Top End Grub, Nitro Ice, the Skinny Hen, and the Mo-Kan concession stand, making sure that you are well fed and hydrated all throughout the day. And we've got official event shirts and swag for 2023 from Mo-Kan Dragway, and from Fat Tires Apparel, and from Car Chicks. Every single ticket, a pit pass, the opportunity to stroll around, collect hero cards, and get autographs and make new friends and meet new people abounds today. Your friends most definitely need to be a part of all the action at Mo-Kan Dragway here today, so be sure and let them know that the time to get to Mo-Kan is right now. Ed Wolf and his team at Wolf Pumps, they've got decades of experience in drag racing, and they bring that knowledge to you with their top-tier production line. Wolf Pumps provides new and used parts and service for dry sump oil pumps, belt-driven oil pumps, fuel pumps, priming pumps, and more. They've got replacement parts, including bearings, gear sets, and hardware. If you're going to get to the winner's circle, you're going to want to run with the leader of the pack. The leader of the pack is Ed Wolf and Wolf Pumps. That's WULFF Pumps. Give them a call at 573 875-4894. And run with the leader of the packs, wolfpumps.com. So 4 cars down the racetrack, running from 368 to 418 thus far. Next up, we've got the funny car of Chuck Lofton out of Seguin, Texas, on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Lines up with Donnie Massey, the Showtime. AA fuel altered is going to be taking that pit side Redemption Motorsports lane. So the all clear has been sounded. And we got fire in the pipes on both sides of the racetrack. Donnie Massey, 2003 champion in Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing with a Showtime. Chuck Lofton from Seguin, Texas. The Motivation Mach 1 1972 Mustang. Funny car. Takes the Tower Side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Another pair of supercharged, fuel-injected Hemis. Providing the motivation here, Myers, Elgin Sausage, John Altmiller, Magnum Trailers providing some backing for Chuck Lofton. Donnie Massey been burning a lot of nitro for a lot of years. The Big Wing Machine out of Little Elm, Texas, near Denton. Making a run down that Redemption Motorsports lane. 368, the number at the top of the list. 16 spots open in Nitro Chaos competition. Both drivers go to the high side. Third bulb lit by the Mach 1. Fourth bulb lit by the Showtime. Hammers down, and Showtime stops the clocks at 3:97. We've got our second 3-second elapsed time of the weekend on the board early. A 9:72.60 with 2:59 to the half track. 154.59 miles an hour down the right side. 3.97 seconds. Donnie Massey joins the 3-second club. And Chuck Lofton, a 4:49, 144.8 miles an hour. As that funny car went down that left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane with a 1:06 short time, 2:92 to the half track, and taking it easy down the 8th mile, 4:49, 144.83 miles an hour. So 3:97 is going to be good enough for number 2 at the moment for the Showtime team. That's right. Give them some of your appreciation. And Chuck Lofton puts a nice 4:49 on the board as they will be aiming for some more quick, fast performances as the 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock qualifying sessions will take place later in the day. So getting everything sorted out. We talked about the points. The points are accrued this way. 10 points for entering and showing up at the race. Each of these 3 qualifying runs is worth 5 points. Depending upon where you qualify in each of the 2 8-car fields will determine your points value for qualifying. Number 1 qualifier gets 8 points. Number 2, 7. Number 8 gets 1. If you just go 1 through 8 and invert it, 7 or 8 through 1, that's how you do the points for qualifying. And then in eliminations, a win light gets you 10 points. Not getting a win light gets you 5 points. So a maximum point value can be accrued at a chaos event. The maximum is 63 points. So all of these competitors will definitely be counting points, not only their points, but their closest competition's points throughout the day. In the shutdown area, making sure that we are clean, safe, dry, and debris-free. You can see we've got one car that did not quite make it to the exit. So we will have that car off the racetrack here momentarily. And once that happens, we will be good to go to fire up our next pair. Until that time, there's plenty of great things to tell you about as we have the 4th and final Nitro Chaos event is on the schedule in the middle of September down at a track called Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin, Texas, and that's where it'll finally be settled as to who's going to be the inaugural DMP Awning Nitro Chaos champion for 2023. This is the third year that there has been a Nitro Chaos. We started off in 2021 with a single race up at Eddyville Raceway Park. It was a hit. And after that race, we decided to do a couple of them as Carl Blanton called from Mo-Kan and said, hey, bring that here. So we did. A lot of you were here with us last year with Don Garlitz as our Grand Marshal for that event. And, of course, Big Daddy brought one of his Swamp Rats and brought a lot of books and T-shirts and was able to autograph all of those. And what a fantastic time that was, getting a chance to interview and talk with Don Garlitz. And so many fans got a chance to do something that they had wanted to do and always hoped they would get a chance to do, was to spend a little time with Big Daddy Don Garlitz. This year, we've got Scott Palmer as our Grand Marshal, and he's going to be making an assault on the record books of Mo-Kan Dragway, as we're anticipating some big numbers from the Big Show Top Fuel Dragster of Missouri's own Scott Palmer. All right, sounds like we've got the all clear, and we've got Todd Bruce. In the injected nitro dragster, firing up on the right side of the racetrack in the redemption lane, and John Umloff from Rolla, Missouri. He's got the Fiat Roadster, the Mass Chaos, firing up in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Todd Bruce. Hey, every ticket is a pit pass. So when you get a chance to go by and check out this car from Canada, drivers from North Dakota, cars from Canada, they've got a great sense of humor, eh? Go by and see some of the cool livery on this Bull Dragster. It's a bad Mohican getting ready to go down that right side lane against another bad Mohican, the Mass Chaos Fuel Altered from Rolla, Missouri. Got the win at the last Probon versus Fuel Altered showdown that was run. So far, anyway. He's going to be on your tower side. So we've got 368 at the top of the list. We got 397 right behind that. About a little thunderation. 410 and 411 down the racetrack. Todd Bruce using all of that redemption lane. Coasting through at 154 miles an hour, 4.10 seconds. But John Umloff under power. How about that top end charge? 184 miles an hour on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Man, talk about some thunder under the Saturday sun at Mo-Kan Dragway. 410 and 411 your laps times there, as the Bull was bucking out there about half track. Todd Bruce able to keep it under control, and on his side of the racetrack gets it safely shut down. And the race crew is going to make sure that we're clean, safe, dry, debris-free on the racing surface before we light up our next pair. But the thunderation continues with this first round of Nitro Chaos qualifying, as we thought it was going to be good, and so far it's certainly living up to the promise, as these cars are hooking up and getting down the racetrack. So, man, what a great job being done by the staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway, as always. This team top-notch in every single way that you can think of. One of the reasons that coming to Mo-Kan Dragway is such a thrill And one of the reasons that there continues to be a Mo-Kan Dragway to come back to, because this is the place where great stuff happens. Once we get the all clear on the racetrack, we're going to bring you a supercharged injected matchup. The injected car is going to be one of the Kansas-based Meyer Racing Team cars, driven by Knoxville, Tennessee's own Matt Sackman. He's going to be on your tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly lane. And he's going to be lining up with the supercharged small block Chevy-powered Mighty Mouse fuel altered out of Elk City, Kansas. That's Anthony Whitfield. He's going to be taking the Redemption Motorsports lane. So we're just a few moments from being able to light the fires and send this next pair down the racetrack as we continue with first round qualifying in the Nitro Chaos Series. Want to remind you, all of you racers, that Carter Maxwell is in the house. They've got that big blue Goodyear Mickey Thompson 18-wheeler set up in the pits right behind the grandstands on the pit side of the racetrack. They've got Mickey Thompson and Goodyear racing slicks as well as front tires. They've got the equipment to mount and balance tires, and they've got plenty of advice from their decades of experience in drag racing. So if your race car is needing some new shoes, or if you're just needing some advice, they've got it for you. Go by and ask some questions. Find out what Carter Maxwell can do for you. Mart and Chris are here, and they are ready to help you with all your racing tire needs. So we get the all clear from the shutdown area, and it's go time as we put a little fire in the pipes. The injected car is fired up on the tower side of the racetrack. You'll see the long car and the short car. Anthony Whitfield's Mighty Mouse got a runner-up finish at the Texas Motorplex in Seafield Funny Car. He's got a beautiful Camaro body that they put on that machine and transform it when they want to run funny car racing. But when they want to run Nitro Chaos racing, they go old school AA fuel altered. Making friends, making fans with that fuel injected supercharged small block Chevy powered machine, the Mighty Mouse. Anthony Whitfield on the right, Matt Sackman on the left. Randy Meyer turning the knobs on that injected nitro engine. So Whitfield, whether by design or not, is double bulbed, and he is good to go. So Matt Sackman brings his car up to the starting line, into the pre-stage. Just about to be good to go. Here we are. Sackman shuts it off. 416, 122.35 miles an hour down that left side lane. Problems for Mighty Mouse as the car rolled right into double bulb into the pre-stage and the stage. When it came time to launch, no power. No power. Well, problems there for Anthony Whitfield as the car loses fire. Matt Sackman, 416, kind of coasting as he left hard. A 9.73 short time and 2.53 to half track, but something goes wrong right at that point. 416, 122.35 miles an hour. Inquiring minds wanting to know, was that by design? Gary Wheeler and Jody Austin are going to be your next pair of supercharged beasts coming your way. Gary Wheeler, number one in points out of Wagoner, Oklahoma, has got the AA fuel dragster poised to go down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane next. And Jody Austin, the bushwhacker, number 5 in points, has the AA fuel altered set to go down that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. A pair of supercharged cars getting ready to add to the excitement on Saturday afternoon at Mo-Kan Dragway. DMP Awning Nitro Chaos qualifying action going on right now. 405 cubic inches of Rodeck blocked Hemi. The Grand Prix Autosports Icon Pistons MSD Dragster comes to life on the tower side of the racetrack, while Jody Austin's Bushwhacker from Aubrey, Texas, little town north of Dallas, a T-Bucket 1923 model, 498 cubic inches of Nitro Gulpin Hemi. Wizard's Warehouse driven racing oil machine going to occupy the redemption lane. Fires lit, tires hot, AA fuel dragster, tower side. Ran a lot of those here at Mo-Kan Dragway in the 61-year history of the place. Ran a lot of AA fuel altereds down this track since it was opened up in 1962. Backup girls doing the important job that they are brought to the racetrack to do, helping their drivers who are strapped in tight between the roll cage. You can't turn your head. You got to look forward all the time, so you need someone to guide you back so that your car is lining up in the appropriate location for that maximum traction at the head of the throttle. 368, the number at the top of the list, that belongs to the War Wagon. We've got one other car under 4 seconds so far, as Donnie Massey's Showtime went through at a 3.97 second clip. Jody Austin into the pre-stage. Gary Wheeler guiding his dragster into the pre-stage position. Austin is already staged. The drivers go to the high side. 4 ball flip, flash of amber. Oh, smoke on the right side and very soft launch on the left side. So Wheeler's going to put up a 677. Not a number that they want, but something went wrong at the hit there for both of those cars. Jody Austin goes up in smoke. That 1582 not going to last very long in this caliber of competition. So Bushwhacker brings it left to swing wide and make that first exit, while Gary Wheeler down towards the end of the racetrack is aiming for that last turnoff. Both cars make the turnoff, so no race cars in the shutdown area. Tough runs right there for those two competitors. So now we're going to bring a funny car, a Nitro funny car, Dusty Hunt from Kingsville, Missouri, 2017 Ford Mustang out of Lakewood Building Company and Car Transport, on the tower side of the racetrack, taking on the Nitro Monkey. Rick Taylor, a man obsessed with nitromethane for a long time. He's done some work on Top Fuel cars through the years. Retired Air Force veteran is the owner of the Nitro Monkey, and he's got Paul Schultz doing the driving for him now in his Slingshot Dragster. This small block Chevy burns nitromethane, no supercharger though, fuel injected. So the A-Fuel Dragster on the right side, driven by Paul Schultz, the Nitro Monkey, and the Fuelish Addiction supercharged, fuel-injected funny car, tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Say hello to Dusty Hunt. Dusty Hunt's Fuelish Addiction, runner-up in the CP Carrillo B field last year here at Mo-Kan Dragway. So the car has got some track record on its resume. Not the track record, but it's got a track record. And it's been to a final round in Nitro Chaos competition. Lakewood Building and Car Transport. Nitro Club. Adorning the side of the Fuelish Addiction Mustang funny car. Beautiful ride. And the Nitro Monkey, one of the Chickasha originals. Ran SHRA competition with us for several years. Rick Taylor making his last second adjustments on his prized possession, the small block fuel injected power plant. The rules of Nitro Chaos: as long as it's burning 80% pop, you're legal. So 2 different methods of getting down the racetrack with a nitro fueled engine. Small block Chevy with fuel injection on the right side, big inch. Supercharged fuel injected nitro burning Hemi on the left side with a funny car body. Round 1 qualifying underway at Mo-Kan Dragway. Dusty Hunt shuts it off about half track as the tires began to haze out at the half track point. And he goes 462 at 110 miles an hour. Paul Schultz, 667, 122 miles an hour as the small block was laboring down that right side lane. They will be back with a quicker, faster pass later on. And we've got Dusty Hunt going down the racetrack 110 miles an hour. Once again, you saw the puff of tire smoke at the half track point, so he gets out of the throttle to save there being any damage to the engine in that Alan Johnson Performance Engineering Hemi. 462 at only 162 miles an hour. Now, the indicator, a 973 60 foot for Dusty Hunt. That car's got some power, and it's got plenty of punch. And he went down the racetrack to the half-track point, and just about that time is when it was time for the driver to get out of the throttle, which he did. 266 to the half-track point, but that 973 60 foot showing there's some good horsepower at his disposal in the Fuelish Addiction Mustang funny car. Next up, we're going to have the injected nitro dragster of Rachel Curl out of Olathe, Kansas, the Meyer, one of the Meyer sisters. Going to be running the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane against Chase Copeland. Chase Copeland out of Gainesville, Texas, with the Copeland Race Cars, DMP Awning, Empire Ironworks, Earp Pumps, Bill Miller Engineering, injected fuel altered. Not a lot of these in the known universe, but Chase Copeland's got one. And it's a plenty stout hot rod. We've seen him run before. Got a chance to hear a good bit about the Copeland boys out of Gainesville, Texas, from Dean Dubbin, as Dean counts on Copeland race cars for his machines and the expertise from that camp for tuning his injected nitro car that he runs in Big Show Dragster competition. So next pair coming to life, a pair of injected cars. Texas and Kansas, home for these drivers. See the backing from Gunk, Box of Tools, and Lucas Oil adorning the side of the injected dragster on the tower side of the racetrack. 368, the number at the top of the qualifying list. injected, fuel altered, injected, fuel dragster. Both cars into the pre-stage position. Round 1 qualifying. Nitro Chaos Mo-Kan Dragway 2023. Here we go. At the stripe, 361, 221 miles an hour for the dragster as Rachel Meyer goes right down the middle. A beautiful run. A 9.67 short time on the left. A 9.69 short time on the right. Chase Copeland puts up a really good number through the 8th, 436 at 121 miles an hour. He was off the throttle early, but the performance indicator of the 60-foot, Chase Copeland right there with the dragster. And then the dragster runs off and hides. A 361, your new number one, 221.89 miles an hour. Rachel goes to number one. Beautiful run for the dragster, and the Gunk folks are smiling as they just took away the number one qualifying spot with that beautiful run for that team out of Kansas. Gorgeous day to be at the racetrack. Mo-Kan Dragway hosting the second annual Nitro Chaos Drag, celebrating 61 years at Mo-Kan Dragway, as we have got our dragsters and altereds and funny cars making their way down the racetrack in qualifying mode. Once again, race fans, your friends ought to be here 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. We're going to do this again and bring these high horsepower race cars back to the track, as they are going to use the data that they have gathered from these runs here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They will plug that into their setup, and we're going to be looking for more 3-second, 200-mile-per-hour runs from these competitors that have come all from states across the country. Multiple states represented, multiple types of race cars represented on the racetrack. You're going to get a chance to see all of it right here at Mo-Kan Dragway. 61 years of drag race excellence. And we got a pair of funny cars coming your way right now. A fuel funny car on the right side out of Marlow, Oklahoma will be the back in black Corvette of Todd Barker. And on the tower side of the racetrack from Muldoon, Texas, way down along the Texas coast, that's going to be Mitch King. Mitch King, number one qualifier in funny car competition at our season opener. For those of you that have been coming to Mo-Kan Dragway for a long time, like over 20 years, you probably remember Mitch King, as they brought the Bone Bucket, fuel altered, and their top fuel dragster to headline an event here at Mo-Kan Dragway back about 03 at one of the classics held here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Well, he's still doing it, and he's still coming to Mo-Kan. He's brought one heck of a hot rod to the racetrack this time. He's going to be tower side with a Bone Shaker. Mitch King, 500 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Engineering Hemi, backed by La King's Confectionery down on the Strand at Galveston, Texas. That's the family business. Business is good. Todd Barker from Marlow, Oklahoma. His wife, Pamela, doing the backup girl duties with that injected Hemi-powered back in black Corvette, 1969 vintage. Brought to you by Maxima Racing Oils, Copeland Race Cars, CRC, DMP. Nitro Chaos qualifying Saturday afternoon. We've already seen 361 at 221 miles an hour. We've got 3 cars under 4 seconds so far. Always a possibility each time a pair comes up to the starting line that we'll see another one. We've seen this funny car this year, the one on the left, go 3.5 something. Back in black, look at there, 435, 146.58 miles an hour. And something goes wrong with the bone shaker as he's going to bring it to a stop and shut it down. Flash of amber hit, he pulled into the stage beam, and just about that time, waiting for the flash of amber, it came. But when it came time to put the foot on the throttle, nothing happened. So that was unusual, to say the least. And he brings the car to a safe stop as soon as we can. It's like, how unsafe can it be when you're going that slow? Well, when you got that much horsepower on board, if it suddenly decided to hit and you're not ready for it, that could be a bad day at the office. Or I guess I could say it'd be a worse day at the office, because they did not record a time that opportunity. So that wasn't exactly a good day at the office, but he is safe and they will be able to do it again. So they're going to push the funny car back for another try later on in the day, but not the run they were looking for. But Todd Barker, that car was cooking early, a 111.60 and a 282 to half track, as they have had their challenges with that injected nitro funny car. But they pull out a 435, 146.58 miles an hour. Not their best run ever, but their best run in a while. And so they continue to improve their performance in the back in black Corvette. And we'll look for some more of that steady improvement as they seek to get one of the 16 open spots available in DMP Awning Nitro Chaos competition. Well, once we are assured that we are good to go on both sides of the racetrack, we've got another pair ready to take the track. It's going to be tied for number 1 in points, Megan Meyer on the tower side of the racetrack. In the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, in a twin car, almost a twin car, that her sister just went 361 at 221 miles an hour down the racetrack in. And Megan's going to be lining up against the AA Fuel Altered from Juan, Oklahoma. The car shop sponsored Psycho 2 of James Gilliland. Just about ready to fire off the next pair, but some great numbers being put up by our competitors all through this first round of qualifying. A little over halfway through our first round of qualifying, provided that everybody's going to make a run down the racetrack. Maybe about 3/4 of the way through in this first of 3 qualifying runs. So if you were here last night, man, it was quite an interesting weather episode as it was coming in sideways. Big wind and big water, but none of that anywhere around today. So we changed the schedule to make sure that our fans got the most for their money. And we believe we've come up with a great plan for that. 3 rounds of qualifying today. That's at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We're just about through our 3 o'clock qualifying round. And 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock for the second and third of those qualifying runs. Tomorrow it's going to be 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock for your elimination rounds in each of our 2 8-car categories, McKinney Motorsports A field and CP Carrillo B field. We've added a Sportsman race tomorrow with Super Pro Foot Brake and Junior Dragster with the opportunity to come back and race for even more notoriety and money tomorrow. So another full day of racing here at Mo-Kan Dragway as we continue celebrating our 61 years of existence with a big race here this summer. Fat Tires Apparel is the place that you go to get your official event shirt for Nitro Chaos 2023. They are set up over on the pit side of the racetrack, right past the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine. Actually, beside the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine tent. Just behind the water box. So go by and see Corey and Amanda and their team and let them fix you up with that 2023 Chaos gear, along with the official event shirt from Nitro Chaos Mo-Kan. Go time once again as we are back to it with our first round of qualifying in Nitro Chaos. Tied for the lead in points. Declared her intentions early. As soon as we announced there was going to be a Nitro Chaos Championship for 2023, Megan Meyer was on social media saying, I'm going for that. Just go ahead and plan on me being there. Well, they are here. They've been bringing several other cars with them to the races. It's part of their grand design on claiming that first series championship in DMP Awning Nitro Chaos. James Gilliland has got he and his father-in-law's car set to go down that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Supercharged fuel altered. Pedal one, goes down the racetrack to a 388 at 196. Well, kind of peculiar for the Dragster as the car launched. Well, it didn't launch. It kind of coasted off the starting line, and then suddenly, about 200 feet, wham, it kicked in. 194 miles an hour in about 400 feet. So the 775, not indicative of the performance that car just laid down. It just happened too late. But James Gilliland joins the 3-second club with some authority as the Psycho 2 machine, oh, by the way, just puts up a big number, a 973 to the 60-foot, 259 to half track. Even pedaled it once and goes 388 at 196 miles an hour. So a nice run for that team out of Juan, Oklahoma. James Gilliland getting it done. Show him some love, race fans. Lurch and the team. Dale Wilkins. All the guys making that car go so fast. They just did a very nice 388 at 196 miles an hour. Great job. Great job. Well, at the conclusion of this first of 3 qualifying rounds, we'll give you the lowdown on who sits where. And several of these racers with work to do between now and 6 o'clock. Race fans, you're getting a chance to see some really cool stuff on the racetrack. You could be on the racetrack in the Proud American Motorsports Ride Dragsters, as they have got Proud American and Loud American in the house so that you can take a run down the racetrack in a hurry with the Ride Dragsters from the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. You already had a chance to see some of our thrill seekers in the crowd going down the racetrack with Proud American and Loud American dragsters. But you know you'd like to do it. Go by and see them. They're set up just past the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine hospitality tent over there by the staging lanes. They've got those 2 red, white, and blue dragsters set up there, and they would love to give you some information about how you could go down the racetrack in a dragster. So round 1 qualifying in the books for Nitro Chaos. 6 o'clock is the next time our Nitro cars are going to take the racetrack. You're going to get a chance to see a little bit extra even then, as we've got Scott Palmer on the slate coming up at that 6 o'clock qualifying round. Right after they get finished, we're going to get a chance to see some of that Nitro sideshow, or maybe the big show car making an assault on the record book. That's coming up, 1 at 6 and 1 at 9 o'clock. So plenty of action coming your way here on Saturday afternoon at Mo-Kan Dragway. So we're going to move to a little test action right here. Danny Cottrell from Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Larry George to staging lane 7, please. Larry George, you've got the potential bye, run, and foot brake, so you need to bring it to staging lane 7 now, please, sir. Larry George, lane 7. Everybody else in foot brake, lanes 2 through 6. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Larry George, lane 7. Everybody else, lanes 2 through 6. White River delegation bringing the altered to Mo-Kan Dragway for some testing this weekend. Danny Cottrell. I say Cottrell. Some folks might say Cottrell. I'll have to ask. All right, this low slung altered, getting ready to make a run down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane this time. They continue working, making adjustments. Once again, front wheels in the air, but this time he's able to keep it, land it safely, and head it down the racetrack in 4.36 seconds at 157.89 miles an hour. So very nice improvement for the White River delegation. Continuing to sneak up on that just right combination. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Well, a great first round of qualifying in our Nitro Chaos category. 4 cars under 4 seconds as Rachel Curl goes 361 to take the number 1 spot. Only car over 200 miles an hour, but way over 200 miles an hour at 221.89 miles an hour in that Meyer Racing Gunk Dragster. Kevin Kinsley goes 368 in the War Wagon. He's sitting number 2 on the qualifying list right now. James Gilliland, Psycho 2, fuel altered number 3 at 388. And Donnie Massey in the Showtime fuel altered goes 397 to claim the number 4 spot for the moment. Joe Gallegos in the Nitro Clown Slingshot AA fuel dragster, 5th at 405. Todd Bruce 6th in the Bull at 410. John Umloff, Mass Chaos, 411, number 7. And Aaron Morrow in the Nitro Relapse, 416, has the number 8 spot at the moment. Number 1 in your CP Carrillo B field at the moment, Matt Sackman with another Meyer Racing Dragster, 416 with a 7. Number 2, Mark Hunter in the Jailbreak Fuel Altered at 418 at number 2. Todd Barker 3rd in the Back in Black Corvette Funny Car at 435. And Chase Copeland, number 4 in the injected Fuel Altered at 436. Chuck Lofton 5th with the Motivation Funny Car, 449. Dusty Hunt in the 6th spot at 462. Paul Schultz 7th and Gary Wheeler 8th. And your alternates, Megan Meyer and Jody Austin. Second round Nitro Chaos qualifying coming up at 6 o'clock, race fans. So every ticket is a pit pass, and the opportunity to go watch these crews hard work as they get their cars ready for action in the second round of qualifying at 6 o'clock is available to you right now. Hey, Foot Brake, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes. Foot Brake to the staging lanes for your second round of eliminations. Race fans, our Foot Brake competitors, those that did not get a win light, got the opportunity to re-enter through what we call a buyback process. So you're going to get a chance to see a bunch of race cars in the second round of Foot Brake and Super Pro and Junior Dragsters. That's all coming your way here momentarily. So 361 and 221 miles an hour, just under 222 miles an hour, bodes well for the rest of our qualifying runs, as we have got several cars that are looking at the list thinking, well, I didn't think that's exactly where I would be. I think I will do this, as there will be a lot of changes after the second round of qualifying. Your friends have got the opportunity to witness that. All they got to do is make their way to Mo-Kan Dragway. 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to do all that nitro burning again. and give all those competitors the opportunity to go down the racetrack under power for a qualifying run. Again, there are 16 open spots. We had 16 cars that recorded a time. We had a couple that didn't.
Not many of them.
Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your second round. Just about ready to go racing with our foot brake competitors. Race fans, every ticket is a pit pass. You've got the opportunity to head on over to the Nitro Alley and check out all of these crews as they're working to get their cars ready for that 6 o'clock date with Destiny, that second chance to hit the track here at Mo-Kan Dragway and get their position like they want it. We've got 4 cars under 4 seconds so far. That's kind of a big deal. If you wonder why I keep mentioning that, yep, that's kind of a big deal. We're going to see a lot more cars under 4 seconds. Trust me on that deal. Set to go with our second round in foot brake. Matt Sampietro from Rogersville, Missouri. Ken Hall and Tito Race Cars back in that one. And Cameron Addington from Joplin, Missouri, 63 Chevy 2. Danner Auto Repair. Providing some back in there. 693 and 742 the dial ins. The Chevy 2 on the right goes first. And goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. So Cameron Addington goes out and Matt Sampietro goes on. 698, 97 miles an hour on the tower side with a green light start. Will advance Matt to the second round. Next up, Rick Little from Walnut, Kansas is going to be in the white Corvette on the pit side in the redemption lane, going first, dialed in at 990. Gets a big head start against Tricky Ricky Thomas, who's got the Chevelle dialed in at 585. Green lights on both sides. They are close on reaction time, and the Chevelle comes around. The Corvette got there first but broke out, runs a 976 on a 990 dial-in. That puts a win light over on the left side, and Tricky Ricky goes to the next round with a 587 at 113.9. At the starting line, Joe Brooks with a pickup truck and Rich Miller with the Mustang. Mustang going first, dialed at 673 against a 652 dialed in for the pickup. 21 100ths of a second head start for the Mustang. Green lights both sides. Man, reaction times nearly identical. Mustang with the win light, 670 beats a 646. The pickup breaks out. 46 on a 52 at 104.7 miles an hour. Rich Miller goes 70 on a 73. Double breakout, breaks out less, and goes to the next round. Blaine Miller, Zach Klein, your next pair. Zach in the Nova wagon on the right side going first, dialed at 734. Gets a 3300s head start against Blaine Miller from Ottawa, Kansas in the Nova two-door sedan. Zach used about all that time you're allowed to turn on the fourth bulb, but he gets it done. At the finish line, he gets a win light, 738 against a 699. Blaine Miller gets to the finish line first, breaks out. You go under the number you put on the scoreboard, and that is a breakout. That puts a win light on the other side unless they broke out more than you did. So 738, good and a win for Zach Klein. Tough break for Blaine Miller. Jonesy Murray and James Delaloy coming your way next. The White Firebird with a 7-11 dial in goes first. Down the redemption lane, 1.08 second head start against the AMC Spirit with the big block. I'm sorry, with the small block Chevy power. Threw me off that it had 4. And a win light goes to the AMC. James Delaloy, 606 at 104 miles an hour. Good and a win against Jonesy Murray, who runs 720 on a 7-11 dial. The Plymouth Duster on the tower side of the racetrack belongs to Mopar Mitch out of Catoosa, Oklahoma, dialed at 645. He's going to spot the bow tie out of Pittsburgh, Kansas, of Micah Gunther. 4300s, 2300s. Win light, tower side, the Mopar of Mopar Mitch goes 652 at 92.4 miles an hour to take the win. Micah Gunther wasn't exactly ready for that Christmas tree to count down, so the starting line advantage of 0.2 of a second gives Mopar Mitch the opportunity to advance. Alan Watson from Lamar, Missouri, the drag buggy. Almost said dune buggy earlier. Drag buggy dialed at 625. Taking on Logan Diggs. Logan has got the 67 Chevy Nova dialed at 688 on the right side in the Redemption Motorsports lane. 4 bulbs lit, time to rock and roll. Green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. Logan Diggs out front, Alan Watson in hot pursuit. And Diggs with a win, 691, 95 miles an hour, takes it to the next round against a 623 breakout run at 105.49 miles an hour in the drag boogie. Doing the drag boogie boogie. Tyler Valentine and Mark Friend next to the starting line. Mark Friend from Neosho driving Christine. 57 Ford Fairlane dialed at 720. Tyler Valentine from Fort Scott, Kansas with the 67 Plymouth Barracuda. 542. The dial in with that big block Mopar powered machine. Green lights both sides. Close race, but a win light for the Barracuda. 546 at 118 takes out a 728 at 91.8 miles an hour, and Tyler Valentine goes to the second round. Travis Horton, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Tower side dialed at 565. J.R. Loebner from Gardner, Kansas, with the S10 pickup. Whoa! Wheels up launch on the S10 truck. Green lights both sides. Win light to the wheel standing pickup. 612 with a 9, dead on with a 9 at 106 miles an hour. Takes out a breakout pass of 564 on a 565 dial in for Travis Horton. Horton got there first, but goes 9 thousandths under. Shane Rees and Brian Roshkoff coming at you next. 7 flat to dial in for the 68 Firebird in the redemption lane. 5300's head start against Shane Rees in the Monza. Round 2, foot brake. The win light goes to Shane Rees, as you might expect with a triple zip 7 reaction time. 51 on a 47, takes 6 hundredths and gets the win light. That trip zip 7 green gave him 8 hundredths at the starting line against the Firebird. Andrew Goss from Joplin, Missouri. Another long roof coming your way on the tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 642, the dial in left side. Yogi Snyder from South Coffeyville, Oklahoma, not to be confused with North Coffeyville, Oklahoma. 99 Chevy Gen 4 Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. Southtown Street Rods being represented by Yogi Snyder. Andrew Goss running for Ken Zeller. Driscoll Racing Engines with the Nova wagon. Saturday afternoon, we've got a full day of Sportsman racing with our foot brake competitors, our junior dragster competitors, and our super pro competitors, plus a bunch of nitro burning hot rods in the house. You just got a chance to see some of that action. Gonna be even more action coming up at 6 o'clock. We got 4 bulbs lit on the top of that Acutime Christmas tree. We got green lights on now, and it has counted down and sent them on the way. At the finish, who's it going to be? Andrew Goss with the win light, 6:45 at 101, takes out a 7:03 with a 0.8 at 98.04 miles an hour. Yogi takes the stripe by 200ths, breaks out 9 thousandths, puts a win light on the tower side for Andrew Goss. Scott Staten from Gardner, Kansas, GMC Sonoma pickup on the left side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Going to be doing the chasing as Russell Kreitzer's going first by 9,500ths in the G-body on the Redemption side. He's dialed at 7:45. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, police. At the top end, Russell Kreitzer with a win light, 7:49, good in a win against a breakout pass of 6:49 on a 6:50. Scott Staten gets to the finish line first, breaks out by 85 ten-thousandths of a second. Gives Kreitzer the win, 7:49, good and a win on the right side. Randall Mink and Tyler Johnson next to the starting line. Tyler built this with his father, Dan Johnson. This classic 53 Chevy on the right side goes first by a little over 1.6 seconds, 1.62 second head start against Randall Mink out of Tucson. 6:33, the dial for Mink. Randall with the win light's going to go to the next round, takes the stripe by 11/100ths of a second, runs 6:39 on a 6:33. Starting line advantage gets him to the finish line first to advance. Larry Zieber, Manhattan, Kansas, the Pinto sedan, tower side with a 670 dial in. Racing Jeff Moon from Mound Valley, Kansas with that Plymouth wagon. 66 Belvedere wagon dialed at 745. 3/4 second head start for the red wagon. Both drivers with a green light start, and the Plymouth wagon with the win, 7:45, dead on with a 6 at 84.2 miles an hour. Takes the stripe by 500ths, and it was good enough for the win. Larry Zieber goes 72 on a 70 dial at 100.8 miles an hour. Jeff Moon goes to round next. Jared Chester from Webb City, Missouri, tower side of the racetrack in a 69 Fastback Mustang dialed at 668. Going to spot Brent Leslie a half a second in that 99 Chevy S-Dime on the right side of the racetrack, 718 against a 668. One bulb on the Christmas tree is half a second. That's how much head start the pickup truck gets. Red light start for Jared Chester gives Brent Leslie the win. He goes 7:25 at 94.7 miles an hour. And our next pair comes to the starting line. G-Dub out of Wichita, Kansas on the right side going first dial at 666. Tyson Hartley from Paola, Kansas, 95 Chevy S10, as we've got a pair of S-Dimes, Gen 1 right side, Gen 2 left side. 21 100ths of a second head start for the blue one. Tracy goes red on the right, so Hartley will go on. Gets a win light with a 643 on a 645 dial at 105.2 miles an hour. Breaks out, doesn't matter. Competitor red lit. So Tyson Hartley goes to round 3. Junior Dragsters looking for you in the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes now, please. Junior Dragsters, head them to the staging lanes, please. Kurt Belleville and Cody Spainhauer next to the starting line. Cody's on the right with the Tutti Frutti Blue Mustang Fox body, 765 to dial in. Kurt Belleville left side, dialed at 726 in the S-Dime. At the stripe, give it to Cody, 767. Got there first by 1,000th of a second. It's enough. Cody Spainhauer goes to the next round. Ken Anderson, Collinsville, Oklahoma, Gen 4 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Tower Side. Dialed at 670. Danny Curl from Mount Vernon, Missouri, 76 Plymouth Duster on the right side, dialed at 738. Little over 2/3 of a second head start for the Mopar. Got green lights on both sides. At the finish line, the win light comes on for the Blind Squirrel Racing Hills Auto Wheelbanks Machine Plymouth Duster, 740 at 83.8 miles an hour. Takes 100th the stripe. Opponent breaks out. Jeff Kendall from Owasso, Oklahoma, the SDRA Dragster. They run over there. Slant 6 horsepower, 639 the dial in. Against another Gen 4 Camaro, that's Aiden Perez from Galva, Kansas. 950 to dial in on the right side. So the SDRA car is going to get the win light when Aiden goes red. 641, 103 left side against a 951 with a red light shining on the right side. Those SDRA cars got a chance to announce the Nitro Nationals at Tulsa back in 17. Got my first exposure to the SDRA cars. Kind of a throwback to World War II when folks would take all that Army surplus equipment that they could buy and go racing, which is a big part of drag racing heritage. SDRA is a nod to that. Tammy Moore and Gordon Laster at the starting line. Mercury Cougar right side of Gordon Laster from Muskogee, where leather boots are still in style for manly footwear. And Gordon Laster goes right on the number, 788, dead 4 at 85.18 miles an hour, takes the stripe and takes the win. Mark Moon, Steve Hughes, your next pair at the starting line, 71. Plymouth Duster right side going first, dialed at 702 with support from Huey's Auto Sales. It's a 618 dial in for that 68 Pontiac Firebird on the tower side of the racetrack from Mountain Valley, Kansas. Green lights a pair. Here we go. Steve Hughes out front. Mark Moon in hot pursuit. Comes around at the stripe. Gets to the finish line first by 0.08 of a second. 627, 95.9 miles an hour, and a win. Don Givens, Ava, Missouri, Tower Side 90 model Mustang against Nick Curl from Mount Vernon, Missouri. 77, I think, Chevy Monte Carlo, somewhere right around that. 627 and 640 your dial-ins. Nick Curl gets to go first by 0.13 of a second. Green lights both sides, win light, tower side for Don Givens. All right, your attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are with Sidney Paul Bramlett, if you came to the races with Sidney Bramlett, Paul Bramlett from Reeds, Missouri, could you meet him at the base of the tower, please? He needs a ride. And if you came with Sidney Paul Bramlett, he needs a ride. Could you please meet him at the base of the tower now, please? And thank you. Red light start for Jacob Terry gives Larry George the win, and Larry goes 7:04 at 96.8 miles an hour. Saturday afternoon at the Drags. What a great day we're having. What a great day we've got yet to come, as we have got our first round of qualifying under our belt. Quick 8 from 416 on the bottom to 361 at the top. Several cars that are going to be making their first run in this second round of qualifying coming your way in a little bit. And we're keeping a close tab on the points because this, of course, your first season of the DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Series. Big implications for what happens all through the weekend. There's points for every time that a car runs down the racetrack in qualifying or eliminations mode. So if you seriously want to win the championship, you're going to be making a run down the racetrack every time we allow it. So our 2 points leaders are keeping pace with each other as they've both been down the racetrack. After the third qualifying round, that's where the points shakeup will begin to really start to take shape. There's a certain number of points that you can absolutely control if you get them or if you don't, based on whether you show up or whether you don't. But then performance starts to kick in. Number 1 qualifier gets 8 points, number 2 gets 7, number 3 gets 6, and number 4 gets 5. And it works that way all the way down to where number 8 gets 1 point. So the difference between qualifying number 1 at 8 points and qualifying number 8 at 1 point is 7 points. 7 points can be a bunch when it comes down to a season-ending championship when there's 3 races that count. So every point will be crucial to the eventual winner of this DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series. What that means for you, the race fans, and for me, the race announcer, is there's a whole lot more cars that we get to see go down the racetrack because there's no dividend that goes with sitting out. One of those aspects of the chaos formula that works so well is that it encourages participation amongst the racers, which makes for a better show for the race fans. So again, we thank you very much for coming out to Mo-Kan to help us celebrate 61 years of drag race excellence. And we've brought cars from all across the nation. We've got a chance to go by and meet those people. Check out those cars. Get your social media skills up to snuff. Post videos and post pictures on your various social media outlets that you use. And, of course, we've got social media outlets that we use. Amongst those, funnycarchaos.com, nitrochaos.com, All Things Chaos on Facebook. We've also got an Instagram page going on. We've got a YouTube channel. And, of course, as you may or may not have seen on Wednesday night, we do an event called Chaos Live, where we have interviews, and sometimes it's a live interview from the racetrack, like it was Wednesday night with Lee Kraft and Chris Graves and Scott Palmer and track owner Carl Blanton, as they did Chaos Live from up here upstairs in the tower. A lot of you got a chance to see that. Sometimes we do it from a studio, and sometimes we do it from the road. But we've always got the opportunity to bring information on Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos, competitors, and sponsors right to you with a live format broadcast on Wednesday nights. Round 2 Super Pro coming your way, race fans. It's a great day to be alive. It's a great day to be at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we've got a door car and a dragster kicking things off. Second round racing action. Second round of 7 in Super Pro today. Dylan Lawrence from Asbury, Missouri, probably the guy with the shortest toe to the racetrack, has a 1995 S&W dragster with a 454 big block Chevy power plant behind the driver, set to go down this left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane as the hound in this pair. Russell Kreitzer going to be the rabbit in this pair, going down that right side redemption lane first. That G-Body Chevrolet Malibu dialed in at 742. Green lights both sides. Win light for the door car. Russell Kreitzer goes 742, dead on his performance projection with a 3 at 90.8 miles an hour. Dylan Lawrence got to the finish line first, takes the stripe by 69 10,000ths, breaks out 52 10,000ths. Starting line advantage got Russell Kreitzer the win light. Tricky Ricky Thomas and Ryan Skaggs, your next pair. The big block Ford-powered machine on the right side, the big block Chevy-powered machine on the left side. Green lights for both drivers. Ryan Skaggs out front. Tricky Ricky trying to chase him down and does come across the finish line with a 586 at 116.7 miles an hour. Ryan Skaggs took the stripe by 9 thousandths, breaks out 57 10,000ths. And that puts a win light back on the tower side for Tricky Ricky Thomas. Rich Miller and Gordon Laster at the starting line next. Miller with the Mustang, Laster with the Cougar. 751 and 671 the dial ends. The Cougar with an 8/10 head start down the Redemption Motorsports lane. We got green lights both sides. At the finish line, who you got? Should be on the Muskogee, Oklahoma Cougar as Gordon Laster gets it done. 752, 90.6 miles an hour. Takes out a 670 breakout run for Rich Miller at a 100.6 mile per hour terminal velocity. Next up, as we continue, Super Pro round number 2. We've got staging lanes overflowing with Super Pro cars. And the next pair are making their way to the water box to heat the tires. Gonna be Randy Smith left side, Chris Sigler right side. Kansas City, Missouri, hometown for the Dragster. Showing out. Dialed at 442. That's a fast Dragster, just in case. Just in case somebody happened to ride up on their registered American horse and ask you. Randy Smith's Dragster is going to be doing the pursuing. That is a big number on the scoreboard there because it's a little number. You don't see a lot of bracket Dragsters that far under 4.5 seconds. Don't see a lot of them that close to 4.5 seconds. Chris Sigler going first, dialed 696 with the G-Body Chevrolet Malibu on the right side of the racetrack, 66 vintage. Door car versus Dragster, both with big block bow tie power. Here comes the Dragster. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 447, 150.40 miles an hour. Takes out a 7 flat in the door car, 97.2 miles an hour. Starting line advantage puts that Dragster across the finish line first. Plenty of punch. Matt Stupakevich with a slingshot. Dragster dialed at 532 takes the tower side lane. And Scott Congrove from Gentry, Arkansas, 67 Camaro takes the right side. Pretty black paint job over there on the right side of the racetrack for the Gentry, Arkansas-based Camaro. 29 100ths head start for the door car against the supercharged small block Dragster. Round number 2, Super Pro, Saturday afternoon, day 1 of a 2-day extravaganza celebrating our 61 years racing at Mo-Kan Dragway. Stupakevich goes red, then goes sideways, gets out of the throttle, and he'll ease it down the racetrack as his day is done. Scott Congrove with the win light, 563, 124.19 miles an hour. 007 green. He was dialed into the Christmas tree, got a good start. Kevin Tracy and James DeLaloy. Next up, 603 and 524 the dial ins. The door car goes first with the slower dial in. 7,900's head start for the door car in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Both cars with big inch small block Chevys. Gonna be tight. Reaction times identical to the 1,000th anyway. Whoa, big puff of smoke. Think that's tire smoke from being on the brakes, but 524, dead 4, 128.83 miles an hour, and a win light for Kevin Tracy. James DeLaloy, 604 with an 112 miles an hour. Billy Ammons, Big Cabin, Oklahoma, with that split window 63 Corvette on the tower side of the racetrack, has got a 557 dialed into that race car. Dan Stevens from Pittsburgh, Kansas, puts the Falcon down the racetrack first, but gets taken out by virtue of a breakout. He got to the finish line first by 3/10,000ths of a second, but runs a 16 on an 18 dial. That's a breakout, and Billy Ammons is going to use that to his advantage and will advance to round number 3 in Super Pro. 558, 121. Aaron Johnson, Springdale, Arkansas, with a colorful dragster on the tower side of the racetrack, taking on Matt Driscoll from Wellsville, Kansas. 99 Chevy S10 truck. 610, the dial in for the pickup. 484, the dial in for the dragster. Green lights on both sides, and it's going to be a win light for Matt Driscoll. 005 on the tree. Aaron Johnson goes 484, dead 6, but a little tardy to the party, and Matt Driscoll was 005 on the tree. Uses that starting line advantage to get the win light. 611 at 109. Andrew Goss brings the dragster to the starting line in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane with a 4.94 second dial in. Taking on Logan Diggs. Logan's got the Oldsmobile Cutlass dialed at 615 in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Both drivers into pre-stage. Second round Super Pro, third bulb lit. Now the fourth one comes on. AccuTime says it's just about go time. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. At the finish line, the dragster does it. 495 beats a 614. Logan Diggs crosses the stripe, takes 5 thou. Breaks out by 6. Starting line advantage for Andrew Goss puts him into the next round. 008 to an 020. Brandon Taylor. Cam Chun, your next pair. Cam on the right side, dialed at 523. Brandon on the left side, dialed at 491. Pair of green lights with a pair of dragsters on the way down the racetrack. Cam Chun, Willard, Missouri, with a win light. 525, 128.5 miles an hour, takes out a 491. Dead 2 at 141.24 miles an hour. That's a little bit of heartburn for Brandon Taylor, but Cam Chun is going to the next round. John Creeder and Larry Zieber. Next up, 670 and 570 the dial-ins. 1 second head start for the Pinto against the Camaro. Green lights both sides. Win light left side. John Crater gets the win. 575 with a 0 at 121.8 miles an hour. Takes out Larry Zebers. 666 at 98.08 miles an hour. Hey, we've got a Mo-Kan racer watching on Flow Racing. Cash Smith. Reason he's not at the racetrack, he's at the hospital with his son born yesterday. His new son, Trip. Mom, Ashley. They are all doing just fine. Hey, we will look forward to seeing you back at the racetrack, Cash Smith. Thanks for tuning in and watching on flowracing.com. Brady Taylor, Aaliyah Perez at the starting line, 5:32 and 5:12 the dial ends. 2/10 head start for Aaliyah in the dragster on the right. At the stripe, starting line advantage turns into a win light for Aaliyah Perez, 5:33, 127.8 miles an hour. Takes out a breakout 5:11 for Brady Taylor at 131.5 miles an hour. Jacob Morrell and Kyle Schartz at the starting line next. Kyle's got the Studebaker Lark. Good-looking classic machine dialed in at 625 on the right side of the Christmas tree in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Taking on a young man from Texas, Jacob Morrell from Gilmer. 484 the dial in for the black dragster out of the Lone Star State. Door car right side, dragster left side. Second round Super Pro at Mo-Kan Dragway. Green lights for both racers. Here we go. Kyle out front. Jacob in hot pursuit. Give it to the door car. 629 to a 482. Jacob gets to the finish line first, but breaks out. Goes under the dial in. 482 on a 484 dial in. And Kyle Schartz puts the Studebaker into round number 3 of Super Pro with a 629, 108.75 miles an hour. James Lee and Ken Anderson coming up next. Seneca, Missouri, home for James Lee in that 2008 Nelson dragster with big block Chevy power. Going to be a pretty good head start for Ken Anderson out of Collinsville, Oklahoma with that Gen 4 Z28 Camaro. Dialed at 668, 1.9 seconds head start for the Camaro. James Lee, 006 red, gives the Camaro the win light. Ken Anderson, 674, 101.24 miles an hour, advances to round 3 Super Pro. And our next pair, getting ready to take it down the racetrack. 75 Chevy Vega with that slant nose on the front. I think 74, 75, 76 for that slant nose Vega. That's a 75 vintage machine right there. Schubert Racing chassis. That's Randy Wright from Decatur, Arkansas on your tower side, while Gary Watts from Tahlequah, Oklahoma is over on the right side of the racetrack. In the Redemption Motorsports lane, the Gary Watts Construction Chevy 2 is going to advance to the next round as Randy Wright goes red. Gary Watts, 75 dial, runs 76 at 121.5 miles an hour. Tahlequah, Oklahoma, if you're traveling on I-35, good place to get gas as they've got construction there and they want you to come in. Tim Lloyd, tower side, 1990 model Chevrolet Camaro. That's the Gen 3 F-body. 540 to dial in for Tim Lloyd, while Jay Hill has got the Prelude dialed at 560. LS powered Prelude. Well, the win light goes to the Prelude. Tim Lloyd with a problem at the launch. Something not exactly right as it came time to go, and it kind of went just a little bit before going just a lot. Tough break right there for them. But Jay Hill will advance to the next round, 562 to 115. Next pair is going to be Dragster versus Door Car. Jordan Aker from Kansas City, Missouri on the tower side of the racetrack. The squatty body dragster dialed at 433. The shorty car, you can instantly notice the difference that the wheelbase is considerably shorter than a lot of bracket dragsters that you'll see like this. Zach Klein is going to go first in that long roof over on the Redemption side of the racetrack. 7:35 the dial in. So a 3.02 second head start for the Nova wagon. Little test of the patience for Jordan Aker in the dragster. 3-second head start seems like an eternity when you're in the other lane. Here we go. Both drivers into the pre-stage, bumping up towards the stage beam ever so carefully. Green lights on both sides. Door car versus dragster. The shorty comes around. 4:33 dead 6. Actually doesn't come around. The wagon got to the finish line first. Takes 200s at the stripe, but breaks out 0-1-3. So Zach Klein had a starting line advantage. Gave it back. Jordan Aker goes on. Don Givens from Ava, Missouri. 1990 model Fox body Mustang with the 627 dial takes the left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, while Dave Boatwright from Billings, Missouri brings the 67 Chevy 2, Chevy Nova by that time, to the line with a 680 dial. Red light start for the Mustang. So the Nova will advance. 682 at 99 miles an hour with a ticket to round 3. Next pair going to be another dragster versus door car matchup. Nick Curl on the right side out of Mount Vernon, Missouri, the Mid-Missouri Bank. Blind Squirrel Racing Monte Carlo going first dialed at 637. Isaac Hill going to be doing the pursuing with the dragster tower side, dialed at 545. 6 o'clock is when your next Nitro Chaos qualifying session will take place. Your friends need to be here. Let them know it's time to get to the drags. Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Nitro Chaos Showdown at the 61st anniversary race here at Mo-Kan. We got green lights on both sides. The dragster takes the win. 546.109 beats a 639 at 99.4 miles an hour. Dragster holding 3 at the start. Takes the stripe by 4 to advance. Danny Rosenthal, the Hustlin' Henry, out of Carthage, Missouri. Triple C Agency and Chris's Roadhouse Diesel providing the back end. Going to spot the S15 GMC just Sonoma pickup. 200, 649 and 647. Your posted dial-ins. Bruce Everhart in the GMC. At the finish line, give it to the Sonoma. 649.105 is good in a win. Danny Rosenthal in the Hustlin' Henry got to the finish line first, but he runs a 646 on a 647 dial-in. It's not much of a infraction, but it's a breakout, and that puts a win light on the opposite side. Bruce Everhart goes to round number 3 in Super Pro. So 7 rounds of racing in Super Pro and foot brake. 5 rounds in junior dragster is what it looks like unofficially. Lots of racing to do here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. So the single car at the starting line is a competition by run. When your opponent is unable to answer the call, you go by yourself. That's called a competition by run. There is also the by run, which is when you have an odd number of cars and a competitor is selected before the round begins for the opportunity to run solo. In that case, 2 different kinds of buy runs, in case you wonder about the difference. J.R. Loebner from Gardner, Kansas is on the tower side in the red, white, and black dragster, dialed at 471. It's side-by-side 4-second dragsters as Travis White is dialed at 499 in the undercover car on the right side of the racetrack. Green lights, both sides. Wind light, right side. Trevor White, 5 flat with an 8, 137 miles an hour. Takes out a 470 breakout pass for J.R. Loebner. 003 on the tree was good enough to get Trevor White out front, enough to run a 5 flat and take the win. John Loebner next up, DeSoto, Kansas hometown for John. 473 the dial in on the left side. Joe White going to go first in that 2014 Nelson dragster with 582 cubic inches of big block bow tie power pushing it along. So the non-wing machine on the right going first. Wing machine coming after him. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 475 takes out 508, runs for 508. But gives up 300s at the starting line, and that was enough to give John Loebner the break he needed to come around at the finish line and go to the next round. Cody Moore from Bixby, Oklahoma on the tower side of the racetrack. He's got a 457 dialed into the winged dragster with those sticky Mickeys on the back. Hodge Auto Group, R&M Race Trailers, and Iron Horse providing backing for the quick car on the left side. Jim Peak from Girard, Kansas, Triple C Agency collector car and race car insurance machine is on the right side in the redemption lane, dialed at 551. Jim Peak goes 8 thousandths red, gives the win light to Cody Moore, who goes 455 at 150.8 miles an hour out the back door. 53 on a 51 at 124.5 miles an hour for Jim Peak. Unfortunately, 8 thousandths. Too quick at the starting line, leaves a red bulb shining, which means the win light is on the other side. Michael Johnson and Dana Boatwright next at the starting line. Dana on the right side. Lots of color on that dragster. 504 the dial in. While Michael Johnson has got a 497 dialed in into the dragster from Springdale, Arkansas on your tower side. 700ths head start for the dragster on the right. Shane Reese, you have got the potential buy, run, and foot brake. Need you in lane 7, please. Green lights, both sides. At the top end, put a win light in the Arkansas category. 497, dead on with a 9 with a 005 on the tree. 514 total at 135.2 miles an hour, and Michael Johnson goes to the next round. 504, dead 7 on the right side, 039 at the starting line for Dana Boatwright. Shane Reese, lane 7 for foot brake. You've got the potential by run, sir. I need the rest of my foot brake competitors to lanes 2 through 6. Foot brake, lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the starting line, we had an advantage on the left side, but at the finish line, it shifts over to the other side. Grant Carson, 006 on the Christmas tree, but breaks out by 6 thousandths. Gives the win light to G-Dub Tracy out of Wichita, Kansas. 664, 103.69 miles per hour right side. Well, a double shot of Monza coming your way in 2023. You don't see that very often, but that's one of the reasons you come to Mo-Kan Dragway. You're always going to see something exceedingly cool. The Grumpy's Toy Chevy Monza, 1980 vintage. On the tower side, that's Bob Smith, dialed at 590. Going to spot Shane Reese, 5600s. With the Monza on the right side, dialed at 646. Shane goes red, 15 10,000ths too quick. Leaves a red bulb shining on the AccuTime Christmas tree and allows Bob Smith to go 583 out the back door at 116.88 miles an hour to go to round next, which would be round 3 in Super Pro. Joe Carollo from Blue Springs, Missouri, tower side in that 2003 Cameron Dragster. Built in Haltom City, Texas, of all places. Head start for Brad Metter from Hackett, Arkansas. Over there on the spectator side in the red S-Dye. Red light for the pickup truck puts a wind light on the tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane for Joe Carollo. 514, 134.05 miles an hour. 602, 113 for the pickup, but red on the starting line means his day is done. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. All right, happy 37th birthday to Brian Kirkpatrick, owner-operator of Kirkpatrick Auto Body in Walnut, Kansas. Happy 37th. What's that they say? That could be you in the rumble seat of the Loud American. They brought those dragsters, the Loud American and the Proud American, to make folks happy at Mo-Kan, and they've got a good track record of doing so. When you strap into one of these Proud American Motorsports dragsters, it'll be a day you'll talk about for the rest of your life. It is a rush like no other. Whether you're in the 3-seater or the 2-seater, you're going to love living life. LUV, love living life. Supercharged, big block powered, top dragster with a rumble seat. Oh, it's exciting down the racetrack that time out of 460 with a 6 at 154.91 miles an hour. You got to do it, folks. You got to do it. They're ready for you whenever you're ready. Proud American Motorsports, they are set up in the pits just past That big white tent you can see behind the water box, that's the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine hospitality tent. Proud American Motorsports is right behind that. Proud American. You saw the one with one rumble seat. This one's got two. Still got plenty of punch, though. 565 cubic inches of poked and stroked big block power. Send you down the racetrack in about a 5.5 seconds. Something over 120 miles an hour. If you've never done it before, you can't even imagine what a rush it is. You and a friend, you and your wife, you and your significant other. Got a great friend that went for a ride with his grandson in this deal. Making memories at Mo-Kan Dragway for 61 years. One of those special memories could be you actually going down the racetrack at 120 miles an hour. 582, 118 that time in the Proud American Motorsports Dragster. I'm telling you, we got time. Go ahead and sign up. I don't know how long the line is right now, but they keep on coming, don't they? You could be next in that dragster. Today and tomorrow we'll be running the wheels off of that thing. Get yourself a ride. Racers, we've told you about Carter Maxwell. They are in the house in that Goodyear Mickey Thompson 18-wheeler. They've brought the equipment to mount and balance the tires that you've got or that you get from them. Round 3 foot brake coming at you momentarily. They are filling up the stage and lanes as we go to round number 3 of 7. So actually there are half as many cars this round as there were last round, as we have begun the elimination process and the buyback process is over. So we are working our way towards that big check at the end of the night. Foot brake racing for $1,061 to the winner, $610 to the runner-up, and semifinalists get $161. They're here to race for it. We're going to do some racing in round 3 foot brake here in just a few minutes. You've heard the name mentioned multiple times through the day. You'll continue to hear us mention the name Larice Motorsports Insurance. And there's a reason that we do that. The Larice Insurance Agency, they are a 4th-generation South Louisiana multi-line insurance agency. They are racers. And not only do they race, but they also, through their insurance agency, do a great job successfully in insuring their energy clients down on the Gulf Coast. After carefully researching their options, they decided the best way to address the unique needs of fellow drag racers will be to sponsor a captive insurance company which would write the specialized coverages they needed and offer superior service, particularly in the management of claims. Larice wanted to offer broad package policies that didn't leave gaps. The Larice philosophy is simple. Always put yourself in the shoes of someone who just saw their investment lost. Insurance is more than a piece of paper and a promise. It's a lifetime of relationships and dedication to fair treatment. At Larice Motorsports Insurance, they offer a full line of coverage for your trailer, your motorhome, the parts and tools in your trailer, your race car on the track for physical damage or off track, shop insurance, special event insurance. Holden Larice and Ross Larice are ready to help you. Check them out on their website, Larice, that's Larice, Larice Motorsports Insurance.com. We thank them for their support. Time to go foot brake racing. This is round number 3. Russell Kreitzer and Tricky Ricky Thomas. Junior dragsters, you're going to be after foot brakes. I'm going to need you to start making your way to the staging lanes pretty quick. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. 745 and 585 the dial-ins on the racetrack for a pair of Chevrolet G-bodies. Russell Kreitzer left side, Tricky Ricky Thomas right side. Green lights both sides. At the finish line, Tricky Ricky going another round, gets there first by 0.06 of a second, 586 on a 585 dial-in, 114.85 miles an hour. Kreitzer goes 749, 82.1. Gordon Laster from Muskogee, Oklahoma, 786 the dial-in for the copper-colored Cougar in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Rich Miller from High Ridge, Missouri, 95 Mustang with the LS power. Takes that right side Redemption Motorsports lane, dial 670. Gordon goes red. So the Mustang is going to advance. Rich Miller, 669, good in a win at 101.08 miles an hour. Next up, Cody Spainhour from Columbus, Kansas, 88 Ford Mustang with LS power in the O'Reilly lane, dialed in at 766. 1.63 seconds head start against James Delaloy out of Eureka, Missouri, 79 AMC Spirit. 427 cubic inches of small block Chevy power. Brought to you by Area 51 Performance and Bad Rat Performance Engines. Well, this Spirit's going to get the win light as Cody goes red. 6:01, 113 for James Delaloy, and he's going to round number 4 in foot brake. Cody Spainhour, 758, 91.5 miles an hour. Junior dragsters to staging. Junior dragsters to staging, please, for your third round. Jeff Moon and Tyler Valentine at the starting line. Tyler in the Barracuda. It's 544 the dial-in. Jeff in the Belvedere as we have double shot of Pentastar coming your way. The wagon with a 2-second head start down the O'Reilly lane. Saturday afternoon, round 3, Sportsman Racing. This is our foot brake category. Chrysler Plymouth coming through, 545, good in a win on the right side for Tyler Valentine in the Barracuda, 116 miles an hour, takes out Jeff Moon, 751, 7 off the number at 82 miles an hour. Valentine goes on. Larry George, Pittsburgh, Kansas, 75 Dodge Dart. Suddenly there's a bevy of Mopar and they're all racing each other. Matt Sampietro from Rogersville, Missouri, over on the right side with the 698 dial in, 500ths difference in the start. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your third round. At the finish line, 698, dead on with a 0. Gives Matt Sampietro the win light. 7:05, 97.2 miles an hour, not quite enough. Larry George goes out. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please, for your third round. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Coming up next, going to be Mopar Mitch and Mark Moon. Plymouth on the left side, Pontiac on the right side. A pair of legendary brands no longer in production. Race crew doing a little work on that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Got the mops and the tools out there to get everything back in shape so we're clean, safe, dry, and debris free. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Your third round's coming up. Need junior dragsters to the staging lanes. 6 o'clock is coming pretty quick, race fans. Your friends ought to be out here to check out all this mayhem brought about by the Nitro Burners. First round was outstanding, to say the least. Second round promises to be even better. Your friends have still got time to get here, and we've got not one but two more qualifying rounds of our Nitro Chaos competitors. Sitting on top of the list right now, with a 3:61 elapsed time, Rachel Meyer. Low ET and top speed of the event so far with a 3:61 at 221 miles an hour. Leads 4 cars under 4 seconds. Kevin Kinsley's War Wagon with a 3:68 held that number 1 qualifying spot for most of that session. James Gilliland, the Psycho 2 fuel altered, came out and put a very nice 3:88 on the board to take the number 3 spot, while Donnie Massey's Showtime Outlaw fuel altered 3.97 seconds, number 4 on the list. Joe Gallegos in the Nitro Clown Slingshot Dragster put up a nice 4:05 to take the 5th spot, and Todd Bruce in the Bull, number 6 at 4:10. John Umlauf 4:11 and Aaron Morrow 4:16 round out the quick 8. Track staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway, they've got all the right equipment to make sure that everything is right with the track prep. And if you need any more evidence than a 3:61 at 221 miles an hour to convince you, you're going to need an awful lot of convincing. But they have definitely got the right equipment and the right personnel to make sure that we are good to go with some of the quickest, fastest cars anywhere racing here on this second annual Nitro Chaos Drag, celebrating 61 years at Mo-Kan Dragway. 18 cars recorded at a time in the first round of qualifying. 2 more qualifiers coming up. We'll start calling our Nitro Chaos cars to the staging lanes in just another minute or two. Good to go we are, and we've got Mark Moon on the right side and Mopar Mitch on the left side. Mound Valley, Kansas, hometown for Moon with his 68 Firebird. He's dialed in at 618. Mopar Mitch from Catoosa, Oklahoma, 70 model Plymouth Duster on the tower side in the O'Reilly lane. Going first, dialed in at 645. Green lights both sides. Round 3 foot brake underway. Put a wind light on the right side for Mark Moon. He goes dead on with a 3 at 109.9 miles an hour. Reaction times were identical. You can watch a lot of drag races and not have identical reaction times, but that time it was all about what happened at the finish line. Mopar Mitch takes the stripe by 19, breaks out 16. Mark Moon gets the win. Danny Curl and J.R. Lobner at the starting line. Green lights for both of those racers. At the finish line, give it to J.R. Lobner, 6:14, 98.6 miles an hour, just perfectly normal speed there. 7:29, 89 miles an hour for Danny Curl in the Duster. Next up, Logan Diggs and Andrew Goss. Logan Towerside dials 690 in the Nova Coupe. And Andrew dials 642 in the Nova Wagon. Both drivers carefully bumping into the stage position. We are go for launch. Green lights, both sides. This is going to be close too. The reaction time's not identical, but they are so close. Andrew Goss gets the win, and the legend of Logan is over for the day. 6:43 with a 0.4, 96.88 miles an hour. Andrew Goss takes the stripe and wins by 5 ten-thousandths of a second. 691 for Diggs at 91.6 miles an hour. Zach Klein and Randall Mink at the starting line. Another long roof Nova Wagon on the left side going first, dialed at 733. Randall Mink out of Tulsa with the extended cab S-Dime, dial 634. Red light start for the wagon puts Randall Mink into round next. Randall 005 on the tree, and 632 at 107.8 miles an hour goes to the next round. Round 3 foot brake with Brent Leslie and Don Givens at the starting line. Don on the right with a 627 dial for the Mustang, and Brent on the left with a 728 dial for the S-Dime. Both drivers with a green light start. Truck versus Mustang. Give it to the Pony. 36 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory for Don Givens. 627 dead 8 against a 729 with a 6 on a 28 dial. Don Givens gets the win light. Next up going to be Tyson Hartley and Jeff Kendall. Tyson on the left side with the S10 truck, going first by 600ths, dialed at 645 against the SDRA car out of Owasso, Oklahoma, dialed at 639. Jeff Kendall goes red, so Tyson Hartley will go on. Shane Reese does get the bye run. Does get the bye run. 646 the dial for the 79 Monza out of Carthage, Missouri. Shane Reese, next round bound, 644 with an 8:111.58 miles an hour. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying to the lanes. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying to the push road, please. Need to get you ready for second round qualifying. Nitro Chaos to the push road, please, for your second round of qualifying. Taylor Motorsports Products is the official safety equipment supplier of Nitro Chaos. Dennis Taylor has been a racer for a long, long time. He puts his life on the line, and he trusts his own safety equipment. If you're willing to put your life on the line with your safety equipment, that's about the recommendation you need, don't you think? TaylorMotorsports.com is the website. The phone number is 1-800-320-2988. Give Dennis Taylor of Taylor Motorsports Products a call for all your safety equipment needs for your racing operation. Round 3 Junior Dragsters coming at you next. One more round, we'll be down to quarterfinals. 9 cars left. Chloe Peak and Trayton Valentine at the starting line. 794 and 790 your dial-ins. Chloe Peak on the left side, the green machine, going first with the 794 dial-in against Trayton Valentine, dialed at 790 on the right side. Both drivers with green light starts. A couple of quick junior dragsters on the way down the track. The wind light comes on for Trayton Valentine. Chloe got to the finish line first by 3/10,000ths of a second. Breaks out by 3/1000ths of a second. 793 with a 7 on the 794 dial. And Trayton Valentine will get the win. Ellie Carson, Girard, Kansas, Tower Side, 1198 the dial in. Taking on Mason Acosta from Decatur, Arkansas. Acosta's dialed at 792. 4.06 seconds head start for the car on the left. Junior Dragster Showdown. Here at the 61st anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. Mason Acosta into the pre-stage. Ellie turns on the top bulb. Both drivers into the pre-stage, just a little bit further for Ellie. Green lights both sides. Ellie Carson out front. Mason Acosta in hot pursuit. At the finish line, Tower Side with the win. 12:01, 52.5 miles an hour. Takes out a 792 at 79.4 miles an hour. Ellie was holding 5 at the starting line. That's all that was necessary. Takes the win with a, crosses the stripe, 19. Takes 19 at the stripe, gets the win. Blaine Johnson, Racing Mason from Gentry, Arkansas, 1190 the dial-in tower side, taking on Gannon Carson. Gannon from Girard, Kansas, pursuing the redemption lane, dialed at 893. Just under 3 seconds head start for the car on the left side. Courtesy stage in effect. Blaine Johnson turns on the top bulb. Gannon Carson trying to get the car to go just right to the pre-stage. There it is. Blaine Johnson goes in deep. Both drivers with the green light start. Racing Mason out front. Breaks out. Gannon Carson with a win light. 899 on an 893 at 73 miles an hour. Good and a win. Blaine Johnson with a big starting line advantage, but goes under the dial-in. Runs 1173 on an 1190 dial-in. Breaks out, puts a win light back on the opposite side, and Gannon Carson goes on. Coleman Nation and Dakota Little are your next pair at the starting line. 791 and 790 the posted dial-ins. 1/100th of a second head start for the blue car on the left. Green lights both sides of the racetrack. Win light tower side. Coleman Nation 794 at 81 miles an hour. Beats a 791 at 81.04. And Gracie Chan is going to have the bye run. As we had 9 cars, we'll eliminate down to 5. And Gracie gets the free ride into the next round. 919, the posted dial for Gracie. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying to the push road, please. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying to the push road, please. Gracie Chun, 108 green on the Christmas tree. Stops the clocks through the 8th mile with a 922 at 71.12 miles an hour. So that'll do it for round number 3 of our junior dragster category. The big equipment comes out as we are doing a little bit of track preparations right before we go nitro qualifying. A great day of celebration taking place here at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we want to join the celebration with Fisher Arona celebrating 10 years. Happy 10th birthday to Fisher Arona. We hope you're enjoying a spectacular 10th birthday. Nitro Chaos. Nitro Chaos coming your way at 6 o'clock sharp, followed by the Nitro Sideshow with the Nitro Pro Mods, Studezilla, and the Bad Attitude. Going to be making their appearance for the first time of the weekend. $18 cars recorded at a time in the first qualifying rounds for Nitro Chaos competition. So far, top speed of the event, 221.89 miles an hour. That belongs to Rachel Meyer Curl. She takes the number 1 spot with some authority. 361 700ths quicker than number 2 Kevin Kinsley in the War Wagon. It's early in the race day. We are getting close to about the midpoint. I guess we actually are at the midpoint. The second half comes on from here. The second round and third round of Nitro Chaos qualifying with the rest of our Sportsman racing mixed in between. Going to be a lot of cars going down the racetrack, and we continue to have a great day of beautiful weather as we celebrate 61 years of drag race excellence here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Next week, going to be a small tire shootout here at Mo-Kan Dragway, so if you like the small tire racing, going to be some great small tire racing done at this here racetrack next weekend, so check us out at mocandragway.com. Facebook page is always kept updated as well. Nitro Chaos wants to say thanks to CP Carrillo. They're the technology leader in high-performance pistons and rods, and they are the official piston and rod of Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos. They've been a part of more records and wins than any other piston or rod manufacturer can claim in the industry. CP Carrillo enlists the latest cutting-edge designs and R&D software, packaging together creativity, experience, and proven technology to bring you the best parts for your applications. Find them online at www.cp-carrillo.com, or you can call them up, 949-567-9000. CP Carrillo presents a bonus for top speed of the A field. So far, that bonus has been claimed at Edgewater Sports Park by Todd Bruce, who ran 222.77 miles an hour, and at Eddyville Raceway Park by Megan Meyer, who ran 223.10 miles an hour. They pocketed that bonus money from one of our primary sponsors at Nitro Chaos, CP Carrillo. Nitro Chaos. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying. Bring them to the staging lanes for me, please. Nitro Chaos, second round qualifying coming up in just a few minutes. I need my Nitro Chaos competitors to the push road, please.
Funny car fans, this one's for you. For the first time ever on the East Coast, Funny Car Chaos. Blast through the gates of Maryland International Raceway. Friday night and Saturday, August 25th and 26th. 40 outlaw funny cars. Yes, 40 are pre-entered for this 2-day festival of horsepower, which also features jet funny cars, nostalgia racing, our car show, and much more. Tickets and more info at GoRaceMIR.com. This is the race you've been waiting for. You know what to do. Be there. Celebrate our 60th anniversary at the big one. Friday night and Saturday, July 28th and 29th with Funny Car Chaos. Over 20 flip-top funny cars from across the country will do battle side by side. Plus pro mods, nostalgia racing, and mind-blowing jet dragsters both nights. Every ticket is a pit pass, and kids 10 and under get in free. Get your advance tickets at Yearwood Performance Center or online at abqdragway.com. No ticket sales at the gate. There has never been this much horsepower through the gates of Albuquerque Dragway. And we're celebrating our 60th with the big one. Don't miss Funny Car Chaos, July 28th and 29th. Trust us when we say you've just gotta be there.
Run in competition. We've had 8 drivers add their names to that prestigious list. But a lot of attention near the top of the list as Gary Wheeler and Megan Meyer are tied coming into this event. They're still tied, as they both got their show-up points and they both made the first qualifying runs. So they're both sitting at 115 points right now. Todd Bruce still number 3 at 102. Jody Austin is now tied for 4th with Levi Keenan. And Joe Gallega's 6th at 82. So the points, they are a-changing. Once you get down below number 6, then anybody below number 6 that's not here is going to see their position drop rapidly. John Umlauf is racking up points. Mitch King racking up points. Rachel Myers racking up points. Anthony Whitfield, James Gilliland, Matt Sackman, Dusty Hunt. The Nitro cars, they've had the last couple of hours to get the cars ready, and they're making their way to this road now
the Friday schedule here at Mo-Kan Dragway for the third race of the DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. Hello, I'm Lee Craft, pit correspondent for Chaos Nation.
It's going to be a good day when the first several cars put down really good runs right down the middle. And those great performances just continued. Several drivers have got noticed that they had some improvements to make, but they will definitely be making those improvements, and we'll see them out here in just a moment. For those that are definitely planning on running for the championship, they will most assuredly be running in this second round and third round of qualifying to garner those all important points. So we're looking forward to seeing the numbers that are put down as several competitors and several crews cars into the pre-stage position. Round 1 qualifying. Nitro Chaos Mo-Kan Dragway 2023. At the stripe, 361, 221 miles an hour for the Dragster as Rachel Meyer goes right down the middle. A beautiful run, a 9.67 short time on the left, a 9.69 short time on the right.
Well, Nitro Chaos, we tend to think we're going to talk with Megan Meyer, but Rachel Meyer right now is provisional number 1 qualifier with a 361 in the heat of the day. Solid pass.
Yeah, it was a pretty good pass. I mean, it spun out there on me a little around the 330. I had to drive it some, but for the most part, it was pretty smooth. Went right on through, and it was a good run. I was happy with it.
Now, we know you're certainly a capable driver. You're a former NHRA world champion in these cars, but you've been turning wrenches this year. How has that been coming along for Miss Curl?
It's been good. Yeah, I do the clutch on the cars even whenever I'm not driving. Like the first race of the year and the last race of the year, I will be working on Megan's car, and I'll also be the starter for her car and helping my dad with the tune-up since he won't be there. So it's been fun.
Check out twistedshifters.com for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs. Everything to fit from old to new, race cars, hot rods, and even the big semi trucks with our adapter for the air shifters to use all of our shift knobs. Custom engraving options, logos, you name it. Chrome handled plungers and custom canes like you've never seen before. twistedshifters.com, made in the USA, and we ship worldwide.
Chaos Nation, whether you are near or far, you can finally represent Funny Car Chaos wherever you are at. TheChaosStore.com is the place to visit to get your merch from the world's only Outlaw Funny Car series. And there's even exclusive deals online, as in the 3 t-shirts you are seeing right now on your screen. But it's more than just the tees. You can get your Funny Car Chaos stickers, hats, beanies, everything else. World of Funny Car Chaos there at thechaosstore.com.
Nitro Chaos official fuel supplier is Dove Fuels LLC. Pete Dove is in the house. They brought the trophy for Scott Palmer, the inaugural member of the 340 Club. The 340 Club is designed to be a special recognition reward for Nitro Chaos competitors who go 3.49 seconds or quicker. The 340 Club now has 2 members with Scott Palmer and Dale Creasy Jr., a pair of big show racers that have come Nitro Chaos racing And if you see any cars that go under 3.50 seconds this weekend, their names will be added to the 340 Club. The winner, in addition to a trophy and the recognition, is going to be eligible for a drum of nitro from the official fuel supplier of the Nitro Chaos Championship Series, Pete Dove at Dove Fuels. So thanks to Pete and the team at Dove Fuels and the shop at County Road 7. Thank you very much for your support of Nitro Chaos. Be sure and get yourself signed up for a ride with Proud American Motorsports, as they've got the Proud American and the Loud American. For $125, you can take a ride in one of those 2 rumble seats of the Proud American Dragster. And if you want to go quicker and faster and crazier, the Loud American is $250. That'll get you down the racetrack 4.60 seconds, thereabouts, nearly 150 miles per hour. So if you haven't already signed up for your ride in the Proud American Motorsports stable of ride dragsters, make sure you take care of that and get that done today or tonight. We've got still got some time for you to make yourself one of the few, the proud, the thrill seekers that have been with Loud American, Proud American Motorsports. Mo-Kan Dragway celebrating 61 years, and we're just about ready for some nitro burning to commence. Just about ready to go with our second qualifying round for Nitro Chaos. Gives me a chance to remind you that we are racing tomorrow, and we'll kick off the day right with a chapel service. That's going to be taking place at 9 o'clock in the morning. That big white tent behind the water box, that's the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality tent. That's where chapel takes place, and you are invited. That's for all racers and spectators. If you'd like to come and start your day tomorrow with a chapel service, it's going to be 9 o'clock in the morning at the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality tent. So hope to see you there. We'll get things kicked off right at 9 o'clock Sunday morning. Also want to say a big word of thanks to Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms. $500 bonus made available for the fastest mile per hour of the B field qualifiers. We'll know who that is at the end of the third round of qualifying tonight. But Steve Stamps and Stamps Family Farms, a real friend to Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos. Happy to have you back at the races, my friend. And we thank you for your ongoing continued support of all things chaos. Also want to say thanks as you are getting ready to watch some more nitro burners go down the racetrack. You're going to see all these folks with cameras walking around and standing around waiting for all the action to take place so they can document it. So we have a great media team that travels with Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos, and we want to say thanks to Warren Evans, to Bob Snyder, to Jason Dunn, to Martin Libhart, to Jerry Stewart, to Lee Kraft, to James and Kathy Armstrong, and several others that I don't have your name yet. But even if I didn't mention your name, you are greatly appreciated. So race fans, how about a little appreciation for these photographers and media personnel? They're the ones that make it possible for us to revisit the events on social media and print media. They do such a great job. Thanks to all of you. I think we're just about ready to light the first pair of Nitro Burners, race fans, so hang tight. It's going to get loud in here in just a minute. Well, race fans, just about to get loud in here with Todd Barker and Gary Wheeler kicking things off, a pair of Oklahomans. Pair of racers coming to you, number one in points. And Todd Barker making his season debut in Nitro Chaos competition. So they're going to be the first pair out. Gary Wheeler presently number 16 on the qualifying list, but they're looking for a much quicker, much faster run than the previous trip down the racetrack. And Todd Barker started off going great guns in that Corvette funny car. Barker presently sits number 11 on the qualifying list with a 435 from that previous run. Nitro Chaos qualifying coming your way just in a moment. As soon as they are strapped in, suited up, and good to go, we are ready on the racetrack. Let the fun begin. The injected nitro-burning funny car from Marlow, Oklahoma on the tower side of the racetrack. That is Hot Rod Todd Barker. He's going to be lining up with the supercharged AA fuel dragster from Tulsa. Gary Wheeler from Wagoner, Oklahoma drives the John Brooks Grand Prix Auto Sport AA fuel dragster. Both competitors looking to put up big numbers in this second qualifying round. Gary Wheeler, one of the first to announce his intention to run for the championship in Nitro Chaos competition. He does the long smoky burnout in the AA fuel dragster. As the back in black Corvette rolls through the water to do the burnout, the fire went out. Instead of a roar, it suddenly went quiet. So they pushed that car back. Likely to be a single, will be a single here for the AA fuel dragster. Gary Wheeler. He's driven just about anything you can drive down a racetrack. Gary Wheeler, 2 runner-up finishes in 2023, has him sitting on top of the points in a tie for the championship series lead with Megan Meyer. Car didn't go down the racetrack like they wanted it to the first run, so they're expecting some big improvements against the 677 that they've got on the board. They're going to get the 5 points for making the second qualifying run. But that's not the only number they're interested in. They are seriously looking to get down that race car down the track and around 4 seconds or under 4 seconds like they've been doing all season long. Here we go. They're going to like that one a whole lot better as he hangs out the laundry on the top end of the racetrack and goes right to the 3-second zone. 3:99, the fifth car under 4 seconds, 176 miles an hour. After a 1:01 short time and a 2:68 to half track, Gary Wheeler joins the 3-second club with the Grand Prix Auto Sports AA Fuel Dragster. So now there are 5 cars under 4 seconds, a trend we expect to see continue as we get deeper into this second round of qualifying. So give that man the qualifying points and put him on in the 3-second club. So after he hangs out the laundry in the shutdown area, the car comes to rest before the exit. First time he went down the racetrack, had no trouble finding that last exit down there and got off the track in a hurry. This time the car comes to rest just before the exit, so they will tow it off the top end of the racetrack. But a very nice number put up by Gary Wheeler as his hopes for becoming the season champion in the inaugural DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Series presented by McKinney Motorsports, looking pretty good. Certainly doing what he needs to do to get himself in position for that coveted championship. So tough break for Todd Barker as the car rolled through the water. Cody had given him the signal to do the burnout. And instead of the revs going up, the fire went out. So they will sit tight for the moment with the 435 from the previous run. But Aaron Morrow just bumped back from number 8 in the A field to number 1 in the B field in the Nitro Relapse AA Fuel Altered. Next up, it's going to be Megan Meyer and Chuck Lofton. Chuck Lofton and the Motivation Mach 1 Mustang, they had wondered if they were going to be able to find the right parts to even make the trip. But thanks to Nogalito's gear down in San Antonio, Texas, they had exactly the right parts for their application. And Chuck and Angie are very appreciative of the team down at Nogalito's Gear in San Antonio, Texas. Down on New Laredo Highway at San Antonio. Been around for a long time and a friend of drag racing for practically all of that time, if not all of it. So Randy Mueller makes his way back to Nitro Chaos. Down there between the cars is Megan Meyer is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack. Megan tied for first in the points, went down the racetrack with a disappointing run for them as the car had a lot of speed, but a lot of hesitation after it left the starting line. So Megan Meyer right now, number 18 on the qualified list at a 775. Number 17 actually with a 775. She'd like to see if she can join the sister act as her sister Rachel is sitting on the other end of the spectrum right now, having run a 361 at 221 miles an hour, low ET and top speed of the event so far. Chuck Lofton went down the racetrack on the first qualifying round with a 449 in the Mach 1 Mustang on the Redemption Motorsports side of the racetrack. That supercharged, fuel-injected, nitro-burning Hemi underneath that Mustang funny car body. They're hoping to get it down the racetrack even quicker this time. Second round qualifying underway. Injected Nitro versus Supercharged Nitro. I believe they got their challenge solved right there. Our first 350 of the weekend. 359, 223.66 miles an hour, low ET, and top speed so far. And Megan Meyer goes from on the DNQ list to number 1 on the leaderboard. 359 at a big whopping 223.66 miles an hour. Chuck Lofton goes 455, 123.73 miles an hour. Had the best seat in the house to watch Megan Meyer go number 1 on the qualifying list. 359, 223 miles an hour, a 956 to 60, and a 247 to half track. There was no doubt about it. They were on a mission to go number 1, and they are now sitting number 1 and number 2 on the list of qualifiers. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. That was an epic run right there for Megan Myers. She goes to number 1 and continues to stake her claim for that first ever season championship in Nitro Chaos competition. So what's next, you ask? It's going to be Chase Copeland and Mitch King, a pair of Texans coming your way. One from North Texas, that'd be Chase Copeland from Gainesville, just south of the Red River by a few miles. And Mitch King from the Texas coastline, Muldoon, Texas, hometown for Mitch King in the Bone Shaker funny car. So improvements already happening on both runs down the racetrack as Gary Wheeler joins the 3-second club.
Candy's coming to get 5 and 1.
And Megan Meyer does the same thing. Not an improvement there for Chuck Lofton, but they stay consistent. 449 first time, 455 second time, as they continue to work on having that car ready to perform like they want it to perform. Next up, injected left side, supercharged right side. Mitch King did not record a time the first time down the racetrack. When it's time to hit the loud pedal, it was quiet. Chase Copeland, Gainesville, Texas, went down the racetrack with a 4:36 elapsed time. He was off the throttle plenty early, as his 60-foot indicated that was a 3-second run. Mitch King, as we said, the car left the starting line but didn't cross the finish line, so did not record a time. He's going to swap over to the Redemption Motorsports lane and see if he can get all the horsepower from that big inch Hemi to the ground. Get him a number that's more like he's accustomed to seeing from the Bone Shaker funny car. Chase Copeland, injected nitro, A fuel altered. Car's got plenty of punch, as the 60-foot time on that car, under 1 second. They've got plenty of power to get down the racetrack if they keep their foot to the floor all the way through the 8. Both cars ready to go. Tire smoke left side, wheel stand right side. Mitch King is going to get a number on the board so he can say he did make the run, 555 at 96 miles an hour, but those front wheels went skyward in the Bone Shaker on the Redemption side of the racetrack, so he gets an improvement with the time on the board of 555, 96 miles an hour. Not the number they're looking for, but they did cross the finish line under power anyway. Chase Copeland had the car go up an instant tire smoke. I mean, just blew the tires completely off. So he's going to stay where he was with a 436 from that previous run. The injected nitro car makes that first exit with no trouble. And the funny car looks to still be rolling for that last exit. Maybe, just maybe, kind of made it. Nitro Pro Mods to the staging lanes. Nitro Pro Mods to the staging lanes, please, to the push road. Nitro Pro Mods to the push road. All right, Nitro Sideshow. I need my Pro Mods, Scott and JR. Y'all coming up next. Race fans, what we got going on here, of course, we've got Nitro Chaos qualifying taking place. At the moment, we've got the Nitro Pro Mods with Scott Palmer and JR Sandlin bringing Studezilla and the Bad Attitude Chevelle up after the Nitro Chaos qualifying. That's what's coming up next. And, of course, after the third round of Nitro Chaos qualifying, you're going to get a chance to see the assault on the record book as Scott Palmer is going to bring out that Big Show Top Fuel Dragster and run 1,320 feet and see if he can take out all the track records for Mo-Kan Dragway. So that's what's coming your way. Nitro Pro Mods to the push road now, please. Next pair to the ready stripe. Gonna fire them up. John Umlauf and Anthony Whitfield. Pair of AA fuel altereds coming at you. The death wobble on the Mass Chaos machine. That's something that makes you crazy if you're sitting behind the butterflies. From Walla, Missouri, with 500 cubic inches of DSR Hemi between the frame rails of that Fiat-bodied altered. That is John Umlauf. On the first run down the racetrack today, they ran 4:11 at 184 miles an hour. Anthony Whitfield, when it was time for him to make the run and step on the loud pedal, there was, for some reason, nothing there. So they wound up having to push the car back. So that is a 400 cubic inch small block Chevy with a blower, fuel injection, and nitro in the tank. Mighty Mouse, right side. Mass Chaos, left side. Both cars in the stage position. There we go. You're going to like this. Yes, indeed. Mighty Mouse, 4:05, 166 miles an hour, and Whitfield gets the run they were looking for. 4:05, 166 miles an hour, goes from on the not qualified list up into the A field. John Umlauf goes 4:21, 182.4 miles an hour. Not exactly the run that they were looking for, but they got another low 4-second elapsed time and another run over 180 miles an hour. So Anthony Whitfield, 102 to 60 and 269 to half track. You could look and see without any trouble whatsoever that Mighty Mouse was cooking. 4:05 is going to move him way up just ahead of the Bull. 4:05 with a 5. Let's see, we've got 4:05 with a 7, so that's going to move him up ahead of the Nitro Clown, Joe Gallegos. So we continue to see a lot of change on the qualifying list. The race crew on the way down the track checking to make sure we're good to go with our next pair, but they are checking for debris, checking for any fluid, checking for any reason that we would need to clean up the racetrack before we light up this next pair of race cars here in the second round of Nitro Chaos qualifying. Nitro Pro Mods looking for you in the staging lanes. Nitro Pro Mods to the staging lanes, please. You're going to be following up immediately after the Nitro Chaos qualifying. So Nitro Pro Mods to the staging lanes, please. Another one of the competitors that announced early as being interested in chasing the championship in Nitro Chaos competition. That was Dave Hill and the Mad Max Nitro Mustang from Valparaiso, Indiana. They've had some trouble with the car and actually have it in pieces this weekend, working on getting everything put back together. But we want to send a shout out to Dave and Norma up there in Valparaiso, Indiana, along with Ryan and Shannon. Hope y'all are having a great weekend. Look forward to seeing you back in action with Nitro Chaos. So the equipment comes out. They found a little something that needs to be cleaned up before we can send another car down the racetrack on the right side of the Christmas tree in the Redemption Motorsports lane. 2 weeks from now, race fans, the Funny Car Chaos part of the Chaos brand is going to be out in Albuquerque, New Mexico, celebrating their 60th anniversary, as there are over 30 funny cars entered at Albuquerque Dragway. And one of the interesting developments that has come about is that at first $2,000 was posted for the first 3-second run in the history of Albuquerque Dragway by a wheel-driven machine. And all of a sudden, the prize money started going up. We're now over $4,500 for anybody that's able to run under 4 seconds at Albuquerque Dragway, which is no small feat, by the way. That's why it's never been done in 60 years. But we think we have a lot of racers that think that they've got something for the mountain. So $4,500 and counting to the first person to go down the racetrack at Albuquerque in under, not over, under 4 seconds. So a lot of people are going to be looking forward to that action at Albuquerque Dragway as Funny Car Chaos makes its way for the first time to the land of enchantment. Get a chance to see our good friends out there. Lyle Greenberg and his team and Ray Stringer and his team, along with the great staff at Albuquerque Dragway, cannot wait to join you guys out there. Also we'll have the Hey, race fans, say hello to Tina Haas. She is going to be offering you some T-shirts if you are loud enough and enthusiastic enough over here on the tower side of the racetrack. Say, hey, Tina, check your arm strength. Can you get me a shirt? Shirts go to the enthusiastic amongst you. All you can do is all you can do, but all you can do is enough. And if you want a T-shirt, hey, Miss Tina would be happy to help you out. Doing a great job as a backup girl here in Nitro Chaos competition. How about that? Part of the full show experience at Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos includes, of course, the backup girls, as they do a very important job. We've also got backup guys on occasion. And we've even got the world's best backup gladiator from this state here, Show Me State guy, Justin Craig from over in Jeff City. Runs with us in Funny Car Chaos when the Brutus car is in the house. Hey, we did not leave you out on the pit side, did we? Again, the shirts go to the enthusiastic. If you'd like a shirt, be sure and let Miss Tina know. She's got pretty good wrist action there, don't you think? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Great times on a Saturday afternoon with Nitro Chaos qualifying continuing. Just about ready to go as the track staff is hard at work making sure that right side Redemption Motorsports lane is up to snuff for our next pair of Nitro cars coming down the racetrack. Nitro Pro Mods, after this round of qualifying, it's going to be a wild ride for these two competitors. It's going to be Scott Palmer and J.R. Sandlin, as they've got the Nitro Pro mods. They've been running around the country quite a bit, thrilling fans with the Nitro Sideshow. They got all the right stuff at Mo-Kan Dragway. Something goes wrong and they need to clean up the racing surface for the next pair going down. They can do it. They can take care of it. So we are seeing incredible performances here at Mo-Kan Dragway this weekend. And, of course, we anticipate that before the weekend is over, the track records will be rewritten. Looks like might be somebody coming up to see if they can challenge for that #1 qualifying spot, as the War Wagon appears to be set to take on the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Official event shirts are available at Fat Tires Race Ugly Apparel. They've got their new trailer out, 53 feet, filled with 2023 Chaos, Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos, and Fat Tires Apparel, along with their new line, resurrection of an old line, the Race Ugly Apparel. Go by and see Corey and Amanda to make sure you leave here with several of those official event shirts from the Nitro Chaos event at Mo-Kan Dragway. And, of course, the official Mo-Kan event shirts are available at the Shirt Shack on the bottom floor of the tower. So be sure that you are fixed up with drag racing apparel for all the race fans in your world. Yeah, race fans, we have seen low ET and top speed of the event in each of our qualifying rounds. Remains to be seen if we see low ET and top speed again, but if we're going to this round, it just might be this next pair, as we've got a couple of heavy hitters coming up. Another car out of the Randy Meyer Racing stable. Matt Sackman is going to be running his injected nitro dragster down that right side lane. Had trouble on the first time down the racetrack. So Matt Sackman's best run on that first run positioned him #9, as the car did not finish under power and ran a 4:16 with a 7. That started the round in #9 on the qualifying list. Matt's teammates presently sit #1 and #2 on the list. Kevin Kinsley in the War Wagon started off #2 on the qualifying list, now bumped back to #3 with a 368 at 186 miles an hour from the first time down the racetrack. They are going to be the next car down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane in that War Wagon. AA fuel altered. A car that has been down the racetrack, down an 8th mile racetrack, as quick as 3.44 seconds, which would be pretty amazing to see. And that would add Kevin Kinsley's name to the 340 club. And a car that's been through the 8th mile and is quick at 244 miles an hour. I'm sorry, 230 miles an hour. Race crew hard at work on that Redemption Motorsports lane. We're talking about those historic numbers by the War Wagon. Just happen to have that data for you. World's fastest AA fuel altered, 304.59 miles per hour, recorded at the Funny Car Classic 2021, March 27th, 304.59 miles an hour. So it's the fastest fuel altered in the world on both the quarter mile and the eighth mile. In June of 2020, at the Pro Mod versus Fuel Altered Showdown, the War Wagon ran 344 with a 7 at 234.70 miles an hour. So if they put all that power to the ground in front of you, in front of your very eyes here at Mo-Kan Dragway, they certainly have the performance potential and the history of having done so to make all kinds of waves in this Nitro Chaos event. The encore performance from Tina Haas.
Where's the camera over here?
Nothing in your hands, and they're still cheering. I agree. Hope you got a chance to watch Chaos Live on Wednesday, which was broadcast from the tower here at Mo-Kan Dragway. The week before, we had our title sponsor for our Nitro Chaos Championship Series, Dean Dubbin, was on with us on Chaos Live. We are likely to skip this Wednesday and do a next Chaos Live coming up a week from Wednesday, just before we do our race out at Albuquerque. And we will be recapping Nitro Chaos and previewing Funny Car Chaos Albuquerque on that show coming up in about a week and a half. That's on Facebook on live, and then it's added to the All Things Chaos YouTube channel. So be sure to tune in for that. Coming up a week from Wednesday. Dean Dubbin and his team at DMP Awnings coming aboard as the title sponsor, and they're the reason there is a Nitro Chaos Championship Series in 2023. And, of course, we are so appreciative of Dean and his team. They know exactly what racers go through at the racetrack because they are racers themselves. If you want to know what kind of work they do, all you got to do is take advantage of the fact that every ticket is a pit pass here at Mo-Kan Dragway. And as you go down Nitro Alley and you go between the transports, look up at the awnings. More often than not, you will see DMP awning embroidered on the side of those canvas coverings for the awnings. That's because the best use the best. And the best comes from DMP Awnings in Little Falls, Minnesota. They do it all with their in-house at their place. So you know the quality is unsurpassed, and you can count on trouble-free functionality with each and every setup. They do fabrication, they do graphic design, large format printing, and plenty of support. They've got you covered, and they'll keep you covered at DMP Awnings. So thanks again to Dean Dubbin and his team at DMP Awnings. 320-237-0509 is the number to call, and dmpawnings.com is the website. So the cleanup continues over there on the Redemption Motorsports side of the racetrack as the anticipation builds as to what kind of numbers we're going to see put up on those scoreboards down at the top end of the racetrack, as we have got our final several cars getting ready to go down the racetrack in Nitro Chaos qualifying. And then the Nitro Pro Mods will take center stage here at Mo-Kan Dragway. 61 years of drag racing excellence, and it's all brought to you by the Blanton family and the staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway. We're bringing it to you on the live stream courtesy of Larice Motorsports Insurance on flowracing.com. If you're not already a subscriber to Flow Racing, this is how you get your Nitro fix even in the off season. FLORacing.com, they offer an annual subscription. They now also offer a month-to-month subscription so that you can tune in for drag racing anytime you'd like to. See your favorite Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos World Fuel Internationals events on replay as many times as you'd like to. So we invite you to become a subscriber and join the happy fans who watch Chaos on Flow Racing, FLO Racing, FlowRacing.com. Getting ready to go back for our second round qualifying of Nitro Chaos as it continues. Third round coming up at 9 o'clock tonight. And, of course, we've got the Nitro Pro Mods that are coming your way right after this qualifying session. After the third and final qualifying session, we are going to have the Big Show Top Fuel Dragster of Scott Palmer coming out. Going to see about rewriting the record book for Mo-Kan Dragway. Looking back through the years, the Top Fuel record, which stands right now 5.80 seconds, 240 miles an hour, posted by the Snowman from Fort Worth, Texas. The Funny Car record, 5:61 at 241 miles an hour. That held by the Showtime Funny Car of Tom Hoover from Minnesota. Ansel Horton, the Texas Jet Set Jet Dragster driver. As always, he still holds track records lots of places. He was one of the best to ever wheel a jet dragster, and Ansel Horton has the track record here with a 5:29 through the quarter mile at 306 miles an hour. So all those track records we're talking about are quarter mile track records. Scott Palmer is going to see about rewriting the record book, not only for wheel-driven cars, but even for the jet performance by Ansel Horton. Ansel Horton always plenty quick, very fast. Might have his records broken tonight. All right, so the scraper is off. Tractor doing the brushing and the dragging. I think we might have a little traction compound coming up after that. And once we have that all completed, so that our race director is satisfied that the racetrack is at least as good as it was before this cleanup, then we will be good to go. Matt Sackman will be able to take that injected nitro dragster down that Redemption Motorsports lane. Looking for some big improvement. All right, race fans, getting ready to bring our next pair to life just as soon as we get the all clear. Hey, Randy Mueller's back. Good to see you, my friend. This is the third race of the 2023 Nitro Chaos season. The third race of Nitro Chaos ever was last year. That was a great event that we had celebrating 60 years at Mo-Kan Dragway. Wound up with the McKinney Motorsports A-Field winner, Megan Meyer, in an all-Meyer racing final round, getting a win over Julie Natus in the A field, and in the CP Carrillo B field last year. Nitro Clown Dave Gallegos put his funny car into the winner's circle with a win over Dusty Hunt. So Dave Gallegos is here this weekend, not driving, but doing a lot of work on other cars as they are working with Mitch King. And, of course, their own Nitro Clown Slingshot Dragster, Joe Gallegos, putting up big numbers already. And Dave Gallegos went to the winner's circle in CP Carrillo B field action at Mo-Kan last year over Dusty Hunt. Dusty Hunt has been down the racetrack in his beautiful Mustang funny car. So far, best run of 462 is what they have posted. But those were your winners and your defending champions coming into this race. So Megan Meyer is going to be racing to defend her victory from last year. Dave Gallegos not racing to defend it as a driver, but certainly would like to have one of his cars into the winner's circle at this Nitro Chaos event here 2023 at Mo-Kan Dragway. Traction compound about to be applied. That's how you know we're just about good to go. They will take that truck down the racetrack, apply a little traction compound to that lane where they have just done some scraping and some sweeping and some dragging. They will apply that traction compound to the point where the work stopped, and they'll make their way back down this direction. So should be getting really close to our next pair of cars to go down the racetrack. Mooneyham Blowers presents a bonus for the quickest round one B field loser. The bonus money always very much appreciated by our racers. The Mooneyham Blowers bonus at Edgewater Sports Park went to Joe Gallegos, and at Eddyville went to Anthony Whitfield. So thanks to Mooneyham Blowers for their ongoing continued support of Nitro Chaos. Proud American Motorsports has brought a pair of dragsters so that you can go down the racetrack. Be sure and get yourself signed up for the ride of a lifetime. I've already seen several people going down the racetrack. The Loud American 2-seater and the Proud American 3-seater. Plenty of high horsepower punch to make your race weekend unforgettable. So the tractor exits the top end of the racetrack, and we just might be good to go here momentarily. All right, so when Mike Hodge says we're good to go, then we're good to go. But we are clear on the top end of the racetrack. Traction compound is down. We're just about ready to go. It should be a good pair coming your way with the supercharged car on the left side, the injected car on the right side. All the cars, you don't have to wonder whether they're burning nitro or not. Just about the only rule in this class, got to be running 80% pop. And they are the injected nitro cars. A lot of them running 100%. Nitro in the tank. So the word goes out, light them up, and they are lit. War Wagon, getting them good and hot on the tower side of the racetrack. Backing up from the burnout, fastest fuel altered in the world. Quickest fuel altered in the world in an 8th mile. Going to be lining up with the injected nitro dragster out of the Randy Meyer Racing stable. 3 of those injected nitro dragsters racing in competition here this weekend. The other 2, number 1 and number 2 on the qualifying list. Best run of 3:59 and 3:61 for the sisters, Megan and Rachel. Matt Sackman's going to see if he can join the fun at the top of the qualifying list, while Kevin Kinsley definitely hoping to see if he can put that supercharged AA fuel altered up on top of the qualifying list. All about getting that horsepower to the ground. There's plenty of horsepower being made at the starting line right now. Both cars in the pre-stage position. Kinsley and Sackman edging into the stage position. We are good to go. Candles lit, hitting on all 8, and we've got a 353, 221.24 miles an hour to a 405 on the right side at 131.7. So the War Wagon fires a shot. My word, 353, 221 miles an hour. The 60 foot on that, 898. Race fans, if anybody wants to know if you saw something this weekend, you can definitely tell them you saw something as Kevin Kinsley and the War Wagon team out of Texas just put an epic 353 on the board to take the number 1 spot. Man. Matt Sackman with a 967 60 foot over on the right side had a great seat. As you could see the candles lit. You know, you're kind of getting a tease of what's going to happen when the sun goes down, but you could see the header flames from the War Wagon as Kinsley was driving that baby right down that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, and he goes straight to the top. Came into the round number 2 on the qualifying list. At that point, he was at number 3, but no mas. He is now number 1. What a run by the War Wagon team. 350 cotton picking 3. Beautiful. All right, catch your breath and hang on for some more because we got another pair just about like that. Jody Austin, the Bushwhacker AA fuel altered, going to be on the same tower side lane that Kinsley just ran a 353 in. And, oh, by the way, Jody Austin's Bushwhacker is a car that has run 350s before. So it's not like it'd be the first time. It's not like it would be a surprise if another 350 comes up on the scoreboard for Jody Austin's Bushwhacker. And Todd Bruce brought that Canadian car called the Bull to Edgewater Sports Park for the season opener in Nitro Chaos competition. Left there with the trophy and the biggest share of the loot. And he is number 3 in points right now, as after the experience they had there, they decided this Nitro Chaos thing might be something they want to do. So do it they are. And they are back here for their 3rd Nitro Chaos race of the season. And Todd Bruce is going to be driving that injected nitro dragster in the Redemption Motorsports lane. He's got a best run so far of 410. He stays on the same side of the racetrack that he ran earlier. So he's going to be running down that right side lane yet again. Jody Austin, right now, would rather I did not tell you the number he ran in the first round. We'll just say he's not amongst the qualified. The injected nitro cars doing that characteristically short burnout. Jody Austin strikes the good years over here on the tower side. Tina Haas comes out to do the backup duties. We are in the second round of Nitro Chaos qualifying, and we have seen a whole lot of change on the list. And we have seen low ET and top speed. Low ET twice, top speed once. And could see it again right now if both of these cars live up to their performance potential. That's a couple of bad hot rods at the starting line right now. Pete Dove looking on as he drove the Bushwhacker car at the first race of the season. Jody, after a medical timeout, is back behind the wheel of the Bushwhacker fuel altered. Jody's in the pre-stage. Todd Bruce pulls the visor down, gets ready to put the dragster into stage position. Here we go. Looks like another good pair down the racetrack. What do you got now? 366 and 373. So the hits just keep on coming. Man, do they. A 9.25 60-foot for Jody Austin, 366 at 193. Todd Bruce, 9.84 to 60, 256 to half track, and a 3.73 second elapsed time at 213.47 miles an hour. Man, what a day to be at the drags as the big numbers just keep showing up on that scoreboard down there. Mo-Kan Dragway, I want you to think about this. We just did a big cleanup on that right side lane, but the track staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway just gave you a racetrack that put up some epic numbers. 373, 213.47 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend so far for Todd Bruce. And they just keep on shuffling that McKinney Motorsports A field. It's an all 3-second field now. Big-time numbers from some big-time racers at a big-time celebration taking place at Mo-Kan Dragway. We are so glad that you came to be a part of this. Nitro Pro Mods coming up here in just a minute. But we got a pair of injected nitro cars coming up next. Paul Schultz, they call him Nobody, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's going to be in the Nitro Monkey on the tower side of the racetrack. And Todd Barker, they've done some work on the Back in Black Corvette. The car came through and went silent after the burnout. So they're going to try it again on the right side of the Christmas tree this time in the Redemption Motorsports lane. All good so far for that team out of Marlow, Oklahoma. Todd Barker came into this round number 11 on the qualifying list. Been bumped back 2 or 3 spots by now. Paul Schultz came in number 15 in the Nitro Monkey. Schultz going to bring the car to a safe stop. You can't stop him too quick. The fuel will not be around the fuel pump. It won't pick up and the cars will die. Sometimes you see that happen. Hot Rod Todd Barker, Back in Black Corvette. Started off with a really good run on the first time down the racetrack, and they put up a 435. They'd like to get it back to the point that it will consistently repeat those low 4-second, high 3-second runs. The Nitro Monkey, you can hear it cackling. Small block Chevy power, tuned by Rick Taylor, the man you see at the engine right now. Rick steps back, turns it over to his driver. Paul Schultz and Todd Barker ready to advance towards the pre-stage infrareds. We are good to go. Once they get into the stage position, Mike Hodge will send them down the racetrack. Back in black, under power, and goes 421. Their best run in a while. 421 at 155. Gets himself back into the show, and Paul Schultz takes the Nitro Monkey to a 673, 119.9 miles an hour. So, race fans, that is the end of the second round of qualifying in Nitro Chaos, and it's going to be great to see how it all shakes out as we are now with all 3-second cars in the McKinney Motorsports A field. And coming your way next, it's going to be a wild ride for these next two drivers, as these are Nitro Pro Mods. It's going to be Scott Palmer. They take the Top Fuel engine out of their Big Show Top Fuel dragster and put it between the frame rails of that Studebaker Pro Mod. They call it Studezilla. And the guy in the other lane is going to be J.R. Sandlin out of Wichita, Kansas. The Bad Attitude Chevelle, also another Nitro Pro Mod. And these cars are more than a handful, as they will bring them to life, and you're going to get that sense that comes from heavy doses of nitromethane fumes in the air. They will go through their race procedures just about like everybody else, but then the question becomes, can they keep it straight? Can they keep it in the groove? What's going to be the number that comes up on the top end of the racetrack on those scoreboards? A great show brought to you by Scott Palmer and his racing operation, SPR Racing. Grand Marshal of the event and showman extraordinaire. It's going to be the Nitro Pro Mods coming your way here in just a minute, as our drivers have got their cars up there in at the ready stripe. They're getting suited up and strapped in. Once everything is good to go, they will fire them up and we will send them down the racetrack. So the second round of Nitro Chaos qualifying has concluded, and the numbers really shook up a bunch. Low ET set twice in that qualifying round, and there's one more qualifying round to go. But boy, did we ever shuffle the deck. Very, very interesting scenarios taking place, shaping up right now. Don't forget, race fans, every single ticket is a pit pass. So once we conclude this session, we'll go back to Sportsman Racing. If you choose to head to the concession stand, you can do so. We've got great food on both sides of the racetrack. Hot delights, cold treats. The Mo-Kan concession stand is over there on the pit side of the racetrack, turning out that hot, fresh food. We've got the Skinny Hen and Nitro Ice over here right around the tower. And Big Baron's Top End Grub is set up over there with the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. They are turning out items fresh and hot from the smoker. Delicious food that you can get. Be sure and go get yourself some of that when you are ready for something great to eat and something cold to drink. Make sure that you are in great shape to take in all the racing that is a part of this 61st anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. So it looks like we're going to have J.R. Sandlin from Wichita, Kansas, a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, brought to you by Sandlin Iron and Metal on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And over on the spectator side in the Redemption Motorsports lane, Scott Palmer. He's out of Cassville, Missouri. He's going to be bringing that 1953 Studebaker Studezilla to life and running down the right side lane. Scott Palmer and his racing operations, assisted by Tommy Thompson, by Mark Recycling, by Interpack Total Packaging Company. They've got plenty of race cars in their stable, amongst them these Nitro Pro mods, several top fuel dragsters, top alcohol funny car. We've seen Scott Palmer run in funny car chaos before. If it's about racing, Scott Palmer is being about it. He don't just talk about it, he be about it. And they bring the Nitro Sideshow to Mo-Kan Dragway. That's what's happening this go-round. Now, what you're going to see after the third and final qualifying shot, which takes place starting at 9 o'clock tonight, Scott's going to bring that Top Fuel Dragster, that Big Show Top Fuel Dragster out. He's going to be seeing about rewriting the record book for quarter-mile racing at Mo-Kan Dragway, and that should be something, whatever is just past incredible. Going to be fun to see that taking place as we bring the night to a conclusion later on. But our drivers are suited up. Getting strapped in, should be good to go here momentarily. So we saw the War Wagon bring their new Nitro Pro Mod out. Made an easy run on their maiden pass, ran a 4.10. Now we got another pair. Nitro Pro Mods making their first runs down the track here at Mo-Kan Dragway this particular weekend. Should be good. Mo-Kan Dragway celebrating 61 years. They've got anniversary apparel available at the Shirt Shack. That's downstairs in the tower. If you haven't already found it, and I can see that a lot of you already have. All right, race fans, we're getting the skinny on what all's going on down there. These two outlaws it's a grudge match. It's a Saturday night showdown at the Mo-Kan Corral. As these two Nitro Pro Mods, the only thing you need to worry about is who gets to the finish line first. That's all they're worried about. It's a no-time throwdown. See those dashes on the scoreboard? No time. Only what light that comes on is the win light for whomever gets to the finish line first, because that, my friends, is what racing's all about. It's getting to the finish line first. J.R. Sandlin, Scott Palmer, about to bring their Nitro Pro Mods to life on a Saturday night grudge match. Are you ready for this, race fans? Saturday night grudge match. You're going to get a chance to see a bunch of grudge racing if you hang around this racetrack very long, but you're probably not going to get to see a grudge match like this. Nitro Top Fuel Hemis providing the power for both of these outlaw door slammers. The 70 Chevelle, the Bad Attitude. When it comes to life, you'll know what I'm talking about, Bad Attitude, as it's got a bark. Scott Palmer, Studezilla, got a roar. The drivers are in. The crews have checked everything over. They've brought them to life. Are you talking about some crazy Saturday night racing at Mo-Kan Dragway? What about Scott Palmer? Man, oh man, comes through the water box, strikes the tires, and just keeps on going. Goes all the way to the finish line with that smoky burnout in Studezilla. I think he's making a statement. I'm not sure the bad attitude's got enough to handle Studezilla. I don't know, though. There's more to it than doing a long smoky burnout. It's getting to the finish line first after the tree flashes amber, you know? Get a green light start, get to the finish line first. Man, oh man, Scott Palmer puts a big show on down that redemption lane. Oh yeah, we said something about a grudge match. Yep, got the black shirts all around the starting line. Yes, indeed, it's a Saturday night grudge match. Just need about 300 more. So the crews back up Studezilla. They'll try to get it lined up straight. Well, that doesn't sound good. Sounds like competition by run on this match. So Studezilla developed a leak and they shut it off. Saturday night grudge match, a good win right there as the bad attitude car goes right down the O'Reilly lane and says, take that, I got the win. So the grudge match goes to J.R. Sandlin as he took that bad attitude Chevelle right down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Man, tough break for Palmer, but he certainly did put on a great show with the burnout, but he's not going to get the win. That goes to Sandlin. Bad attitude wins. Lots of pop in the tank of those two Nitro Pro mods, and it's a beautiful day to be alive and be at the drags. Mo-Kan Dragway bringing you a heck of a show on a Saturday night. So that's going to do it for the Nitro at the moment. We're going to make sure the racetrack is good to go before we go back to our Sportsman categories. Don't forget, race fans, get out there and support your local racers and your touring racers. They've got hero cards they'll give you for free. Make some pictures and do some social media work, and be sure and promote the event at Mo-Kan Dragway because it's not over tonight. We got one more round of qualifying coming up at 9 o'clock. That's going to be followed up by the Top Fuel Dragster trying to take away all the track records at Mo-Kan Dragway. That's coming up for you starting at 9 o'clock. And Sunday, it's going to be race day at Mo-Kan Dragway as we will have our qualifications concluded. We will have 8 cars running in the McKinney Motorsports A field and 8 cars running in the CP Carrillo B field of Nitro Chaos. It's going to be round 1 action at 1 o'clock. And semifinals 3 o'clock, final rounds 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The epic racing at Mo-Kan Dragway continues for 61 years and counting. We're delighted that you chose to be a part of the outstanding card of racing that we've got for you here at Mo-Kan Dragway this weekend. Sportsman racers coming up here in just a moment. Go down and make some friends in Nitro Alley. Get yourself something great to eat. Make sure you get your official event shirts from Mo-Kan Dragway at the Shirt Shack at the Fat Tires Apparel has got the official Nitro Chaos event shirts. They're available down on the Nitro Alley as well. So take advantage of the opportunity to use the pit pass that comes with every ticket at Mo-Kan Dragway. Go by, see the sights. Smell the smells, feel the thunder of the Nitro cars, as we've got plenty of it coming your way as we are just about to go back to our Sportsman category racing. And the third and final qualifying shot coming up at 9 o'clock. Right after that third round of qualifying, it's going to be Scott Palmer in his Top Fuel Dragster. He's going to see about taking the record book home from Mo-Kan Dragway. as he's going to see if he can erase the 561 and 241 mile per hour wheel-driven track records, and maybe even erase the 529 and 306 mile per hour quarter-mile records set by Ansel Horton and one of the baddest jet dragsters ever in the land. That's all coming up. Don't you dare go anywhere. Don't miss a minute. Mo-Kan Dragway celebrating 61 years with the DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series presented by McKinney Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Wolf Pumps, and Dove Fuels, broadcasting to a live stream growing audience on flowracing.com, presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance. Hey racers, if you're needing some of that quality racing fuel that we've got here at Mo-Kan Dragway, look at your watch. 15 minutes from now, it's not going to be available anymore. They're going to go ahead and close the fuel station. But if you're needing racing fuel, especially if you're going to race tomorrow, 15 minutes for the fuel station. Trevor White, you lucky dog. Lane 7, please. You've got the opportunity for a potential buy run. Trevor White, lane 7. And all the rest of you Super Pro guys and gals, lanes 2 through 6. Super Pro, lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Race fans, we got the qualifying list, and we knew there would be a lot of shuffling take place. Boy, were we ever right. Kevin Kinsley goes number 1 at 3:53. Megan Meyer number 2 at 3:59. And Rachel Meyer at 3:61, number 3. Jody Austin number 4 at 3:66. Todd Bruce, number 5 at 3:73 in the Bull. James Gilliland, Psycho 2, number 6 at 3:88. Donnie Massey, 7 at 3:97. And Gary Wheeler, 8th at 3:99. Matt Sackman, number 1 in the B field, 4:05 with a 4. 3 cars ran 4:05. So Matt Sackman, number 1 in the B field, 4:05 with a 4. Anthony Whitfield, number 2, 4:05 with a 5. And Joe Gallegos, number 3, 4:05 with a 7. John Umlauf, number 4 in the B field right now with the best run of 4:11. Aaron Morrow, 5th with a 4:16. Mark Hunter in the Jailbreak Fuel Altered, 4:18, number 6. Number 7, Hot Rod Todd Barker with that 4:21 you just saw. And Chase Copeland, number 8 in the B field, 436 in the A fuel altered. Chuck Lofton right now first alternate with a 449, the Motivation Mustang. Dusty Hunt second alternate, 462. Mitch King third alternate, 555, and Paul Schultz fourth alternate, 667. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Fourth round, or is this third round? Super Pro. Third round, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro lanes 2 through 6. Trevor White, lane 7, please. You have the potential by run. Trevor White to staging lane 7. All the rest of you Super Pro competitors, lanes 2 through 6. Race crew here at Mo-Kan Dragway doing the great job that they normally do. They've got the right lane just about ready to go. We'll be back to racing momentarily with our Super Pro competitors. Concessions are open. Make sure you get yourself something great to eat. Something cold to drink. Stay well fed and hydrated. And enjoy every minute of tonight's racing here at Mo-Kan Dragway. You're going to be seeing some more great nitro racing as well as some great sportsman category racing in just a bit. Our Super Pro competitors in the staging lane. Super Pro, if you haven't made it to the staging lanes, go ahead and come on out. Lanes 2 through 6. Round 3 Super Pro coming your way in just a few moments. Also, race fans, be sure to go by Proud American Motorsports and get yourself signed up for one of those rides in the Ride Dragster. Proud American and Loud American will take you down the racetrack in a hurry, in a real race car, on a real racetrack, with a real race car driver. You will be amazed by what you feel and what you experience when Proud American Motorsports take you on a ride at Mo-Kan Dragway. Go by and see them. The team out of the Tulsa area bring a 2-seater and a 3-seater. It'll be a ride of a lifetime. Be sure to go by and see them and get yourself signed up. The remaining hours in tonight's action getting shorter, so if you haven't already got a chance to sign up and take that ride with Proud American Motorsports, be sure and do that. We will also be out here tomorrow racing with our final rounds of eliminations at 1, 3, and 5 o'clock tomorrow. Of course, chapel starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to kick things off right with the chapel service at 9 a.m. with the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. Big Baron's Top End Grub will be serving breakfast over there for a very reasonable price, especially for what you get, as they have not only turned out great food all day today, but they will start you off right with bacon and egg breakfast and much, much more available. Big Baron's Top End Grub. They are right next to the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. They will start you off with breakfast at chapel tomorrow morning. Very reasonable price. Great way to start your day at the drags. All right. Thank you, Super Pro competitors, for answering the call to the staging lanes. We should be good to go here momentarily. You can see the tractor is out there making its final laps, getting ready for you Super Pro guys and gals to take the racetrack. Third round Super Pro out of 7, so we're whittling our way through the fields for that top prize of $1,610 in Super Pro, $610 to the runner-up, $261 for semifinalists. So some good money to be won here at the races at Mo-Kan. Nitro Chaos is happy to welcome Murph McKinney and McKinney Corp as one of our presenting sponsors for the 2023 DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Series. Since 1981, Murph McKinney and the team at McKinney Motorsports have been industry leaders and innovators in the design and fabrication of chassis and components for the sport of drag racing, building proven winners backed by countless championships. McKinney Motorsports is your source for everything from custom fabrication to complete race cars. Their fabrication expertise and CNC machining equipment give them the resources needed to serve everyone from the top levels of drag racing to the do-it-yourself weekend racer. McKinney Motorsports was built on the grassroots level of racing, and they pride themselves in serving all levels of racing. Their motorsports division is ready to assist with your needs from front to back, including body and tin mounting, roll cage adjustments, steering and rear end alignment, and all of the things you will need to get your car down the track safely to compete at your peak performance. Recent expansions into the commercial industry has elevated the capabilities at McKinney Motorsports, including, but not limited to, composite services, CAD, CNC welding, water jet work on up to 14-inch thick metals, tube bending up to 5-inch round, square and rectangle tube, and more. You name it, the team at McKinney Motorsports can make it happen professionally and in a timely manner. And if it doesn't exist yet, they can build it for you. Learn more at their website, www.mckinneycorp.com, or call them directly at 1-800-542-3088. Be sure to tell them the Chaos sent you. Murph McKinney and McKinney Motorsports, where technology makes a difference. Lafayette, Indiana, hometown for them. And we're happy to have them sponsoring Nitro Chaos in 2023 and the contingency bonus that they have made available for the racers who are running McKinney tanks, fuel tanks, and oil tanks, all part of the program for 2023 at Nitro Chaos, thanks to McKinney Motorsports and McKinney Corp. All right, so just about ready for our Super Pro competitors. Suit them up, strap them in. First pair just about ready to go down the racetrack as the track preparations coming to a conclusion. Tractor on the way to the shutdown area, closely pursued by the truck putting out the traction compound, so we are just about good to go, race fans. Hope you've got a chance to get some of that great food over at Big Baron's Top End Grub, or maybe at the Skinny Hen. Something cold to drink at Nitro Ice. Some of that great food from the Mo-Kan concession stand on the pit side of the racetrack. Plenty of great food available. They are stocked up and ready to serve the hungry fans at Mo-Kan Dragway. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the enjoyment that you bring to us, the racers and the race teams, being a part of your world here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Like I said earlier, every time we come here, it's always the next question is, when do we get to come back? So thank you very much for all that you do to make this experience so special. We hope we're helping you make some memories with people that you know and love. So Super Pro, Foot Brake, and Junior Dragster coming your way. And at 9 o'clock, we're going to go back to Nitro Chaos, third and final qualifying round. The last chances to shuffle the deck for our Nitro competitors. A lot of competitors looking at the qualifying list right now thinking, what do I need in that third round of qualifying? Should be very interesting. Can we see a number quicker than 353? I don't know. I'd say it's certainly within the realm of possibility, but some great numbers put up right here at Mo-Kan Dragway. You have every right to be proud of the staff here at your local facility, as they have really stepped up, bringing you great track preparations. It's on point, bringing you a great facility with which to enjoy some great time on the weekend with your family and friends, people you know, love, and care about. Going to be passing out some trophies and some money for our Sportsman racers today. Tomorrow there will be more of the same for our Sportsman racers, plus we'll hand out the loot for our Nitro Chaos winners in both our McKinney Motorsports A field and our CP Carrillo B field, plus the bonus money. After seeing a 353 come up on the scoreboard, you can't help but wonder, is there a 340 available for some of these teams? Might we add a member or two to that Dove Fuels 340 club? Man, I can't wait to find out, but we've got 4 more opportunities to see that happen. Scott Palmer, Dale Creasy Jr., the first 2 members of that Dove Fuels 340 club. Track staff making sure we are ready to go with Super Pro. Should be good to go momentarily. As you can see, the inspection process taking place on both ends of the racetrack. But when our chief starter, Mike Hodge, says we're good to go, then we are good to go. So another thrill seeker hops into the rumble seat of the Loud American. Gonna take it down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. .450, 157 miles an hour. That was a thrill ride. I'm not sure I've seen that car go 450 before. I've seen it in the 450s, but that was fast. 157 miles an hour, 4.50 seconds. Guarantee you that thrill seeker is glad they decided to go down the racetrack in the Loud American. They might just be hooked. The three-seater of the Proud American. Going to follow up that run in that same lane. Saturday night thrill rides at Mo-Kan Dragway. I think that could catch on. Rock on, cowboys and cowgirls. 564, 121.65 miles an hour. That could be you. And I really do mean you. Go by and see him at Proud American Motorsports. Let him take you for that ride. Well, I guess it's Super Pro time. Tricky Ricky Thomas from Dittmer, Missouri, Tower Side, once again with that 69 Chevy Chevelle SS. Going first with a 584 dial in. Going to be racing Randy Smith in that fast dragster out of Kansas City. Super Pro Round 3. Anniversary race at Mo-Kan Dragway. Quick door car and a quick dragster. Top dragster. You don't know the truth of the matter. Tricky Ricky and Randy. Both drivers with a green light start. Door car out front. Dragster in hot pursuit. The dragster goes around. 446 on a 440 dial at 154 miles an hour. Tricky Ricky takes the stripe by 9 thousandths, breaks out by 9 10,000ths. That was a drag race. Lots of different ways to not win, and Tricky Ricky found one, breaks out by 9 10,000ths of a second. Next up is going to be the Corvette against a dragster, Billy Ammons from Big Cabin, Oklahoma, where they play some of that Choctaw bingo. He's going first, dialed at 557. Taking on John Loebner from DeSoto, Kansas. 473 the dial in for the dragster. Green lights both sides. Oh, reaction time's close. Who's it going to be? Dragster. 474, 147 and a half. Just about the same scenario right there. Billy with a little bit of a starting line advantage, gets to the finish line first. He takes 200s, breaks out 31 10,000ths of a second, puts a win light on the right side for John Loebner's Dragster. Gordon Laster from Muskogee, Oklahoma, going first down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, dialed at 751. Scott Congrove from Gentry, Arkansas, 67 Camaro, the original F-body Camaro. 562, the dial in for Scotty. Green lights, both sides. Laster out front. Congrove in hot pursuit. Give it to the bow tie. 563 with a 2, 122.28 miles an hour. Takes out Gordon Laster. He goes 754 on a 751 dial in. Congrove with a starting line edge. Takes 3 at the stripe and gets the win. Kyle Schartz and Aaliyah Perez. Next up, 625 and 532. Your dial ins. 468 cubic inches of Chevy pulling that Studebaker along on the tower side of the racetrack, and 383 cubic inches of a small block Chevy pushing that Dragster down the Redemption Motorsports lane. Door car into the pre-stage. Dragster having trouble finding that first infrared. Where is it? There it is. All right, 3 bulbs lit. And now 4. Count them down, Aki time. Green lights both sides, and here we go. Kyle Schartz out front. Aaliyah Perez in hot pursuit. Give it to the Dragster again. Aaliyah with a 532, 124.24. Takes the win. Takes out Kyle's 628 on a 625 dial in. Aaliyah dead on with a 4. And a starting line advantage. That'll get the job done for you. Next up, go with a pair of door machines. Bruce Everhart, Wellsville, Kansas, GMC Sonoma on the pit side in the Redemption Motorsports lane, dialed at 649. Russell Kreitzer going first. The Malibu on the tower side, dialed at 740. 91 100ths head start for the Malibu. Rutrow, that's the official response. Rutrow, win light goes to Kreitzer, 749, 82.6 miles an hour. You saw that tap on the brakes, and you heard the, you had to get out of the throttle. That's because he was looking back, making sure that his opponent wasn't on his way and making sure he didn't break out. He doesn't and goes on. Trouble for the GMC pickup truck is when it was supposed to leave, it did not. John Crater and Jordan Aker coming your way next. Jordan from Kansas City in the Shorty Dragster. John Crater, Collinsville, Oklahoma, 81 Chevrolet Camaro. That is the second generation of the F-body. Going first down at 576. Squatty Body Dragster on the right side of the racetrack pulls into that pre-stage position as the lights come on. So we go Saturday night under the lights. Mankind Trip Zip 8 green and a win light for Jordan Aker. Kind of hard to contend with that. Trip Zip 8, 434 on a 432, takes the stripe by 7 10,000ths, gets the win. John Crater goes through with a 568 on a 576 dial in. Breaks out, still doesn't cross the finish line first. Aker going to be tough to beat that time down the track. Next pair up, Joe Carollo, Blue Springs, Missouri, tower side with a Cameron-built Dragster, dialed at 512, taking on Andrew Goss from Joplin. And the Driscoll Race Engines machine, dialed at 494 on the Redemption side of the track. Pre-stage bulb, been on for a while. Now we got 2. Carollo and Goss just about ready to launch to the north. Green lights both sides. Where are you guys getting these trip zip reaction times? There's been a bunch of them today. Joe just got another one, trip zip 3, 5:13 at a 134.2 mile per hour clip. Takes out Andrew Goss, who goes 495, 125.77 miles per hour. Matt Driscoll and Michael Johnson, your next pair, 610 and 496 the dial-ins. Johnson on the right side with the Arkansas Dragster. Going to be the Hound. Driscoll on the left side in the S-Dime truck. Going to be the Rabbit. Saturday night, Super Pro, Mo-Kan Dragway. Making our way towards the money rounds in our Sportsman category racing on this anniversary weekend. Into the stage goes the pickup. Dragster follows suit. We are good to go, and we got a whip light start. Michael Johnson, 015 red, gives Matt Driscoll the ticket to the next round. Driscoll was ready, though. Dial 610, run 610.04. Takes the win, goes to the next round. That'll bring us our next pair. Jay Hill. Got to tell you, I kind of partial to that Prelude over there. LSX 454 power out of Hills Automotive, dialed at 560. Going to spot Gary Watts, 1500s in that big block Chevy powered 62 Chevy 2 from Tahlequah. Just about the first town you get to when you're coming out of Kansas into Oklahoma. Prelude with the win, 559 with a 5, 119.74 miles an hour. It was a double breakout drag race, 44 10,000ths under for Jay Hill, 105 under for Gary Watts. So Jay Hill goes to the next round in the Prelude. Dave Boatwright, Kevin Tracy, your next pair. 680 and 523, the posted dial ins. The blue Nova on the left side going first, dialed at 680. Little Mo-Kan matchup here. The Missouri car on the left side, the Kansas car on the right side. Fourth bulb lit, tree counts down, green light left side, green light right side. Here we go. At the finish line, give it to the Dragster, 007 on the Christmas tree. Got it done for Kevin Tracy, 524, 121 miles an hour. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake. Foot brake, you are paired for this round. Keep them loose, but I need foot brake in the staging lanes, por favor. Isaac Hill, tower side, 535 the dial in. Cam Chun, pit side, 523 the dial in. 1200's head start for the car on the left. Round 3 Super Pro with foot brake called to the lanes. Win lights, pit side, Cam Chun, 523, dead 9 at 125.2 miles an hour. Takes out Isaac Hill. Oh my goodness, Isaac Hill not going to be happy with that time slip. 001 on the Christmas tree. Going to be real happy with the reaction time, not so much with the result of the race. 38 on a 35 dial. G-Dub Tracy, tower side out of Wichita, Kansas, dialed at 664 in the S-Dime. Taking on the Chevy Monza out of Joplin, Missouri, dialed at 581 on the Redemption side of the racetrack. At the stripe, tower side with the win light. G-Dub Tracy goes dead on with a 0.9 to take the win. Bob Smith, 581, dead on with a 1. So dead 0 beats dead 1 in that pair right there, and G-Dub Tracy is going to the next round. Ken Anderson and Aaron Queen. Coming at you next from Heavener, Oklahoma is Aaron Queen, dialed at 654 on the right side. Ken Anderson, Collinsville, Oklahoma, dial at 668 in the Camaro. Red light start for Aaron Queen. So the win goes to Ken Anderson, 670, 101.49. Foot brake, foot brake, foot brake. We need you in the staging lanes like right now. I just called you a minute ago. I know, but we need you to the staging lanes. Foot brake, you're paired. We got you paired, foot brake, and I need you in the staging lanes right now. Foot brake to the staging lanes now. Trevor White came in with the potential for the bye run, but it doesn't work out that way. He's going to be on the tower side of the racetrack going first by 0.4 of a second. Dialed at 498 against Cody Moore's 458. Kansas City, Missouri, home for Trevor White. Bixby, Oklahoma, home for Cody Moore. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your fourth round. Red light start on the right side of the racetrack gives Trevor White, who goes dead on with a 5. Oh, a 10-pack. Nice run right there, Trevor White. 005 green and a dead 5 elapsed time. 137.6 miles per hour terminal velocity on the tower side of the racetrack. Cody Moore kicks it red, 008. Runs dead on with a 3. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake round 4 to the staging lanes right now. We got you paired thus far, so keep them loose. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your fourth round. Nine o'clock is when our third and final qualifying round takes place for our Nitro Chaos competitors. Man, what a day it's been. That last round of qualifying was worth it all by itself as the threes just kept on showing up on the scoreboard. Kinsley, Meyer, Curl, Austin, Bruce, Gillen, Massey, Wheeler. Your A field right now, all those 8 cars under 4 seconds. Some big numbers turned in. 3 cars over 221 miles an hour. 4 cars over 213 miles an hour. So 4 of the 8 cars over 213 miles per hour. So if you came to see some big numbers, you came to the right spot because we got you big numbers. In DMP Awning Nitro Chaos. Tomorrow it's going to be Sunday eliminations. We're going to kick off the day at 9 o'clock with the chapel service at the Performance Motor Coaches RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. Big Baron's Top End Grub, they will serve you breakfast for a very reasonable price. I've had their breakfast. Trust me, you'd like to have their breakfast. It is delicious. So chapel with breakfast, 9 o'clock in the morning at the hospitality tent. We're going to go hot on the racetrack with Sportsman Racing at, about 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock time run start tomorrow, and we'll have Nitro Chaos first round eliminations, 1 o'clock, semifinals, 3 o'clock, final rounds, 5 o'clock. So we'll even get you home early on Sunday, but you want to make sure that you come back out for the racing tomorrow here at Mo-Kan Dragway as we continue the celebration with day number 2.5. I guess we count Friday as a half. But day number last of the 61st anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway with race number 3 of the 2023 DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series. Ought to be good. Ought to be better than good. It's going to be interesting, that's for darn sure. And we hope you're here to be a part of it with us tomorrow, Sunday, race day. Super Pro continues as we've got we've finished Super Pro. We got Foot Brake getting paired up for their next round. Round 4, they're going to start off round 4 in our Sportsman categories. I think we got 7 rounds, so if that's the case, round 4 would be one round away from quarterfinals. Junior Dragsters, got 5 of you left. That's a quarterfinal. I need my 5 remaining Junior Dragsters. If you'll start heading to the staging lanes, that would be beyond awesome. 5 Junior Dragsters left. I need 5 Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Bring them on down. Well, race fans, we have got our foot brake competitors back to the stage lanes. They are paired up in this round. So we have got the first pair ready to go. They are coming into the water as we are ready to light some tires. Show me smoke show. Tricky Ricky Thomas and Rich Miller. Tricky Ricky typically wins the race to the staging lanes, doesn't he? That Chevelle Bad Rat Performance Hip Pocket Finance Machine out of Dittmer, Missouri. Gonna be doing the chasing, dialed at 583. Gonna spot Rich Miller 1700s in the Bad Rat Performance LS powered Mustang, a Fostang. Wheels up, launch on the Chevelle. Green lights both sides, and the Chevelle gets the win. 594 beats a 667. Mustang way off the dial. Barracuda, Tower Side, AMC Spirit. Pit side, 6 flat and 542. The dial ins. James Delaloy out of Eureka, Missouri, going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Going first. 5800s head start against the CUDA. Delaloy with the red light start gives Tyler Valentine the ticket to the next round. 541 at 127. Takes out a red lighting 603 at 112.8 miles an hour. Mark Moon showing how a burnout's supposed to be done on the tower side of the racetrack out of Mound Valley, Kansas. 68 vintage Pontiac Firebird dialed at 617. He'll be the Hound. Matt Sampitrio is going to be the Rabbit dialed at 695. Green lights both sides this time. And the win light's going to be in the redemption lane. 701 beats a 616. A breakout left side. San Pietro takes the stripe by 27 ten-thousandths of a second. J.R. Loebner and Andrew Goss bringing us the smoke show with this next pair here in foot brake. 6'11" left side, 6'40" right side. Andrew Goss with the wagon gets to go first by 29/100ths of a second. Drivers in. Starter sends him on the way down the racetrack. Wheels up, launch for the pickup truck, and here we go. Green lights both sides. Win light, redemption side. Andrew Goss, 640, dead on with an 8. Takes the win at 104.8 miles an hour. J.R. Loebner with a beautiful wheel stand start. 610 breakout run at 106.9 miles an hour. Got to the stripe first, takes 011, breaks out 0077. Doesn't take much. Andrew Goss gets the win. Don Givens from Ava, Missouri with the Fox Body Mustang on the tower side, taking on Randall Mink out of Tulsa in the extended cab S10 truck. 600s head start for the pickup. Here we go. Red light start for Givens, 012 red, Randall Mink, 002 green. And a 631 with a 9.7. 107 miles an hour right side, 109.25 left side. Next pair up going to be another S10 truck. That's a 95 model out of Paola, Kansas, and that's driven by Tyson Hartley. 645 to dial in left side. The Chevy Monza right side gets a big whopping 1/100th of a second head start. That's Shane Rees out of Carthage, Missouri, in the 79 Chevy Monza. Junior Dragsters. Well, we've almost got all of you. We needed 5. We got 2. So I need 3 more Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, I need you in the staging lanes right about now would be just right. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Tower side with the wind light. Tyson Hartley, 647, 103. Both cars run 647. Shane Rees, 110.6 miles an hour, gets there second. Margin of victory, 0.005 of a second. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, I need you in the staging lanes now, please. Loud American just went 450. That's a fast ride. So here we go. More thrill seekers. That's an epic Saturday night, is to strap yourself into a supercharged dragster and go for a ride at Mo-Kan Dragway. That could be you. Man, it's pulling. And he goes past the finish line. 455, 155.44 miles an hour. What a kick. I guarantee there's a huge smile on the face of the person in the rumble seat. That was a blast. Junior Dragster quarterfinals coming your way, race fans. There's 5 of them left. We'll go down to 3, then to 2. And then we'll decide who's going to be the champion of this day's racing at the 61st anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway, Mo-Kan America, the place to be. You obviously know that. You're here. Don't forget, come on back. We got more racing tomorrow, and it's going to be the final rounds. 3 rounds of eliminations and 2 different 8-car eliminators in Nitro Chaos competition. Enormous points implications are a possibility, especially as things stand right now. Now, what happens in that 3rd and final qualifying round could make all the difference in the world. Gracie Chun to the staging lanes, please. Gracie Chun, we're looking for you in the staging lanes in this round of Junior Dragster. Joe Carollo, lane 7 is open for you, sir. Joe Carollo, lane 7. You've got the possibility of a bye run in this next round of Super Pro, so bring it to lane 7, please. Joe Carollo. Junior Dragster quarterfinals coming at you. Joe Carollo, lane 7's open for you for the bye run in Super Pro. Super Pro competitors stand by. We're waiting for our Junior Dragsters to get paired up and up towards the ready stripe and ready to go. And it'll be time for Super Pro right after that. Third round Nitro Chaos qualifying coming up at 9 o'clock, and Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms has put up $500 for the top mile per hour in the B field. So somebody going to get a good payday starting tonight, thanks to Steve Stamps and Stamps Family Farms. Race number 3 of the 2023 DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series presented by McKinney Motorsports here at Mo-Kan Dragway this weekend. One remaining race in Nitro Chaos competition where the championship will be decided. That's going to be down at Pine Valley Raceway at Lufkin, Texas, coming up in the middle of September. September 15, 16, I think. Check that out a little bit. Junior Dragsters coming your way momentarily, race fans. We've got 5 cars left. So next round is a money round. Joe Carollo, lane 7, please. You've got the potential buy run in Super Pro, and I need my Super Pro competitors to the staging lanes. Joe Carollo, lane 7 for the potential buy run. And all the rest of you guys and gals in Super Pro, bring them to lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Super Pro to the staging lanes for your next round. September 22nd, 23rd, the inaugural Nitro Chaos Championship Finals down at Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin, Texas. That's going to close out the Nitro Chaos inaugural season. After the conclusion of this race, there will be one more chance for someone to do the necessary voodoo that they do to get that first championship in Nitro Chaos racing. Certainly an eventful weekend this time. And the events just keep on coming your way. Third and final qualifying round, 9 o'clock tonight. We will kick off with chapel at 9 o'clock in the morning. Sportsman time trials at 10 o'clock. And first round of Nitro Chaos eliminations, 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Semifinals, 3 o'clock. Final rounds, 2 o'clock. Big day of racing for you tomorrow, but we're not even through yet. So we've got the assault on the record book taking place. That big show top fuel dragster of Scott Palmer is going to come out. See if he can own the record book at Mo-Kan Dragway. We're looking for good stuff. Really good stuff. The single cylinder set, the Junior Dragsters, getting fired up here in the quarterfinal round of their competition. Gannon Carson from Girard, Kansas, the Speedy's Auto A-plus Decor new marketing truck guts Horton's retail liquor car is going to be on the right side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane, going first, dialed at 896. 1.05 second head start against Trayton Valentine. Trayton on the tower side out of Fort Scott, Kansas. The alignment services and the Bryant Racing Dragster is dialed at 791. Three bulbs lit. Fourth bulb comes on, right side. We are now good to go. Green light start for both racers. Trayton Valentine, left side. Gannon Carson, right side. At the stripe, the win light on the Redemption side. Gannon Carson, 896, dead on with a 3. A starting line advantage and dead on the number. gets the win light, and Gannon Carson goes to the semifinals. Coleman Nation and Gracie Chun, your next pair. Gracie on the right side will go first. She's dialed in with a 919. And Coleman going to be doing the pursuing down the left side of the racetrack, dialed at 793. One spot open in the semifinal for one of these competitors. Green lights on both sides. Here we go. Gracie out front. Coleman in hot pursuit. Quarterfinal junior dragsters win light comes on the tower side. Coleman Nation 793 with a 0-0, dead on with a double aught. 80.69 miles an hour takes a win light. 917 for Gracie Chun. She got there first but breaks out after a 004 reaction time. Breaks out, and Coleman Nation is going to advance to the semifinals. Ellie Carson with the bye run is going to be in the final round after this 1198 dial-in run. Ellie 048 green, 1198 the dial in, laps time 1192, 53.59 miles an hour. So your semifinal in junior dragster is set. It's going to be Gannon Carson, Coleman Nation, and Ellie Carson. A good day at the races for the Carsons. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Joe Carollo, lane 7 for the potential bye run. And the rest of the Super Pro competitors in lanes 2 through 6. Super Pro round 4 coming your way. Just a few moments. Super Pro, final call. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Thrill Seekers coming your way one more time. Proud American 3-seat dragster. A great thing to do with a friend. Somebody you like to talk with, because after you do this together, there will be a lot to talk about. Do you remember? How could I forget? Great fun at the drags is what you always experience and expect at Mo-Kan Dragway. Even the chance to go down the racetrack in a real race car at high speed. .554, 123.3 miles an hour. 2 more satisfied customers of proud American motorsports. Time for a little Super Pro. Randy Smith, Kansas City, Missouri, 446 the dial-in tower side. Trevor White, Kansas City, Missouri, 498 the dial-in right side. A pair of dragster racers from KC come down to Mo-Kan for a little weekend fun. Guarantee it's been a lot of fun so far. $5,200's head start for the car on the right side. Green lights a pair at the stripe. Give it to the fast car on the left side, Randy Dandy Doo. 462, 147.5 miles an hour, gets a win. Trevor White goes 2 10,000ths under, breaks out 497 with a 9.8. That's a 2,000ths breakout. Tough break right there for Trevor White, but Randy Smith is going on to the next round. Aaliyah Perez from Galva, Kansas, 531 dial in left side. Gonna spot Russell Kreitzer 2.1 seconds in the Malibu. The door car with a big head start down that Redemption Motorsports lane. Crosstalk is on. Red light, tower side, so the door car gets the win. Aaliyah goes 021 red. Kreitzer 031 green. 741 dead on with a 06. 91.1 miles an hour, and Kreitzer goes to the next round. 528 with the red light start. 126 miles an hour. Tough break for Aaliyah Perez. Jay Hill and G-Dub Tracy, Mount Vernon, Missouri, and Wichita, Kansas. Hometowns for these racers. 664 the dial in for the pickup truck. So G-Dub going first against the 97 Honda Prelude. Hills Automotive LSX 454 powered Honda Prelude. Tower side. 1.05 seconds head start for the pickup. Here we go. Going to be tight at the finish because it was certainly tight at the start. Pickup with the win. 665 beats a 557. Jay Hill got to the finish line first but breaks out 014 under. So Jay Hill gets there first but breaks out, puts the win light on the opposite side. G-Dub Tracy going to the next round in the pickup truck. Scott Congrove, Gentry, Arkansas, 67 Chevrolet Camaro dialed at 562 on the left side. Taking on Matt Driscoll from Wellsville, Kansas. 610 the dial in the 99 S10 pickup. $4,800's head start for the pickup. Got green lights on both sides, and the pickup going to the next round. Matt Driscoll runs a 6:09 with a 7.6 on a 610 dial, 110.95 miles an hour, breaks out 24 10,000ths. Scott Congrove 557 on a 562, breaks out nearly 500ths. That'll be all for the Gentry Arkansas Camaro, and Matt Driscoll will go on. John Loebner, DeSoto, Kansas, 473 to dial in for the Dragster. And Ken Anderson, Collinsville, Oklahoma, 669 dial for the Camaro. Door car almost 2 seconds head start. Round 4 Super Pro underway. Red light start, 006 red for Ken Anderson. So the Dragster's going to go to the next round. Loebner with a 475, 147.98 miles an hour. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying to the push road, please. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying to the push road, please. Jordan Aker from Kansas City. Short wheelbase dragster dialed at 433. Going to try to take a quick trip down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And Kevin Tracy from Wichita, Kansas, going to go first with the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 522. Round 4 Super Pro. Working our way towards the money rounds. Jordan Aker left side, Kevin Tracy right side, just about good to go. 2 bulbs lit. Shorty stages first. Got us a pair of green lights. At the stripe, give it to Kevin Tracy, 521 at 131, beats a 431 at 156. Double breakout drag race, and Kevin Tracy's going to advance into the next round with a smaller breakout. Joe Carollo had the potential for the bye run, but he's got an opponent, Cam Chun. Joe from Blue Springs, Missouri. Cam Chun from Willard, Missouri. 522 and 512 the dial-ins, 1/10 of a second head start for the orange car in that Redemption Motorsports lane. At the stripe, Chun with the win, dead on with a 129 miles an hour. Carollo took the stripe by 027, breaks out 31 10,000ths. That'll be a breakout. Cam Chun will get the win light to advance into the next round. That'll do it for Super Pro. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying to the push road, please. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying. Looking for you on the push road, please. Nitro Chaos to the staging lanes. Nitro Chaos, third and final qualifying round coming up at 9 o'clock. We've called them to the staging lanes. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying. Looking for you on the push road, please, for your third and final qualifying run. Don't forget, race fans, hang around after that Nitro Chaos third qualifier. Scott Palmer, going to see what he can do in a 1320 at Mo-Kan Dragway with his top fuel dragster. All right, race fans, so if you wonder what's happening, we got a couple of ride dragsters, some thrill seekers set to go down the racetrack. After that, you'll see the staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway take the track, and they will do the track preparations before that third and final qualifying round in Nitro Chaos. Once that's done, then Scott Palmer's going to take the track with his top fuel dragster. That's going to be a ride to remember, I think. We're going to put the timing cones in down at the quarter mile, and he's going to run that car out the back door and see if he can rewrite the record book here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Seems like a strong, very strong possibility. Should be good. We saw him run 5:21 up at Eddyville Raceway Park. No, we saw him run a 3:21 in the 8th mile at Eddyville Raceway Park. Let's get your facts straight there, Mr. Ratton. Okay. So we're going to the quarter mile with the top fuel dragster and Scott Palmer. Going to see about rewriting the record book. That's coming your way. Loud American, Proud American getting ready to go down the racetrack with some more thrill seekers. Should be a ton of fun right there. And Nitro Chaos. Nitro Chaos competitors. Third round qualifying is coming up 9 o'clock. I need to start seeing you on the push row just about any moment. Nitro Chaos. Third round qualifying. To the push road, please. So as our thrill seekers make their way towards the water box for that first amazing rush, I want to remind you about the great food that we've got here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Big Baron's Top End Grub, turning it out hot and fresh off the smoker over there by the hospitality tent. The Skinny Hen and Nitro Ice, serving it up right over here by the tower. And the Mo-Kan concession stand on the pit side. Still got food and still making folks smile. Loud American. Just about ready to rock somebody's world with that supercharged 540 cubic inch Chevy power plant. Proud American Motorsports, brought to you by VP Race Fuels, RM Race Trailers, and Performance Towing. Making plenty of folks happy wherever Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos go. We absolutely love it when Proud American Motorsports can make our fans happy with the opportunity to go down the racetrack in a big hurry. If you're in a real big hurry, the Loud American's a good way to get somewhere. Rocking on down that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane to a 450 at 157. All right, we don't always know who is in the rumble seat, but we happen to know this time. It's going to be Anna and Josh Simpson in the rumble seat of the Proud American Motorsports Dragster. Today is Anna's birthday. So we talked about something great to do with people that you love. This is going to be Anna and Josh Simpson, and they are celebrating Anna's birthday today with a ride in the Proud American Motorsports Dragster. Got to think that Anna's going to remember this birthday for a long, long time. Pretty sure that they will offer you the opportunity to have your ride recorded on a GoPro, so you can relive it over and over and over again if you want to. I am sure that Anna and Josh Simpson are going to be reliving that, if only in their mind. What a kick. 564, 121.57 miles an hour. They'll be talking about that one at home for a long time to come. So a great day at the races continues with Nitro Chaos third round qualifying coming up here in a moment. Track preparations underway as the tractor goes out to brush and drag. We'll put a little traction compound on it to follow that up. And it's going to be time for the Nitro cars to show out. The sun has gone down. We are under the lights, and you're going to get a chance to see those header flames from the Nitro cars when they come to life. That is a kick. If you've never seen it, you're going to know why a lot of us just keep on coming back to the drags for the Nitro cars when they show up for Nitro Chaos. You'll be glad you're here. If you're not already, I'm sure that it's coming. And I just bet that you're already glad that you made a great decision to be at Mo-Kan Dragway for the celebration of our 61 years of drag racing excellence. DMP Awnings and McKinney Motorsports bringing you Nitro Chaos, the championship tour for 2023, with help from CP Carrillo, Wolf Pumps, and Dove Fuels, and bringing it to our friends around the world on flowracing.com thanks to Larice Motorsports Insurance. So after that last batch of Nitro cars went down the racetrack, we wind up with 8 cars under 4 seconds. So our entire McKinney Motorsports A field is a 3-second field. They range from Kevin Kinsley's 353 to Gary Wheeler's 399. That last bit of deck shuffling that is about to take place in this third and final round of qualifying, it's going to answer some questions for us, we think, and it's going to create all kinds of anticipation for tomorrow's racing. Once again, we go live first round Nitro Chaos eliminations straight up 1 o'clock. Another full day of Sportsman racing with our Super Pro and Foot Brake and Junior Dragster competitors getting the opportunity to put another big check into their collection, into their account. Right now, Chuck Lofton, Dusty Hunt, Mitch King, and Paul Schultz on the outside looking in of this quick qualified field. Chase Copeland, number 8 in the B field for the moment with a 436. Looking to see what some of these competitors are going to uncork on this last chance. I know there's some of these non-qualified cars that can get in. They're able to get that horsepower to the ground. It could be very interesting. Chuck Lofton has been down the racetrack in under 4 seconds. Dusty Hunt as well. Mitch King started off the Funny Car Chaos season as the low qualifier in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field down at the Texas Motorplex with a number under 3.6 seconds. Down there in that vicinity of where Kevin Kinsley sits number 1 on the qualifying sheet right now, as Kevin uncorked the 353 in the War Wagon AA fuel altered. The injected nitro dragsters. Megan, number 2 on the list, 359. Rachel, number 3 with a 361. Matt Sackman with a best so far of 405, as he has not put one down the racetrack under power all the way so far in the 2 runs that they've made before. We'll see if they're able to do that in this third and final qualifying shot. Anticipation builds because where you wind up on the qualifying list has a lot to do with how many points you accrue. Qualifying number 1 in the B field is worth 8 points, while qualifying number 8 in the A field is worth 1 point. So that 1 spot difference on the qualifying sheet, enormous implications in the championship chase. Right now, your points leaders tied at the top. Gary Wheeler sits number 8 in the A field. Megan Myers sits number 2 in the A field. So that's a difference of 6 points in favor of Megan Meyer. We'll see what happens if somebody steps up in a big way. Gary Wheeler actually hoping to be bumped down by somebody going quicker than 399 with a 3 to accrue some of those qualifying points. We're going to see how it shakes out. There's all kinds of cool stuff that could be happening. How many cars might be under 4 seconds in the B field? I don't know. That CP Carrillo field could be plenty stout. And $500 for the fastest car in the B field after qualifying. That $500 from Steve Stamps and Stamps Family Farms, that could play a significant role in some of these competitors deciding just how fast they might want to go this time down the racetrack. 500 American dollars on the line. Thank you, Steve Stamps. Stamps Family Farms. We appreciate the support that you bring to Nitro Chaos. We brush and drag. We apply a little traction compound. And the staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway obviously knows how to prep a track. Obviously know how to prep a track for great performances, because we have seen plenty of great performances on our anniversary celebration event. Be sure to get your event shirts, especially if your plans won't allow you to be here tomorrow. Mo-Kan event shirts at the Shirt Shack. That's at the base of the tower on the west side of the tower. And Nitro Chaos event shirts over at Fat Tires Race Ugly Apparel. That is behind the water box, just across that open area where all the staging lanes come together. You don't have to look hard to find that 53-foot trailer with Fat Tires Apparel and Race Ugly Apparel on the side of it. They have got your official event shirts for Nitro Chaos Mo-Kan. Nitro Chaos, third round, qualifying. Nitro Chaos competitors to the push road, please. Nitro Chaos competitors to the push road, please, for your third round of qualifying. Bring them on down for me. Nitro Chaos, third round qualifying. I need my competitors on the push road, please. Ought to have them serviced and ready to go. Bring them to the push road. We'll get you paired up and down the racetrack. Track preparations almost done. We are just a few minutes away from that 9 o'clock start time. Third and final round of qualifying in our Nitro Chaos categories. DMP Awnings, McKinney Motorsports, bringing you Season 1 of the Championship Series. This is the third year that there's been a championship tour in Nitro Chaos racing. Started off kind of like Funny Car Chaos did with one event that was a hit. The second year we wound up with 2 races instead of 4, and this year we got 4 races instead of 8. But
Funny Car fans, this one's for you. For the first time ever on the East Coast, Funny Car Chaos. Blast through the gates of Maryland International Raceway. Friday night and Saturday, August 25th and 26th. 40 outlaw funny cars. Yes, 40 are pre-entered for this 2-day festival of horsepower, which also features jet funny cars, nostalgia racing, our car show, and much more. Tickets and more info at GoRaceMIR.com. This is the race you've been waiting for. You know what to do. Be there.
About getting that horsepower to the ground. There's plenty of horsepower being made at the starting line right now. Both cars in the pre-stage position. Kinsley and Sackman edging into the stage position. We are good to go. Candles lit, hitting on all 8, and we've got a 353. 221.24 miles an hour to a 405 on the right side at 131.7. So the War Wagon fires a shot My word.
When the war wagon shows up, well, they know how to go to war and win battles, and they right now sit provisional number 1 qualifier, Kevin Kinsley, at the wheel with a 3:53. Good lap there, man.
It was, the guys did a great job getting this thing prepared, and they've been really busy the last couple months trying to get this Pro Mod car on Nitro done and to get this thing prepared. So, yeah, it was a good lap, and we got the track record again, and so Fred Spell's going to owe us a little bit of money, I think.
He very well might be owing you some money. He owes a lot of people money after that Thursday night show that people need to watch. Now, this car, you said, has not been out since you won the Classic. It's got to be good that you can bring a car out and run so well, and it's been sitting.
Well, these guys have been doing this stuff for a long time, the Ferris family, and I'm just very fortunate I get to drive it, man. It's such a great hot rod. It's a great family, and I feel at home here and like I'm part of the family. So, they've always had a really great hot weather tune-up. I mean, we can go down to Evadale and run 231 down there and come here and run well too. And I clicked it a little bit early down there earlier. It was skating around a little bit. So maybe tomorrow it'll pick up a little bit more mile an hour.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
If you can race it, chances are we make a piston or connecting rod for it. We have about 4,000 to 5,000 different part numbers on the shelf for connecting rods and pistons. So about half of what we sell comes right off the shelf, and the other half is custom-made parts. I am a firm believer in distribution and everybody getting their cut, doing their job, and getting rewarded for it. So we'll see how that goes in the future.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis part supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Anywhere as they stick around. If you're racing, they're watching. And there's a lot to see at Mo-Kan Dragway as we celebrate the 61st anniversary. Aaron Morrow has got the Nitro Relapse fuel altered, set to go down this left side lane. Here he goes. There's a little preview of the header flames. When Aaron Morrow got onto the throttle to do the burnout, you got a picture. The Mach 1 Mustang, 72 vintage. Chuck Lofton and Angie Lofton out of Seguin, Texas. Right now, they are first alternate with a 449. That has them placed number 17 on the qualifying list. Aaron Morrow and the Nitro Relapse came out and started off as the #1 qualifier on the first run down the racetrack. Their 416 has been pushed all the way down to number 13, lucky 13. So a pair of racers looking to move up on the qualifying list. Can they put the horsepower to the ground and get those numbers that they are looking for? Let's find out. Funny car, Redemption side, fuel altered, O'Reilly side. Candles lit for the Nitro Relapse as he is on a run down that left side of 428 at 179.07 miles an hour. Not an improvement, but some great header flames down that tower side for Aaron Morrow, so they will stay 13. And Chuck Lofton goes 528. 168 miles an hour. I got to see some more header flames down that right side, but again, no improvement right there. Chuck Lofton and the Motivation Mach 1 stay number 17, first alternate, and Aaron Morrow stays 13. Nitro Club. Lucky 13 qualifier for the moment. As they are clearing the top end of the racetrack, we've got some more exciting racing action coming your way. As the Nitro Relapse team on the way down to pick up their driver. Show them some love, race fans. How about those header flames? Candles lit all the way down the racetrack. Big time fun. No change in their position on the qualifying list. They are in the middle of the CP Carrillo B field at the moment. Looks like we've got Mitch King coming up next with a solo run down this left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Mitch King, another one of the competitors, who is looking for a good number. Best run so far, 5:55, about 2 seconds slower than he ran at the Texas Motorplex, but they are certainly capable at any moment of putting a big number up on the board. So once they get the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, it's going to be bone shaker time for the man from Texas. La King's Confectionery down on the Strand at Galveston, Texas. If you're ever going down to the Texas coast to Galveston, find your way to the Strand and find your way to La King's Confectionery for some sweet treats you're going to absolutely love, just like the old days. I mean the old days. They've been around a long time. With the confectionaries from La King's, that's the family business. Part of the family business anyway. Candy and Nitro, the family business for Mitch King and company. Dave Gallegos working with his old friend Mitch King, helping to tune that Nitro funny car out of Texas. Veronica Gallegos doing the backup girl duties. Pretty in Pink on Saturday night. So Mitch King, it's now or never. On the qualifying list in the number 19 spot, we only take 16. So Mitch King, number 3 alternate, hoping to get a good number on the board and rocket himself from DNQ, maybe all the way to McKinney Motorsports A field. Let's find out. He's into the pre-stage. Goes to the high side, staged up and ready. 508, 156.96 miles an hour, not going to do it. So unfortunately for Mitch King and company, that's going to be That's going to keep them right where they were. They remain third alternate, even with the 5:08. So tough break right there for that team, as they were looking for and expecting better things. Tonight just was not their night. Well, hate that for them. Race fans, we've got several cars that have elected to run singles. You and I both prefer pairs, but sometimes it's unavoidable. So the crew on the way down to pick up the Bone Shaker and Mitch King, as they will improve from 5:55 to 5:08, but that's not enough to move up on the qualifying list. So tough break for them right there. And our next car or cars going to be coming to life once we get the all clear from the shutdown area. Don't forget, we've got the sister duel, Rachel and Megan, going to be going at it on a Saturday night call out with their dad on the switch at the starting line. Should be good. Two of the quickest, fastest cars here going head to head, as this team out of Kansas supporting Nitro Chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway from the first race last year and back again this year. And they have stated their intention to become the first ever Nitro Chaos champions. So it's going to be a Show Me State racer coming your way next. John Umlauf from Rolla. The Mass Chaos AA fuel altered. Another car that packs a powerful punch. So far, best run down the racetrack of 4:11 has them number 12 on the qualifying list. They've been a 3-second car for a long time. This is a different car than they were running. This one, actually, they took a few years mostly off, but came back to racing, and they came back with some high-powered equipment. 500 cubic inches of Don Schumacher Racing Hemi. The Fiat body machine with that giant wing on the back. Continuing to work on their tune-up and their setup. They're sneaking up on it. 4:11 so far, 4:18 their second run down the racetrack. So they got the 14s down. Now they're looking for some 4.0s or something under 4 seconds. Let's take a ride with them. Let's see if they can get it. Mass Chaos coming at you. Oh, yeah. Candles lit down the racetrack of 421, 147 miles an hour. Once again, not an improvement. A good run, but not an improvement. So they will stay number 12 on the qualifying list, but putting up those big header flames for the your race watching enjoyment. But Mass Chaos stays number 12, 102 to 60 and 272 to half track. Just not quite enough to get under that 4:11 zone, so they will stay right where they were, a 421, 147 miles an hour, and they are sticking strong in the middle of the CP Carrillo B field. Donnie Massey from Denton, Texas, the Showtime AA Fuel Altered, came out and put up the second 3-second run of the day. Massey, 2002-2003 champion in Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing. He's got the cred, and he came out and put up a nice 397 on the scoreboard in the first round of qualifying, making his second qualifying run of the weekend. Right now, they are sitting number 7 in that McKinney Motorsports A field as the 397 holds up so far to keep them number 7. Big inch Hemi with a healthy dose of pop. 482 cubic inches of Hemi driving the Showtime Fuel Altered. He's into the pre-stage position. Candlestick, yes indeed, rocking and rolling down the racetrack. 376, 181.97 miles an hour. Got another big number as Donnie Massey goes 376. That'll move him up from number 7 to number 6. Okay, moves up just one, but they go to number 6. 397 to a 376 and 181.97 miles an hour. All right, free stuff. Veronica Gallegas testing the arm, getting it all the way up there. Great job, girl. So Showtime with a big number. Show them some love, race fans. How about that 376 and 181? Nice lap, Showtime. Hey, race fans, as we continue shuffling the deck here, and we will come up with the pairings. At the end of this, we'll have our pairings for our first round of eliminations. Want to make sure that you know that we're going to kick things off. We're racing tomorrow. Mother Nature decided we were racing on Sunday, so we're racing on Sunday. And we've got 3 rounds of eliminations in 2 different 8-car categories. So what you're seeing tonight, you're going to see more of it tomorrow. So we invite you to come on back tomorrow. Gates are going to open early. We'll start off with the chapel service at 9 o'clock. We'll follow that with Sportsman time trials at 10 o'clock. Round 1 Nitro Chaos eliminations, 1 o'clock tomorrow. So I don't know what you had on your schedule tomorrow, but if you can be here tomorrow for the racing of Nitro Chaos, it'll be a big, big time. I think you can kind of see what you can expect tomorrow as we are going to go round 1 racing in 2 categories. McKinney Motorsports A field will be an 8-car field. They're kicking off at 1 o'clock. Right after that will be the B field, 8 more Nitro cars squaring off in first round of eliminations. So the big-time points battle is going down here at Mo-Kan Dragway, as our first season champion is going to be crowned in September. But a whole lot of what happens in September is predicated upon what happens at Mo-Kan tonight. So Donnie Massey, another car with candles lit, those big header flames, lighting up the night sky for the race fans here at Mo-Kan Dragway. And we've got more coming your way. Joe Gallegas and Paul Schultz going to square off next in Oklahoma-Kansas pairing. Joe Gallegas has got a 405 on the board. He's number 6 in points coming into this race, but moving up. I think with this run, he will go into the number 5 position in that Nitro Clown Top Fuel Dragster on the tower side of the racetrack. Joe Gallegas, Stone Setters Masonry, Gary's Quality Auto, Bobby's Food Company, Smith Mobile Welding, and Nitro Club Apparel, providing the backing for the Nitro Clown Top Fuel Dragster. AA Fuel Dragster out of Manhattan, Kansas. Really strong performance up at Eddyville Raceway Park. They would like to capitalize on the opportunity to move up the list a bit. They are number 3 in B field qualifying right now, 405 with a 7. Don't forget though, $500 available for top speed of the B field in qualifying. Paul Schultz, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That injected small block Chevy-powered dragster, the Nitro Monkey, making their third qualifying run. This time they're going to swap over and go down that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Paul Schultz right now, best run 667. Coming in at fourth alternate at the moment. Paul Schultz goes by the unusual nickname Nobody. So let's see what Nobody can do in the Nitro Monkey. Rick Taylor, owner, tuner of the Nitro Monkey Fuel Dragster. Joe Gallegos inching towards this free stage. And the Nitro Monkey unable to get it into the forward gear. There they go, finally got it. Brings the car towards the starting line. We are just about ready for these two slingshot dragsters to take on the night. Joe Gallegos, he's been 194 miles an hour, almost 195. In the Nitro Clown car on the tower side. Candles lit, Nitro Clown, 414, 179.93 miles an hour. Again, another good run for the Nitro Clown team. Not an improvement. The 405 keeps them where they were, but a 414, 179, demonstrating some consistency on the tower side with that slingshot dragster. Paul Schultz, 811, 99.9 miles an hour as the trouble continues for the Nitro Monkey machine. They'll stay number 20 on the qualifying list right now, 667, their best elapsed time from earlier in the day. Rick Taylor, good to see you, my brother. In the shutdown area, both of those slingshot dragsters didn't quite make it to the exit. So we're going to have to get the cars off the racetrack in the shutdown area before we light up our next cars. And we are racing on Sunday. Racing on Sunday for the first time, actually, in Chaos competition. It's going to be a first at Mo-Kan. There's lots of firsts that happen at Mo-Kan Dragway. We're racing on Sunday with the first round of Nitro cars at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Semifinals at 3 o'clock. And 5 o'clock will be your final rounds for your Nitro cars. Nitro Pro Mod and Top Fuel Dragster coming your way right after this round of Nitro Chaos qualifying. Kevin Kinsley going to be driving their Nitro Pro Mod. The War Wagon Corvette is going to be following up. They're not trying to qualify for this race. They're just shaking that car down. But they've got their AA fuel altered tune-up into that Nitro Pro Mod now after a promising maiden voyage in their War Wagon Corvette Pro Mod. So they'll be heading down the racetrack maybe at a quicker tempo this time in that brand new machine to them. And Grand Marshal of the event, Scott Palmer, going to close us out tonight after all this is said and done with an assault on the record book, as that Top Fuel dragster of his is going to come out and go 1,320 feet. And we're going to see if he can rewrite the record book here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Certainly a guy with the performance potential to do just that. All right, we get the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, and we've got a pair of altered set to go down on this end. Going to be Jody Austin, the Bushwhacker from Aubrey, Texas, with the supercharged machine, the Bushwhacker. Right now, Jody is qualified number 4 as he went 366. at 193.3 in this earlier round, first round. Chase Copeland, the injected A fuel altered out of Gainesville, Texas, going to take that right side lane. Both drivers elect to do a short burnout. Most of the time in the injected cars, they'll do that short burnout. Works better with their combinations. In supercharged cars, sometimes you'll see a long burnout, sometimes you won't. Jody Austin, number 4 qualifier, doesn't seem to see the signal to stop. Gets the car into the forward gear. He'll take it towards the starting line. 366 best run so far for the Bushwhacker. He is a past champion in Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing, as well as being a past champion in the World Fuel Altered Nationals. This Texan got his started in racing with his father, Raymond Austin, an early top fuel pioneer out of Texas. Injected right side, supercharged left side, altereds on a strategy right. There they go down the racetrack, 370, 212 left side, and 402 for Chase Copeland, 173.1 miles per hour down that right side lane, 402, 173 miles an hour. Jody with a 938 short time to 60 feet and a 249 to half track. And Chase, another one of those sub 1 second 60-foot times, 986 and a 263 to half track. Chase Copeland, 402 with an 8, moves to number 1 in the B field. Chase Copeland, go ahead and take that number 1 spot in the CP Carrillo B field. 173 miles an hour down that right side lane. Jody Austin over 200 miles an hour at 212.46 miles an hour. So he joins the 200 mile per hour club. And the race crew hard at work in the shutdown area, making sure that both cars are off the racetrack. Should be good to go here in just a bit. So Jody Austin is going to stay right where he was, the 366 and the 370, demonstrating that they have certainly got their consistency down. He stays number 4 in McKinney Motorsports A field qualifying. But Chase Copeland moved from number 8 in the B field to number 1 in the B field. 402, 173 miles an hour. Nice. So our next car is going to be taken on the racetrack here in just a few moments. Okay, just got the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, so we are good to go. Todd Barker, Hot Rod Todd from Marlow in the back in black Corvette funny car. Made his best run of the weekend on that last trip down the racetrack. Hot Rod Todd sits number 8 in the B field right now, as he was just now bumped from number 7 to number 8. Hot Rod Todd, 422 best, 421 best, 155.49 miles an hour, has that final qualifying spot, as that is your bump spot in the B field, 421. Bump spot in the A field, 399. Bump spot in the B field, 421. Team out of Oklahoma. They run both Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. The injected Nitro Funny Car running Nitro Chaos. They've got a back in black GTO that son Alex is successfully running on the Funny Car Chaos Tour. Several single runs here in this third and final qualifying round. Drivers wanting to make sure they improve their position if they can. Candles lit, pedal, and a 427, 153.22 miles an hour. So no improvement, but they are sneaking up on that combination 427, 153 miles an hour. So demonstrating some consistency. That will be good going into the first round eliminations tomorrow. Race fans, be sure that your plans include being back here at Mo-Kan Dragway tomorrow. 8-car fields, 2 of them. First round starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'll get you out of here by supper time tomorrow after a great day of nitro racing at Nitro Chaos, celebrating 61 years at Mo-Kan Dragway. So here they come. The Sister Act. Number 2 qualifier, Megan Meyer. Number 3 qualifier, Rachel Meyer. They've been 359 and 361 on their jaunts down the racetrack so far. And they've got a Saturday night call out. We saw a little talk about it on the social media coming into this event. Megan says, I'm coming for you. Didn't know what that was all about, but we're starting to find out. We've got a Saturday night call out here. So these 2 injected nitro dragsters, quick, fast, and deadly. They are deadly to the competition as they would get themselves into the next round most of the time. Rachel's going to take the tower side. Megan's going to take the pit side, as these 2 gunk dragsters are going side to side by side, with a Saturday night call out going on. So I don't know what's happening with the sisters, but sometimes they're paired up running together. Rachel will be crew chief for Megan at the races where Dad doesn't happen to be there, but they certainly do have the call out going here on Saturday night. All right, they got Dad on the Christmas tree. Going to send him down the racetrack. He'll be your starter. Mike Hodge hands the starter box over. Planting 2 here in just a minute. So Dad comes out, looks at his daughters, says, okay, girls, it's go time. Rachel on the left side, Megan on the right side. The fires are lit on these injected nitro dragsters, number 2 and number 3 qualifiers. Saturday night call out. Maestro Meyer gives them the signal, and they do the burnouts at the same time. Getting those rear tires good and hot. The gunk-backed dragsters showing up strong here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Their hometown racetrack pretty much. fans. They're from not too far from here. Rachel living in Olathe. Megan in Olathe. Megan in the final round. At Eddyville, put the Gunk Dragster into the winner's circle. Also put it in the winner's circle at Mo-Kan Dragway last year for the first Nitro Chaos event at this track. So it is Saturday night, call out. We are ready to go. Who you got? Rachel on the left side, Megan on the right side, into the pre-stage position, just a few inches more, and they will be good to go. Who's gonna go in first? Megan. Whoa, it's a pedal fest, and they are using all of the racetrack. Rachel sideways in a big-time way. Oh, Dad flipped the switch really quick. Are you ready, girls? Well, I don't know if they were, but both cars up in smoke, using up all the racetrack, so neither car with an improvement. But, man, a whole lot of excitement on the racetrack as those cars struck the tires. Rachel had her hands full, as you could see see both sides of that Gunk Dragster from the starting line. Well, the performances weren't that great, but they were. I'm not even sure who got the win light. Oh, well, I guess we could look. 7:15. Well, it ain't a number that they like, but it's a winning time slip. So Megan wins the call out in this third and final round of Nitro Chaos qualifying. All right, so it's Saturday night. I love my job, and we've got more Nitro coming your way as we continue this third and final qualifying round for our Nitro Chaos competitors. War Wagon, Ferris Racing Engines out of Springtown, Texas, #1 qualifiers. Okay, race fans, I need your help. We got race cars that want to get on the racetrack, and there's so many of you standing down there, they can't do it. So we really need you to step back, step away from the pit road area, the push row there. Let these race cars get up here. The rest of us want to see them too. So again, race fans, I need you to step back, let the race cars get up here to the starting line. Please and thank you. All right, Saturday night qualifying. We've had lots of cars going down the racetrack. Not a lot of improvement we have seen so far, although Chase Copeland did make a big move from number 8 in the B field to number 1 in the B field. All right, race fans, got a little confusion out here as we've got a lot of folks standing and wanting to see this, and I can't blame you, but we sure would like to have the cars be able to get up to the starting line. Now, the War Wagon Corvette. Gilly, are you guys running the Vet? Okay, that is not a qualifying run. That's an exhibition run. Okay, so we've got exhibition for the War Wagon Corvette, and I think the Fuelish Addiction funny car is back there. That would be a run for a qualifying run. All right, Dusty Hunt, Kingsville, Missouri. Another one of the competitors on the outside looking in. He's presently number 18 with a best run of 462. Now, this 3-second funny car is needing to pull out a good number, as right now they are amongst the non-qualified. So, we've seen great performances from this beautiful Fuelish Addiction funny car. They are going to be making a run down this left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. They need a good run to get into the field. Right now it takes a 421 to even qualify in the B field. It takes a 399 with a 3.7 or a 399 with a 2 to make it into the A field. So Kingsville, Missouri, home for Dusty Hunt, the Fuelish Addiction car. Just about ready to go down the racetrack as we are making sure we are clear on both ends of the racetrack. All right, race fans. Lots of excitement at Mo-Kan Dragway week in and week out, but certainly more than normal when it's Nitro Chaos time. Anniversary celebration, always a spectacular event at this race plant, as we have got plenty of great cars and a lot of great racing action. Our Sportsman competitors are down to their semifinals and quarterfinals. They will be coming up after this, but of course we have got the Pro Mod exhibition, the Top Fuel Dragster going for the quarter mile track record, and not sure how many more Nitro Chaos qualifiers we've got left, but there's a few of them out there, and Dusty Hunt just about to bring that Mustang funny car to life. Lighting the fire on the Fuelish Addiction funny car, Dusty Hunt. Lakewood Building Company and Car Transport providing the backing for this amazing looking hot rod from the Show Me State. Fire is lit. Driver bringing it forward into the water, getting ready to strike the tires. Looks great. Last chance to make the show. Can he put all that incredible amount of horsepower to the ground? The funny car. Runner-up last year in this event in the B field. Made it all the way to the final round against the Nitro Clown. Broke something in the semifinals that actually was unable to run, but they were your runner-up in the CP Carrillo B field at Mo-Kan Dragway in 2022. Well, that's not what we want to hear as he shuts it down. Man, tough break for the Fuelish Addiction team. You start to hear that sound as they lean it out and shut it down. Not sure what exactly went on there, but he was shut down. Did have to shut down. You could see the race crew out there with the mop, so evidently some type of leak. And you don't want to send a car down the racetrack when it has trailed some liquid on the surface. That's a recipe for disaster. So they will mop up, pick up the fluid off the racetrack. There is a possibility that they could refire this, but with a nitro car, you have to go through the proper procedures. You can't just turn it back on. That would create havoc. So they're checking for a leak, see if they can find a leak or the leak. They can find it, get the engine turned over, get that fuel out of the cylinders, and they could conceivably fire it back up if they have not taken a tree in this third and final qualifying round. If that's not possible, then they will be relegated to the list of DNQs. And our field will mostly be set. Man, tough break right there. Hate to see that happen to anybody. Gates open early tomorrow for our second day of Nitro Chaos 2023 at Mo-Kan Dragway, the third race of our DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Series presented by McKinney Motorsports. We hope you'll plan to come back for some more great nitro racing tomorrow, as we will have 16 cars in action. First round of the A field starts at 1 o'clock, followed immediately after those 4 pair go down the racetrack. CP Carrillo B field first round will take place. So 8 pair in the first round, 16 cars going to take the track at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for race day. Eliminations in the anniversary celebration of Mo-Kan Dragway featuring Nitro Chaos. So I hope you got plans to be back here tomorrow for the racing. Trying to figure out if we're going to be able to relight the Fuelish Addiction funny car and let them get a chance to reshuffle that deck just one more time, as they would most definitely like the opportunity to race on Sunday. But if they can't get the car fixed and ready to go and run quicker than 421 with a 7, they are not going to be racing on Sunday. So we're crossing our fingers and hoping that they've got the opportunity to get it fixed, get down the racetrack in this third and final qualifying round. Beautiful day in the forecast for tomorrow after a beautiful day today. Friday night, looks like Mother Nature got it out of her system. Thank goodness, and we're really glad the good Lord likes nitro racing, because we've certainly had a beautiful day for it today. We're going to be racing tomorrow, kicking off 9 o'clock with the chapel service at the Performance Motor Coaches RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. Breakfast served by Big Baron's Top End Grub. Three rounds of eliminations in 2 different 8-car fields. So they're looking for that fuel leak on the Fuelish Addiction machine. If they can find the leak, hopefully it'll be an easy fix. But the clock is ticking. Scott Palmer has got his Top Fuel Dragster good to go, as he's going to be making a quarter-mile run here on Saturday night under the lights. And I'd say the track records are in jeopardy if he can put the power to the ground in that SPR Dragster. Should be plenty good and a great way to close out the night. All right, so looks like we've got the opportunity. We've got the War Wagon Pro Mod ready to go. So while the Fuelish Addiction crew sees if they can find this leak, so there's a possibility of them making a run. We're going to light up the War Wagon Pro Mod Corvette. All right, the decision's being made down at the starting line as to whether Fuelless Addiction has time or not. We have we see them pushing it back. We've got the War Wagon Pro Mod going to make an exhibition run for you. We've got the Top Fuel Dragster going to make a record attempt run for you. So as soon as I get the word from what we're doing with the Fuelless Addiction car, I'll pass that on to you. But that's exactly what we got going on left for you. The qualifying, third round of qualifying. Last chance, just about done. Kevin Kinsley driving that War Wagon Pro Mod. The Nitro car made an easy run earlier in the day and went straight down the racetrack. He clicked it off early and had a low 4-second elapsed time. So we're going to fire it up. The Nitro Pro Mod out of Ferris Racing Engines in Springtown, Texas, driven by professional race car driver Kevin Kinsley. I think they got a little thump in that Hemi. Lots of thump in that Hemi. This is not a qualifying run. It's simply an exhibition run for your enjoyment because we love ya. And do we ever love you? Whether you're watching on Flow Racing or here in person, thank you for tuning in tonight. Nitro Chaos qualifying taking place here. Looks like we are through with qualifying, and we're moving now to exhibition and a couple of exhibition runs that should be good. Maybe better than good. So Kevin Kinsley brings the Ferris family's Nitro Pro Mod out for its maiden voyage. Clicks it off early, goes 410. Now they've got the full tune-up in it. I'm told the same tune-up as they had in the Fuel Altered that sits on top of the qualifying list now after running a 353. So, I don't know, race fans. Hang on to your hats. Kevin Kinsley, a man with no fear, heads down the racetrack in the Pro Mod, clicks it off at half track, which is kind of what we expected to see on their first time down the racetrack, but it went so well that they tuned it up and decided to run it down the racetrack. But it gets a little hairy out there in a Pro Mod. Left steer car with a Top Fuel engine in it. 962 to 60, 276 to the half track. And as they used to say, that was all she wrote. Kevin had to get out of the throttle. He coasted through at 93 miles an hour after a 5:03 elapsed time. But the incremental number's good. 962 to the 60. Off the throttle at half track. So certainly a promising outing for the War Wagon team. How'd y'all like the header flames on that one? Sweet. All right, so the race crew the crew for the War Wagon on the way to pick up Kevin and the Corvette didn't quite make it to the exit. So once we get that car off the racetrack, it'll be time to put another car on the racetrack. So one of the things that you're going to see at the top end of the racetrack is you're going to see the race crew out there. You may not see anything except those flashing lights up there. But they're going to put the timing cones down at the quarter mile, because we don't have timing cones most of the time when we run the Chaos race, because we run 660 feet. But for this record run, this record attempt run, it's on 1,320 feet, so they're going to put the timing cones down. There's two of them at the finish line, one at 1,320 and 166 feet before that. So we can measure both elapsed time for 1,320 feet and terminal velocity, top speed of the run, as the car goes from 66 feet before the finish line to the finish line. So we will set those cones down on the racetrack. The reflectors are placed in them. The infrareds are turned on. And the infrareds shine to the reflectors in the timing cone. That's the blocks, those red blocks that you see like just past the Christmas tree there. Once those are turned on so that the AccuTime timing system is reading those infrared sensors, we will be able to get recordings of the elapsed time from starting line to the quarter mile finish line and the mile per hour at the finish line, along with mile per hour most likely at the eighth mile, since those timing cones are already out there. So Scott Palmer going to attempt to rewrite the record book at Mo-Kan Dragway. I'll tell you what, if that's what happens tonight, that is going to be one of those deals that you also write to your friends about and say, man, you should have been here. And you can certainly come back tomorrow, because we're going to have plenty of great racing to do tomorrow, and we really do hope that you'll join us on Sunday for the racing. 1 o'clock start time for our Nitro Chaos competitors. We've got Sportsman racing that'll kick off at 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapel service, 9 o'clock, so we do start our Sundays like we're supposed to with the chapel service. That's going to be at the Big White Tent from Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine. Not only do we start with church, but we start with breakfast. Big Baron's Top End Grub serves a great breakfast for about $10. It's plenty to eat. It's fresh, it's hot, it's right off the grill, and you'll be glad you joined us. So join us for chapel at 9 o'clock with breakfast by Big Baron's Top End Grub. Sportsman Racing starts at 10 with their first time runs. And then we go first round eliminations for Nitro Chaos at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll have you home, have you out of here. The game plan is to have you out of here tomorrow by 6 o'clock. So a great afternoon. Your friends that may or may not be introduced to drag racing yet could come out, have a good afternoon, a great Sunday afternoon on a beautiful day at Mo-Kan Dragway. Who knows, they might be coming to the races with you more often. So we do hope you'll come back out, and we invite you to do so. And again, we really appreciate you coming out to Mo-Kan for this anniversary race. Well, okay, it's time. It's one of those moments that you don't get to see very often. Rarely, if ever. But this is one of those times, race fans. Scott Palmer with his big show, Top Fuel Dragster, comes to life on the right side of the racetrack. The inaugural member of the Dove Racing Fuels 340 Club. He ran the 8th mile in 3.21 seconds at Eddyville Raceway Park, a track very similar to this one in a lot of respects. He's not going to the half track point. He's not going to 660. He's going 1320. The track record for wheel-driven machines belongs to the Nitro Funny Car of the late, great Tom Hoover. The Showtime Funny Car ran at this track in the quarter mile, 5.61 seconds at over 241 miles an hour. Now, I'm not sure when the last time this car ran a quarter mile was, as they normally run to 1,000 feet. But the timers are on at the quarter mile. This car has got all the punch it could possibly need to reset the track record. So this just might be one of those nights that you tell everybody you ever meet about. Scott Palmer, Grand Marshal, on the way down the racetrack, 1,320 feet, clicks it off a little early, goes 5:11, 204.36 miles an hour through the quarter. Now check out this 8th mile time. 3:21, 240.9 miles an hour through the 8th. Down to the 1,000-foot mark at 4:12 at 240.9 miles an hour. Clicks it off early, as you've got to get the parachutes out and get on the binders, because even though this is a fairly long racetrack, you got to get it shut down. And he's shutting it down from 240.9 miles an hour at 1,000 feet. And he goes through the quarter mile with a new track record, 5:11, 204.36 miles an hour. The ET record used to be 5:61. You just saw the new track record set for Mo-Kan Dragway. He knocked a half a second off of it, going from 5:61 to 5:11. Mankind, what a great run. Race fans, I hope you've had as much fun today as I've had. It has been a blast, and we thank you for being part of the family here at Mo-Kan Dragway. 61 years and counting, and a lot of that is because of how much support comes from the local community. Thank you, race fans, for being here for a great day of drag racing. Man, I hope you've enjoyed it and had a great time. If you're leaving us now, be careful and safe on your way home. If you're on your way to Nitro Alley to do a little celebrating with some of the race teams, like Scott Palmer, who just went 3:21 in the 8th and 5:11 to take the track record home with him from Mo-Kan Dragway, man, hang around. Have a great time with us. And by the way, show them some love as they go down to pick up their driver. New track record. Scott Palmer and the team from the Show Me State. The home state crowd loves it. Everybody else loves it too. You don't see track records rewritten very often, but you just saw it tonight at Mo-Kan Dragway. What a day, race fans. Hang around, enjoy some of the fellowship. There may be some more food and drink available from our refreshment vendors. As you make your way home tonight, I hope you've had a fantastic day. And we seriously would love to see you back tomorrow, because we got more. Oh, yeah, we got more. It's Nitro Chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway, celebrating 61 years of drag racing excellence. We appreciate you being a part of it and hope to see you tomorrow. My name's Dave. I'll see you tomorrow for Nitro Chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway. Good night, everybody. Hey, foot brake. Don't y'all go home. By the way, race fans, we got more racing to do. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes. All right, foot brake. Watch out for all the folks that are walking around out there. There's lots of folks on foot. We have got our foot brake competitors calling to the staging lanes for the quarterfinal round. Oh, goodness, there's a lot of excitement here tonight. Foot brake coming up for their quarterfinal round. We've got Junior Dragsters semifinals and we've got Super Pro coming your way. So we are making our way through the rounds of our Sportsman categories. The pro racing is done for the day, but we have definitely had a delightful time at Mo-Kan Dragway. And we have still got our Sportsman finals to contest. Quarterfinal rounds mean we have 3 rounds left in foot brake and Super Pro. Semifinal rounds mean we have 2 rounds left in our junior dragster category. Oh, yeah, Scott Palmer wasn't the last thing. We've got Sportsman racing to do. We got foot brake, junior dragster, and Super Pro yet to finish on a beautiful day at Mo-Kan Dragway. So if you want to hang around and watch some more racing, we got more racing. I told you earlier, we got more. We got lots more. Lots more tonight and tomorrow. So most definitely get yourself something to eat, something to drink, and finish the race with us. Foot brake coming to the staging lanes right now. We're going to send them down the racetrack and get them narrowed down to the semifinals. So junior dragster, Super Pro, and foot brake, we're going to be calling you to the staging lanes pretty pronto. So if you're still in competition, have it ready. We'll bring you to the staging lanes and get you down the racetrack, as we have got some checks to hand out, some trophies to pass out, and some bragging rights to have somebody claim. Foot brake and junior dragster and Super Pro. All right, everybody catch their breath? Boy, that was exciting. New track record at Mo-Kan Dragway. I'm telling you what, 5:11 in the quarter and off the throttle. Oh my gosh. Lee asked me what I thought he'd run in the quarter. I said 495. It looks like he would have run a 495 if he hadn't clicked it off quite at the second that he did. But I'm not complaining. 5:11 on the quarter with a brand new track record by a half a cotton pick in second. That's kind of big time. That's kind of really big time. All right, race fans, we got foot brake coming to the staging lanes. We're going to send them down the racetrack momentarily. Junior dragsters stand by. Got 3 junior dragsters left. We're going to be calling you to the staging lanes pretty quick. That's going to be Ellie Carson, Coleman Nation, and Gannon Carson. So we are just a few minutes from calling you to the staging lanes for the semifinal rounds of junior dragsters. Kevin, did you like it? Got some more ride dragsters coming at you. The Thrill Seekers got an eyewitness testimony that this is some more fun that everybody ought to try, especially if it's your birthday. But even if it's not, it's a great time. Ah, yes. Proud American Motorsports. Tyson Hartley. Tyson Hartley, we need you in the staging lanes promptly. Tyson Hartley to the staging lanes. Wonder if that's better in the dark. I don't know. Pretty good, though. 570, 120.5 miles an hour. Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, bring them to the staging lanes now, please. Ellie Carson. Gannon Carson. Coleman Nation. Junior Dragsters semifinalists to the staging lanes now. Tricky Ricky Thomas and Tyler Valentine on the way down the racetrack with a green light start. You can see those green lights really well tonight. Wind light on the right side, Tyler Valentine. 545, 124 miles an hour, good and a win. Tricky Ricky goes out, 588, 116 down that left side lane. Matt Sempetro, Rogersville, Missouri, Tower Side, 694 the dial in, going first in the Mopar. Against the long roof bow tie, Andrew Goss out of Joplin, dialed at 641. Green lights for both competitors at the finish line. Give it to the long roof, 648, 96.9 miles an hour for Andrew Goss. He'll move into the next round. 7 flat with a 0-2. That's really flat. 95.99 miles an hour for Matt Sempetro. So the race crew doing a little work on the track. Got the red lights flashing while our next pair is in the water ready to go down the racetrack just as soon as they're able to. But the race crew spotting some fluid on the racing surface, and so they will take care of the cleanup before they can send another pair down the racetrack. Looks like we've got a pair of S-dimes in the water. They'll be coming at you next as we are in foot brake. Junior dragsters, 3 left. Got probably have all 3 of them at the staging lanes. Very good. Semi-final round, junior dragsters coming up after foot brakes. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please, for your next round. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes. Tyson Hartley and Randall Mink at the starting line. 6:45 and 6:31, your posted dial-ins. Hartley going first in the white S10 truck out of Paola, Kansas. 6:45 and 6:31, 1400's head start for the white truck against Randall Mink's 81 S10 extended cab truck. See a lot of S10s on the racetrack because it's something women like about a pickup man. Both drivers with the green light start. The extended cab with the win. Randall Mink out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, got there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Takes a win with the 6:33 at 106 against the dead on with a 7. 6:45.7 and 104.92 miles an hour. Randall Mink holding 3 at the starting line. Takes the stripe by 8 thousandths and gets the win. So that's going to do it for foot brake. As we move into the semi-final round of our junior dragster category, Ellie Carson and Coleman Nation squaring off for an open spot in the final round. So Gannon Carson's got the bye run, so Gannon will be in the final. Taking on the winner of this match. Coleman on the right side, dialed at 792, has the faster car. Ellie Carson from Girard, Kansas on the left side, going first, dialed at 1199. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Green lights both sides. Ellie Carson way out front. Coleman Nation trying to make up all that real estate, and does. Comes around at the finish line. 793 at 81.5 miles an hour is going to put Coleman Nation into the final. Ellie Carson got to the stripe first. Runs 1189 on an 1199 dial-in. Breaks out by almost a tenth. Coleman Nation going to be in your final round. Three cars left, so you have a bye run. And Gannon Carson gets the bye run in the Speedy Auto Plus. Speedy's Auto, A-Plus Decor, new marketing, truck guts, Horton's Retail Liquor, backed junior dragster. Final round set. Gannon goes 897, 73.5 miles an hour down that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Final round junior dragster is going to be Coleman Nation versus Gannon Carson. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes for your next round. Super Pro, next round to the staging lanes, please. All right, we're going to be hot lapping you as much as we can as we're down to the short rounds in all of our classes. Junior dragster finalists, cool them and fuel them and getting ready. You'll be coming up in the not too distant future as we will get that one settled. Foot brake, you're standing by as we'll be calling you up shortly as Super Pro is in the staging lanes for their next round. Super Pro. Coming at you next, race fans. Foot brake standing by as the winners from that previous round will be coming back right after Super Pro. Hey, foot brake. Guess what time it is? It's time to come back to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your next round. Got Super Pro coming into the water now. Randy Smith from KC brings that top dragster up to the water box, heats the tires over the Redemption Motorsports lane. Got that fast dragster dialed at 446. Russell Kreitzer going to get almost 3 seconds head start as he's dialed at 740 in the Malibu. Dragsters pre-stage, door car follows suit. They are bumping in, third bulb on, dragster last to stage. Now we're good. And Russell Kreitzer has a problem at the starting line. The car loses fire or something. So when the tree counted down, it was time for the Malibu to go. There was no go. Randy Smith, 459, 121. Probably as surprised as anyone that happened. He gets a win light and will advance to the next round in Super Pro. Kevin Tracy and John Loebner, your next pair, 522 and 474, the dial-ins for these dragsters. Dragster on the tower side going first. 4800's head start for the car on the left. Tracy and Loebner with their dragsters down the racetrack. Redemption side with the win light. John Loebner, 474, dead on with an 8. Takes the stripe by 22 ten-thousandths of a second. That's good in a win. Both cars dead on their dial in. Kevin Tracy dead on with a 4. John Loebner dead on with an 8. Loebner 009 on the Christmas tree. That was the difference. As it so often is, starting line advantage makes all the difference. G-Dub Tracy, tower side, dialed at 663 against Cam Chun in the Redemption lanes. 522, the dial for the dragster. At the stripe, give it to the dragster. Cam Chun, 523, 127, gets to the finish line first by 8 ten-thousandths of a second. It's a game of thousandths and sometimes 10,000ths that we play in the world of bracket racing. That time, 8 ten-thousandths margin for Cam Chun over G-Dub. Matt Driscoll with the buy run in the S-Dime, 609. The posted dial in. He'll make a solo run into the next round. Foot brake, foot brake, foot brake to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your next round. I'm looking for foot brake in the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Matt Driscoll, 6'11", 111.47 miles an hour. That'll do it for Super Pro. Foot brake. Foot brake, round next to the staging lanes, please. All right, thrill seekers coming out for some more fun under the moonlight. in another nice run down the track, 457, 155 miles an hour. They are going to be doing that all day tomorrow, too. So if you haven't had a chance to go down the racetrack, go by and see what they can do for you. Foot brake to the staging lanes, foot brake to the staging lanes for your next round. Foot brake, come on, bring them down. Junior Dragster finalists to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragster finalists. Coleman and Gannon. Showtime. Junior Dragster finalists to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragster finalists to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, stand by. If you're still in Super Pro, we're going to be calling you up shortly. We are down to the short rounds, racers, so cool them and fuel them and bring them back as soon as you can or as soon as we call. That would be great. It's time for foot brake. Tyler Valentine and Randall Mink at the starting line. Extended cab S10 truck dial 631 and going first down the redemption lane. And Tyler Valentine with the Barracuda doing the pursuing down this tower side lane. O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. A 542 dialed in for the Plymouth. The truck out front gets the finish line first, goes dead on with a 107 miles an hour. Tyler Valentine breaks out 39 on a 42 dial in. So Randall Mink is going to go to the next round. '64 Chevy 2 wagon of Andrew Goss goes down the racetrack in 6.91 seconds, runs dead on with a 2 at 74.6 miles an hour. Junior dragsters to the lanes, junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Final round, junior dragsters, Coleman, Nation, Gannon, Carson. Looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please, for your next round. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro semifinalists to the staging lanes, por favor. Super Pro, bring them to the staging lanes for me, please. Final round, ladies and gentlemen, junior dragsters on Saturday night under the lights. Coleman Nation from Rich Hill, Missouri, tower side with the quicker car dialed at 792. And Gannon Carson from Girard, Kansas, another Mo-Kan matchup. Gannon is dialed at 898. So a little over a second, 1.06 seconds head start for the car on the right in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Final pair of the night for junior dragsters. Super Pro semifinalists to the staging lanes. So the anniversary race, bragging rights trophy and the big payout goes to the driver that gets the win light. Gannon Carson gets to go first down the right side Redemption Motorsports lane, at Coleman Nation doing the chasing in the O'Reilly lane. Carson into pre-stage, both cars pre-staged now. Drivers zeroed in to the AccuTime Christmas tree. Once they turn on the stage bulbs, starter Mike Hodge will flip the switch to send them down the racetrack. Green light start in the final round, so we're racing for it. Final round, junior dragster, win light, redemption lane. Gannon Carson, 899 at 71.99 miles an hour. Got to the stripe first by 36/10,000ths of a second. Coleman Nation runs 790 at 81.97 miles an hour. Breaks out 014. Starting line advantage for Gannon Carson gets him into the winner's circle. Congratulations to your runner-up, Coleman Nation, and to your champion in junior dragsters for the Mo-Kan 61st anniversary race, Gannon Carson. Super Pro semifinalists to the staging lanes. Just about done. We're down to a final round in foot brake. About to get to a final round in Super Pro. And we've got our final round run in junior dragsters. All right, looks like we got all our super pros except Cam Chun. Cam, come on down. Proud American Motorsports with a couple of more soon-to-be satisfied customers. Loaded up and rolling. .579, 118.98 miles an hour. Well, race fans, we're down to a semifinal in Super Pro. That will eliminate down to a final in Super Pro, and we're already down to a final in foot brake. It's hard to say pro, but it's foot brake. So basically 1, 2, 3, 4 pair left, and this one's going to be in the books. But racing tomorrow is going to be outstanding, and we sure hope you'll be here for it. We're racing on Sunday, this time at Mo-Kan Dragway with Nitro Chaos. And Scott Palmer got the quarter-mile record. He got every record in the house. But he's going to be doing it again tomorrow in the daylight. If you look down in the shutdown area, you can see it's really dark back down there. So if it's light and he can see, he might stay on the throttle a wee bit longer. I don't know what we might see tomorrow with the Top Fuel Dragster on another record run attempt. But I'm certainly going to come out for it. Hey, Cam Chun, we're looking for you. If you're broken and can't make it, please let us know. Otherwise, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Cam Chun, Super Pro, semifinals to the staging lanes, please. Well, race fans, when we get down to the short rounds, cool and fuel time becomes compressed. So we're missing one car in Super Pro. We have our final round set in foot brake, so they'll be going down the racetrack pretty soon. Foot brake finalists. We'll be calling you to the staging lanes momentarily. Foot brake finalists to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake finalists to the staging lanes, please. All right, foot brake finalists, if you're ready to see who's taking home the big check, bring them to the staging lanes. Foot brake finalists to the staging lanes, please. Semi-final round Super Pro coming at you. We got Randy Smith on the tower side and John Loebner on the spectator side in a pair of dragsters. .441 and .473 to dial in. Here are 4-second dragsters looking for a spot in the final. John Loebner from DeSoto, Kansas, going first, dialed at .473 on the right side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Randy Smith, fastest bracket car in the house this weekend, dialed at .441 in your O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 3200s head start for the dragster on the right. At stake, a spot in the final. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Right lane stages, tower side stages, tree counts down, green light. Who's going to the final? It's going to be John Loebner, 009 on the Christmas tree and a .474 at 143.77 miles an hour. Randy Smith, a .437, breaks out on that .441 dial-in. 154 mile per hour top end charge, takes the stripe by 400ths, breaks out 039. So John Loebner into the final round in Super Pro. All right, we have our second semifinal pair just about to run. We've got our foot brake finalists on the way to the staging lanes. Just a few runs left, and this one's going to be done. What a great day of racing. And a great day ahead of us tomorrow with the Super Sunday coming your way. It'll be all eliminations in our pro categories, plus another record attempt. Scott Palmer going to see if he can reset his own record, as he owns all the track records now. So John Loebner is in the final round of Super Pro. Got our next pair coming towards the water. Foot brake finalists to the staging lanes. Foot brake finalists to the staging lanes. If you're not already there, come on down. Foot brake finalists. Matt Driscoll from Wellsville, Kansas, 99 Chevy S10 truck. 610 the dial in on the right side of the racetrack. Cam Chun's Dragster out of Willard, Missouri, dialed at 522 on your O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the racetrack. One spot open in the final round. Will it be the Dragster or will it be the S10 truck? Cam Chun into the pre-stage. Matt Driscoll turns on the top bulb. 4 bulbs lit. Send them, Mackie time. Green lights both sides off the racetrack. The exit time very close. At the finish line, give it to the truck. 6:10 dead on with a 4:75 10,000ths of a second margin of victory. Matt Driscoll goes to the final round. 5:23 with a 729 miles an hour for Cam Chun in the Dragster. So Matt Driscoll and John Loebner are going to square off in our Super Pro final round. Okay, race fans, 2 final rounds left to go, and this one's going to be in the books. We've got our foot brake final round coming up. Randall Mink and Andrew Goss. Final round, foot brake. Going to be Andrew Goss from Joplin, Missouri on the tower side, the long roof. 64 Chevy 2 wagon. Getting 1/10 of a second head start against Randall Mink. Out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, the extended cab S10 truck. 641 and 631 the dial ends. 1/10 of a second head start for the wagon. Final round, anniversary race, foot brake. Here we go. Double shot of bow tie. Missouri versus Oklahoma. Green lights on both sides. Andrew Goss left side, Randall Mink right side. At the finish, give it to the wagon. 6:43, 102.7 miles an hour. Randall Mink takes the stripe by 1/10,000th of a second. Breaks out 0-1-1. Starting line advantage gives Andrew Goss the advantage that he needed. Congratulations, runner-up Randall Mink. And to your foot brake champion at the anniversary race, Andrew Goss. Another ride for our 3-seat proud American ride dragster. .564, 121.2 miles an hour. Danny Cottrell from Eureka Springs, Arkansas, brings his Bantam Roadster, actually Bantam altered, up to the starting line for another shot as they are sorting out this combination on this machine. Planning on bigger, better things ahead for this Arkansas-based team. We have a final round in Super Pro coming your way, and that will be the last run of the night, unless we have some more ride dragsters to do. So we're getting close to the end of our Saturday night special. All right, final round Super Pro. All right, racers, race fans, we appreciate your patience. Got just a unexpected cleanup to do right before we can send this Super Pro final down the racetrack. Okay, race fans, one pair left to go. Super Pro Final coming your way. Matt Driscoll and John Loebner. Final round Super Pro, last run of the night in competition here in our 61st anniversary celebration event at Mo-Kan Dragway. 610 left side, 474 right side. 136 head start for the pickup truck. Green lights both sides. Door car, dragster, give it to the truck. Matt Driscoll goes 6'11 with a 5 and takes out a 473 for John Loebner. John breaks out 9 thousandths of a second, puts a wind light on the left side. Congratulations, runner-up John Loebner. And to your Super Pro champion, Matt Driscoll. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. Racing starts with Sportsman cars down the racetrack at 10 o'clock in the morning. After chapel and breakfast at 9 o'clock, pro racing starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. If you can make it back tomorrow, we would love to see you, as we will be bringing you some more outstanding Nitro Chaos racing action, along with our Sportsman categories. It's going to be a great day under the Sunday sun at Mo-Kan Dragway. Thank you very much for being a part of everything Mo-Kan Dragway as we celebrate 61 years. We'll see you tomorrow. Be careful going home. Good night, everybody.